Ching, ching, ching.
Yeah. What day is... Today's the 30th, right? Yeah, it's not even September yet.
Yeah, there's like everywhere. People have been talking about it since like
They're getting ready for it. Oh my god. Yeah, September's weird. September sucks.
yeah, September is a weird one.
I don't know. People are weird about September.
Great.
It's definitely something.
Yeah.
My god. Are you ready?
Yeah.
You think you're ready?
I'll do my best.
We gotta use our brain a bit. Is that all right?
Are we braining? Wait, already?
No, not quite yet, but soon.
Oh, yeah. We can brain.
Sounds good. Yeah, this game is purely fictional, of course. All events, characters, and items depicted in this game are fictional. Any similarity to any person or actual event is coincidental and unintended. My god. Yo, what's up, ZGN? Speaking of brain. Welcome to hell. Yo, Meep. We start with a Meep. My god.
That is a fucking picture.
She keeps her eyes closed. She can't forget what happened because something still lingers in the air. Anger, maybe? No, it's not just anger. Maybe it's regret. A jumble of thoughts sweeps through her mind and the icy air is burning her cheeks. Flying is more difficult than she thought. Looks like her soul didn't sprout wings after all. Somehow, it's like she's still here. She feels relieved at the thought. And thus the game begins. Meep.
Oh,
That was more of a thud than a meep.
It's more of an ate shit.
My
Jesus.
god. How you guys doing? Doing well. I don't know, Emmy. How are you doing?
I am surviving. Today was a good day, though. So,
Hell yeah.
good.
The world goes on, and the clock is ticking steadily. The world doesn't owe anything to anyone, so it won't listen to anyone's request. Even praying won't turn bad things into good things all of a sudden. Therefore, those who expect a lot from the world should overthink their attitude. There's no joy, no sorrow, just emptiness. The world feels heavy on her shoulders. Chapter 1. A Day in the Cinnabar. Long story short, we will focus all our energy on the preparations for this project. Although it will take place next semester, every day we slack off now means that the other art clubs have one more day to catch up to us. Keep in mind that our elite art club has a reputation to uphold. It is essential that we are victorious in the future. I know it's unusual for me to push you guys so hard, and I realize some of you might be uncomfortable with that. Think it over carefully, for your own good. I don't want any more incidents this year. That's all. Any questions? You want to read for club member B?
Yeah. What about the materials if we're going to do oil painting? Oh, what the fuck?
What the hell?
Sorry. If we're gonna do oil painting, the paint will be very expensive.
That won't be a problem. Your new classmate doesn't have any materials yet. Does she? I'll prepare some for her. Oh no. You want to read for club member A as well?
Yeah, I got it. I saw her with some art supplies today. That's right. Let her use some of her own supplies. So there's no need to worry about it, is there?
My god. Yo, what's up, Cryptid? Meep.
Meep.
Guys. Well, you can figure out a suitable solution amongst yourselves. That's all for today.
He just slid away.
He's like, bye. The girl has a problem. She suffers from nightmares, even during the day. Even when it comes to such a renowned flashy school, the shadows are still everywhere, lingering, They're relentless. It took her a whole week to figure out where to hand in her homework. Nobody even considered offering her help. A meep. The teachers always seem to be in a hurry after class, avoiding contact with anyone. It is far from what she imagined. Something must be wrong with her. At least that's what she always tells herself. That's why she came here in the first place. Her family moves around a lot, and she can never depend on her friends. The only thing she can depend on is her hobby. She doesn't like to talk, and as long as she doesn't have to, everything's fine. At least this school is an art club. If she doesn't need words to go about her hobbies, presumably, she won't need worries or words to make friends. That's what she thought. However, her expectations weren't met.
Still working on that piece. Just give up already.
The girl's smile is mean, a prideful grimace to draw attention and show off to everyone around her. The painting is a little different from what she was imagining, but she's dealing with the past bit by bit after all. The paint is still wet, but once it's dry, she will pay more attention to the details.
Come on, just leave it. You can't participate in the next event because you haven't done your part. Understand?
Do you understand? Yo, what a couple of bitches. No, I'm just kidding. It doesn't really matter anyway.
Fucked up.
Yeah, it is what it is. The work should be more precise. You should have left a room for another line right here. Oh, leave her alone anyway. Oh my god, who's saying this? I'll leave her alone anyway.
She's gonna fall flat on her face anyway, thinking she can play in the big leagues.
Those mean words cut deep like a knife, and sadly, it's a daily occurrence.
I'd wish she'd be more self-aware and know what her place is. It's so annoying to have a newbie around.
A noob.
Come on, just let her sit there and rot, just like a mushroom.
There they go.
Goodbye. Oh wait, bye. Bye, remember what you're supposed to do.
They switch off the lights as they leave, forgetting the fact that there's still someone in the room. Since there's only one window, the lighting in the art studio isn't exactly optimal. She doesn't feel like doing anything about it right now. Obviously, the fact that they forgot that she was in the room wasn't an accident. Gradually, everyone leaves the building and everything goes silent. Oh, look, the plastics. What? Maybe mushrooms grow in silence, in isolation. She would prefer to be a mushroom right now. At least people aren't outright cruel to a mushroom. At most, they would casually crush it with one foot. That outcome doesn't seem so bad. What an odd thought to cross her mind. In novels, students are confronted with events like this over and over again. The readers might laugh at the repetitiveness of the author's writing. However, how many people would continue laughing once events like that turn into a cruel reality for themselves? Only once did she manage to muster up the courage to speak out against the people ganging up on her. But it made no difference. She put up a wall around herself for her own protection, her very own glass prison protecting her from the cruel outside world. The whole world is against her. At least that's how she feels. In a novel, there would be two potential scenarios for her. Coming out of her shell and breaking the silence, or slowly but surely drowning in it. And she obviously doesn't have the right kind of personality for the former. The broom and the dustpan are gone. She isn't surprised at the prank and just quietly closes the cabinet. The classroom's more cluttered than ever, and the crumpled up paper everywhere seem to be the trap that has been laid out for her today. She slowly picks up a piece of paper eventually. They'll run out of ideas. Even if this young girl tries to deal with her emotions, the malice of the past doesn't look like it will disappear in the future. Even if she struggles to deal with her grief, the pain is relentless, taking up 24 hours of every day. Even so, she doesn't give up. Oh, these guys are really... Should I turn on the lights? The shadows disappear and the room grows warm again. I hate not knowing who's speaking.
I know.
I figured you'd still be here. Let's go back together. The world goes on and the clock keeps ticking. The world doesn't owe anything to anyone, so it won't listen to anyone's requests. Even praying won't turn bad things into good things all of a sudden. Therefore, those who expect a lot from the world should overthink their attitude. Meep.
Meep.
Maybe that's why the moth is drawn to the flame. Yo, look at those meatballs.
That's
That's a meatball.
Oh?
Me drinking my water. Nom 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 nom.
Nom, 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 nom.
Yo, let's get in this. The girls from Mean Girls. Yo, every girl is a mean girl. Unless they're not. Words to live by.
Yeah.
That one goes there, and this one... Okay, done. It doesn't really fit. Many people simply grab books, flip through them, and then put them back. Of course, they don't check where the book originally was. This means everything's an unorganized mess, with different genres and classifications thrown into one big messy pile. Making sure everything is put back in its original place is probably more difficult than just placing it in the first free space you see. Alright, time for a break. There's no sense in asking too much of yourself. To be honest, I don't have a lot of confidence as the store manager, even though I've been doing this for the last 6 months. I had my doubts at first, but whatever. Gotta earn money somehow. The landlord's out for my blood. Hermitage isn't just an ordinary shop. If customers are only looking for something to satisfy their desire to read, most of them won't find what they're looking for here. The literature here, from the folklore of Japanese scholars in China to propaganda transcripts of new religious groups in Southeast Asia, is piled up into such a vast ocean of books that even the owner has lost his overview. There's a lot of really obscure reading material here. And the only reason why people stay here must either be the familiar smell of old books, or that they're looking for some very specific research material. There's always an interesting conversation to be had, though. But it doesn't seem like there are any new customers around today. After all, the storefront doesn't look that welcoming to strangers. The few regulars who come are either very quiet or have chatted way too much of the past few weeks, to the point that they don't have anything interesting left to say. Meep.
Meep.
The girl's hand rests on the edge of the bookshelf, and she's silently moving her lips while browsing through the books. Over the last few months, she's become a regular visitor. I like her. Quietness isn't a bad thing in itself. She's always been polite and not at all annoying. What's more, she once bought Voyagers of the Western Pacific in the shop, which instantly earned her some bonus points. I should try talking to her more often. I'm sure there's some good conversations to be had. I just need to finish my chores. Okay, so we have some options.
Ooh.
It's the time for a break. If I'm having trouble with something, cleaning my desk always clears my mind. If I'm looking for information, I can always check the bookcase. There aren't any noteworthy books right now. If there's nothing else to do, I sometimes go ahead and organize the shelves. There are still customers in the store, so I should do my job as the store manager first. A customer seems to have something to say. Okay, so yeah, we can check the bookshelf. Well, we can't right now, but we have our thoughts, our case files, and conversations.
Ooh.
There's not much to do now, though, so we'll just hop right into it.
Meep.
Meep. Only now do I notice how young she must be. Her uniform, consisting of a sailor's suit and a long skirt, is quite well known in this city. If I remember correctly, this uniform is worn at a well-known private school. It's called Phoenix High School. I heard that they only accept female students, and that it's one of the highest-rated schools. Quite a feat. Its name sounds appropriately strong. She wears big glasses that cover a huge part of her face, and is clutching a book under one arm. She holds it very carefully. It almost looks like she's carrying a small animal that she's trying not to hurt. That's the one you want to buy today. I'm sorry. I'm just making sure. This time it's The Trail of the Missing Fish. Her reading interests are a little weird. She's been coming here more often lately, and has slowly become a regular. The store isn't really that well known, so she must have heard about it somewhere. I flipped through The Trail of the Missing Fish before. The book is by no means interesting to read. It's more like an academic documentary. Yo, welcome in, you guys. Something about ancient rituals and making sacrifices to a sea god. I have my doubts about its authenticity. The village itself has been abandoned for a long time, and its remains were almost entirely destroyed. The author cites a large number of folklore accounts to corroborate the details, but it's all mere speculation. An entire book full of ancient texts. While the content sure is interesting, the quality of the writing itself is lackluster. Why would a student be interested in the remains of a settlement whose name has long been forgotten? Sure, the shop sometimes gets a volume containing a rare piece of history that's significant, but this mysterious village, according to the author's nebulous sources, was a place where strange rituals were a common thing. It's actually quite scary to read. And that's not even the most troublesome thing. It's not that simple, I'm afraid.
Huh?
Yo, you got a word. Oh, you forgot all the meeps.
Oh, my bad. Meep.
No.
Huh?
There we go. Might as well bring the chat up. Yeah, we're chilling.
Oh.
It's okay. Oh, yeah, welcome in, Smith. Welcome in, Kiro.
Mushy.
How are you guys doing? There's definitely a Necronomicon hiding in the back. Yeah, probably. Most likely. If there was anywhere a Necronomicon would be, it would be this bookstore. Hell yeah. I can sense her confusion. May I ask why you want the book?
Why?
You forgot the meep. No, I'm just kidding.
I'm gonna get Roscoe.
I'm just curious. I can't deny it, these things are very interesting to me too. There's more to this world than we know. The girl seems somewhat confused, her blank eyes wander around the room.
Can I have it, please? I really need it.
It's just, there are certain rules and guidelines I must follow. I'm sure you understand. The way the girl responds is somewhat unusual. Even though it's a strange book, she shouldn't be this embarrassed. Maybe she's really introverted. I don't know if the reason could be such a simple one.
But
Yeah.
Sure, it's okay, or maybe
Everything alright?
I don't need this book anymore. I'm sorry. I'll help you put it back.
The girl takes the
What
book
the
from my
fuck?
hands. The girl takes the book from my hands and turns towards the bookcase.
That was so sudden. Jesus Christ.
Fucking tackles me, It's all very abrupt, and the way she moves is extremely clumsy. It's easy to see how nervous she is, and that she didn't think things through. Oh. Okay, so number 3, that's Freud, if I'm not mistaken. It's silent all of a sudden. She's just lying there on the ground underneath a mountain of books. I can't even find the right words to describe this situation. All I can do is silently walk towards her in the literary battlefield. My God, as you die.
Oh my God. That's just funny. She trips and he's just like, damn,
It's like, oh.
you're in a pile of books. Okay. Sorry. I'm so sorry. It's...
My curiosity from a few minutes ago has been fully satisfied. Now she's acting like a woodpecker, keeping her head down and bowing repeatedly in apology. She looks like she's on the verge of tears. Come on, help me clean up. We need to get some sense of order back. If the actual owner saw this, I'd be kicked out in an instant.
Of course. I'm so sorry.
The girl follows me and helps me pick up the book scattered all over the floor. Every time she picks up a book, she opens it, and rifles through the pages carefully. After making sure the pages aren't damaged, she carefully blows away the dust before handing the book back to me. Her hands are trembling and she's obviously scared and nervous. Doing this in silence is only going to make the atmosphere even more awkward. Time to find something to talk about to lighten things up a little. So, your name is Cicely, right?
Pretty name.
Look, your student ID card. You must have dropped it when you fell.
When did that happen?
Right now. Relax. You're a regular here. I'm not angry because of a small accident, all right? Don't worry about it, really. Let's get back to topic. The book you want is a good one, sure. It's also very rare and valuable. I can't see why someone your age would need it so badly. I can't just sell such a precious book to someone so young. Someone who still shows a lack of control. You know what I mean?
Meep.
The emphasis being on can't sell. If you can convince me, I might consider lending it to you. I'll lend it to you and you'll bring it back once you've finished it. But don't go telling people about it. I don't usually make exceptions. I don't want to have to lie to people and pass it off as a mistake should anyone find out I made an exception. This copy of The Trail of the Missing Fish is a folktale, and given that even this issue is at least 20 years old, I doubt the author was ever officially published during his time. As mentioned before, the book's content and writing style are rather obscure, and it takes a lot of time to fully grasp its meaning. You might be disappointed if you expect to find an exact piece of information that you're looking for, but online search engines have come a long way. Our ability to search for information and find it quickly has long exceeded everything we used to think was possible. Cicely could be looking for something very specific, something so peculiar that it may only be found in this particular book. Such a young girl suddenly developing an interest in ancient religious practices for no apparent reason? What a strange world we live in. Cicely hesitates for a moment, maybe because she still feels guilty.
Sir, would you believe me if I told you something?
That really depends on what you're going to say. Just know that you don't have to tell me anything you don't want to. But if there's anything you need to get off your chest, I'm happy to listen. I can fully understand why you wouldn't want to talk to your classmates. And some things need to be talked about, or they'll eat you up from inside.
Meep.
Exaggerated meep. Bullseye. Her pale fingers clench the book tightly.
Recently, I've been having some very strange dreams.
Oh?
Most of them are horrifying, so I'm really scared. Jesus Christ! She went from having no lines to having a whole paragraph.
Oh, my bad.
No, you're fine.
No, I got it. Log.
I dreamed of I dreamed of a gigantic fire rising from the sea and engulfing an entire island. So many animals lived on that island, but they all disappeared in a blink of an eye, swallowed by the flames.
Barbecued.
There was no trace of them after that.
My God. And thus the air fryer was born.
Oh, Jesus Christ. False, Blue. Hi, Blue.
Yeah, what's going on, Blue?
True on the second one. False on the first one. Mushy mush, Sire Blue. In another dream, I saw men dressed in ancient armor. They were fighting. They held swords and spears and stood together in huge groups. A large squadron of cavalry rushed towards them from the hillside.
Yo, you got this. Yo, thanks, homie.
There was blood everywhere. The men who weren't on horsebacks were shouting and screaming. I couldn't understand the strange dialect, but they were speaking Chinese.
I'm never wrong, Master. Let me just ask Roscoe. Yeah, Blue's got a point.
No! You two, stop it.
I don't know about that.
Also, Jesus Christ!
No, you're doing great.
I also dreamed of a huge plaza surrounded by buildings, foreigners wearing hexagonal
You got it.
star badges stood together in a dozen lines were escorted by trucks. Were escorted to trucks by soldiers. Is she talking about what I think she's talking about? There were mothers in tears holding onto their babies. The soldiers showed no emotions. They knocked the cowering women to the ground with their rifles and took their screaming babies.
They knocked the cows to the ground.
I read cows at first. Before I started having these nightmares, I'd only seen scenarios like that in books and illustrations or on TV, but I also saw many things that I had never seen or heard of before.
She's really getting into it.
She is. For somebody who started talking like barely 2 words, she's like essaying right now. These aren't ordinary dreams, and I can't seem to forget about them. I remember them vividly. I'm sorry. I'm not very good at describing how I feel.
Did it all seem way too real? Cecil nods. Or Cicely. Fuck. And Keckle.
They don't seem like normal dreams. Why would I have visions of such things when I don't have that good of an imagination? I tried to write it all down. If there are realistic details that I couldn't actually know about, that would be all the proof I need.
I see. So this time you had a dream about traditional native festivals. You wrote down what they were doing in your dream, and now you're looking for information that might give you some clues. To be honest, old literature, as specific as this, is both hard to find and hard to understand, even harder without having some prior knowledge about it.
There was a group of natives dressed in rags dancing around an eight-legged fish made of straw. They spilled yellow wine on the straw heap and smeared blood on a child's lips. They were chanting a strange song that I didn't understand. I had no idea what they were singing at first, but I'm not very familiar with Cantonese dialect. But things became much clearer when I found out about the book.
Cicely concludes her train of thought with a slight sigh. Nearly all of the customers who come to Hermitage to buy books have a story. But to be honest, this situation's a little more complicated. The human brain has many different ways of painting pictures in our minds, dreaming being the most common one. However, for most dreams, there's logical explanation. Once we drift into supernatural territory, that's when people get scared, but that's not the most pressing issue right now. I can't help but look back at her. Cicely's afraid of making eye contact, but she manages to raise her head to convey how sincere she is with her eyes. She isn't being completely sincere, though. A half-truth is still a lie. I don't know if she realizes that. I'm not angry, I can't blame her. In the face of uncertainty, she doesn't know who to trust and is extremely confused. Every situation's unique, for better or worse. I've accumulated some experience dealing with strange situations like this one. Going on like this will only lead to us running in circles. I need to find the right words, something a girl in her position can relate to. Now's the time to choose. Okay. We can be straightforward, beat around the bush, bluff, or intimidate.
I guess be straightforward.
You think so? What else are you hiding? Bonk her over the head?
I think there might be something else. I guess.
Beat around the bush?
I don't know. I feel like the last two would be.
Actually, the truth
kinda-
is, lying's not a
I
good
realize-
habit, you know.
I think the last two are kind of rough for somebody like her who seems very.
I think this one's good.
intimidated to talk.
Beat around
Yeah,
the bush.
I think that one.
I think there might
that
be
one's good,
something
beat around the
else.
bush.
I deliberately avoid her eyes. Put down my pen and take a deep breath. But there's more to it than that, isn't there? The girl's eyes widen as I call her out. Looking for information because you had some strange dreams? A nice idea, but only someone who went through the trouble of making up a story would explain it like that.
But I didn't.
Humans rely on subjective motivation. If a thing is no value, no one will grant it much attention, let alone devote so much effort into studying it. I can tell you're a smart girl, but believe me, interest is a bad excuse. You can stick with that approach, but it's not going to work. I approach Cicely and look into her eyes. There's a lot of history hidden away here. Fate brought you to Hermitage. It's a special place, I hope you understand that. Cicely seems to be holding her breath. The girl holds tightly onto the book, her fingers caressing the corners. It's a sign of how many thoughts are going through her head right now. Time feels as if it's moving slower. I don't know how long we were standing there, but after a while, Cicely's eyes finally drift away from mine.
Sir, you really aren't an ordinary person.
No, I'm a fucking freak! Thanks. I won't shy away from a compliment if I get one, that's for sure. Cicely ignores my playful remark. She carefully puts the book back on the shelf, then turns to me with a serious expression on her face.
It wasn't my original plan, but sooner or later, I probably would have come in here to ask for your advice anyway. I'm sorry for causing you so much trouble. I'm really burst.
Seems like you really don't know anything. All I can do is scratch my head. Playing dumb doesn't seem to work very well. Or seem to be working very well.
I want to believe that there are still people willing to help others out there, so it's nice to see they still exist. You're an interesting person, surrounded by so much knowledge from all kinds of different sources. Most people would never believe me if I told them what I told you.
I can take a rough guess at your situation. You can tell me your story. I'd like to hear the truth. The corners of Cicely's mouth turn upwards into a slightly bitter smile.
It's a harsh truth, though. I really didn't lie. Those images are still in my head. But it's just like you said, there are other reasons why I'm paying such close attention to them.
Cicely's tone of voice changes as she looks at me, but her eyes aren't focusing on me.
I saw my best friend in my dreams. She's like a sister to me.
Ah,
She was lying on the ground, twitching. Her face is pale. Her face is pale as snow. The ground beneath her head was covered in red. Blood was still pouring out of her. I couldn't see her eyes. Her right hand was completely mutilated. She was trying to move, but there was blood, so much blood, and I.
The girl's getting more and more immersed in her vivid memories. She stares at me with blank eyes. I can see a figure reflected in her eyes, but it's not me. Cicely covers her face with one hand. She looks panicked. She uses the other hand to point at the ground, as if something were lying there.
She kept trying to lift her head, but her neck was twisted too badly. She didn't react at all. I held her hand.
Cicely enters in a kind of trance as she becomes fully immersed in the memory. Her facial expression changes to one of utmost dread, and her mouth starts moving strangely on its own. Words spill out of her mouth. She can't control it.
She's staring. The stare. The eyes.
Wait, eyes? Didn't she say she couldn't see them at first?
Blood. Her neck. Those eyes. The eyes. Eyes looking at me. They're looking at me, staring at me, looking at me, gazing at me. Those eyes.
I clap my hands loudly in front of her face.
Ah.
She sits there with her arms wrapped around herself, shaking, frightened.
What should I do?
I gently put my hand on her shoulder. Calm down, calm down. So basically, the vision made you worry about your friend's well-being. Cicely nods.
I can't bear the thought of her like that. It's so horrible. I'm really scared. The more I remember, the more I...
Cicely leans against the edge of the bookshelf, her arms around her knees. So you decided to look for information on visions and hallucinations. You're trying to gain further knowledge about them, trying to figure out how much of what you are experiencing is connected to reality. No response this time, but the answer's clear. This is starting to get troublesome.
Will you help me?
Cicely looks up, a worried expression on her face. Her eyes are slightly red and swollen from holding back her tears. She looks so troubled. I can't leave her alone with this burden. So your interest was in fact genuine.
That book, I thought maybe I...
Okay, take it easy. I won't leave you on your own. However, if you really want me to help you, I need more information, some more details to work with. Who exactly is this friend who's like a sister to you? What's your relationship with her? Can you pinpoint where and when the visions take place? More importantly, what exactly are these hallucinations? I know the situation is serious, but I still need to grasp the basic concept of it all, or I won't be able to help you.
You're... right. I'll tell you. Actually, I often get bullied at school. I don't have many friends there, and they often pick on me in groups. They all think I don't deserve to be going to the same school as them. They want to force me to leave. They don't talk to me. They steal my books or pour water in my desk drawer.
Rude.
I know. Mean girls. They always try to make me angry or trip me when I walk by. The only person who ever stood up for me and told them to stop was her. Eloise?
Eloise.
Hey! Okay, her name is Eloise. She's the president of the school's art club. Without her, I probably would have given up already.
When did you two meet?
Around the middle of September this year.
Interesting. From what you told me so far, I would have thought you'd known each other for years.
I wish that were the case, but I only transferred to Phoenix High School this semester. I had high hopes that the people there would be nicer, that there'd be a sense of community, but it's even worse than it was before.
She sighs and looks as if she's holding back a frustrated laugh. It sounds tough. Is the art club somehow related to what you've been dreaming of?
The floor in my vision is very much like the one in the club building, and Eloise often gets into arguments with others because of me.
Are there many conflicts within the art club?
The situation between her and the others is very tense, even though she's the student representative.
Don't the teachers have anything to say about all that? I mean, things like that could reflect negatively upon them too.
Truth be told, the teachers are more worried about the art competition. The preparations for that have been their full attention.
The what now?
It's an art competition called the
Yukai. You got it.
Yukai Cup. It's prestigious. It's prestigious, and the level of talent is very high. It's serious business.
I don't really know too much about those kinds of things. What can you win? Prize money?
No, nothing like that. Honestly, for me, it's not even that big of a deal, but I've only been around a few months. Many of the others multiple years. Their pride is on the line when it comes to facing off against the students from other schools.
So it's about honor.
Every February, the Yukai Cup is the only thing anybody talks about at Phoenix High School. At Phoenix High. We always score well in the competition.
Sounds very persistent if you ask me. Definitely not the
They
Yokai
were-
Cup. Yeah. It's okay. There No, the Yokai Cup has a C in it.
Yokai? Oh, are you talking about the actual, like, ghost? Yokai?
Yeah, they're not the same.
Potentially. I can't believe it. You can't believe what, Coral? They work really hard to prepare it. They work really hard to prepare it.
Oh my god.
They work so hard to prepare it, that they're all stressed out. The atmosphere becomes unbearable, and the art club turns into an emotional power keg.
So it's a regular occurrence.
Just like me, Eloise doesn't have much of a presence outside of the art club. Considering her calm personality, it's hard to imagine her taking the initiative and starting a fight with anyone else.
That makes your visions even more strange. There's no plausible explanation for them.
I would like to just write them off as simple nightmares. I really would, but I'm convinced there's more to it.
Yes, I understand that now. It really makes me wonder.
Like I said before, I see a lot of things in these dreams, although I don't think see is the right word to describe it. I can see, hear, touch everything. It's as if I don't even exist and I'm actually part of it all.
That doesn't really add up to what you said before. Could you explain it again?
How do you mean that? I'm not very good at explaining it.
Don't worry. Just tell me about how you felt when it first happened. What was the first thing that went through your mind? Cicely thinks it over and opens her mouth to say something, but then shuts it again. She stays silent for almost a whole minute.
Well, I think I was flying.
Flying! So it feels as if you're flying through the air.
No, it feels like flying, but I don't have any sense of self. I can observe everything from above. But my perspective certainly isn't from heaven. The only reason I say it that way is so I can describe it somehow. Oh. Last time I saw a famous city riverside viewing platform. A group of panicked people came running from the north, right towards the people on the viewing platform. Luckily, security guards were nearby to handle the situation and prevent a mass panic. The people were shaken up and looked like they seen a ghost. They looked really frightened. All the same, they were such a small group that they were lost in the gigantic crowd of people. Hardly anyone noticed the uproar, and on the other side of the viewing platform, everyone simply carried on as usual. It's really scary how you can feel so isolated and unsafe even when you're out in public and surrounded by so many people. Afterwards, I went to take a look at the place on my own. The surrounding streets and buildings were all familiar to me. They were just like in the dream. Even the street signs are the same.
It's hard to imagine that without having seen it for yourself.
I've seen bizarre scenarios play out in my mind before until the vision of my friend. I never thought about actively researching what I'd seen. I often lose track of time when I have those visions. I have no sense of self. No Ceci? It's just one big blur of everything.
Cicely describes the situation as if it were a good thing. I'm surprised she isn't smiling, what with how happy she sounds.
However, as soon as my focus shifts, I quickly lose that state of mind.
The same as with a real dream.
By the time I start to question whether or not I am myself, I'm already in a more conscious state, and it's only a matter of time before I return to reality.
Well, at least you return to your senses at some point. A dream that can even put that fact in question is more than bizarre.
Even if I wanted to help someone, I'd have a hard time explaining it to them. I really appreciate you taking the time to listen to me. I'm very grateful.
She bows her head and already sounds less tense. Talking is really important. I've never been very sociable, too awkward I guess, but I see where you're coming from.
Anyways, I just want to understand what I see. After all, if my friend is really in danger, I need to find a way to help her. Do you think I'm naive for wanting to find out whether my dreams are real or not?
Of course not. In fact, you being so calm right now is remarkable. Let's take a small break. You want another cup of coffee? Meep. Cicely leaves Hermitage before the sun goes down. The hand she was holding the hot coffee with was ice cold, which I find difficult to comprehend. After Cicely's departure, the bookstore falls back into its usual silence. Only the books that are askew on the shelves show any indication that something happened here. Though, to be honest, it's probably more organized than before. Still, there's a lot of work to be done. I should analyze the information I have so far. It completely depends on how much Cicely's willing to tell me. We agree to discuss it further tomorrow, but if she chooses to give up, there's nothing more I can do. Instead of worrying about that right now, I should focus my mind on the matter at hand. Stay calm and collected, and take plenty of notes. That's what experience has taught me over the years. Even strange events that cannot be explained through common sense often follow some kind of a logic. As long as there is sufficient information, I can draw conclusions. As more conclusions are drawn, an analysis of the events can be constructed. It's something I like to call the principle of reasoning.
The things I see look so real. I can nearly reach out and touch them. Normally, my imagination isn't as vivid. That's why I started memorizing the things I saw. How else would I be able to prove that they are real events?
Presumed reasoning. I write down a question. Although her idea sounds somewhat naive, there's nothing inherently wrong with it. The problem is how to prove it. Even if Cicely finds matches between the dream and reality, there's no actual solid proof. People often get a sense of déjà vu, and this experience, known as the sense of being present, has its own plausible explanation in science. In times of emotional instability, the frequency of déjà vu experiences is increased. That might not be all, and it's too simple an explanation. But when under stress, it's easy for the brain to mess up one of its delicate processes. The viewing platform Cicely mentioned is a pretty well-known sightseeing spot, so even if the architecture there gives her a sense of familiarity because of her vision, that's still no real verification. Past memories can often interfere subconsciously with the conclusion she might have seen the place somewhere before. To answer this question, I can't rely solely on Cicely's one-sided information. The assumption that she didn't have any relevant knowledge beforehand can only be confirmed by a third party. I shouldn't take notes on what else she said she saw. The ancient battlefield, gatherings at the square. These scenes are bizarre enough, and there seems to be no explanation for them. That big fire she mentioned worries me as well. Considering the difficulty of the investigation, I only have a limited number of options left. Those things happened at Phoenix High School. Riots at the Riverside viewing platform. That's all the information I can confirm so far. It's puzzling either way, but at least I can try. There are more down-to-earth approaches to understanding what's happening in this city. If possible, I want to avoid involving any innocent bystanders. When I was conducting research on folklore in the remote countryside, I heard a lot about supernatural dreams, but there's a world of difference between an innocent high school student and witches. It's obvious that Cicely has already convinced herself of an answer to all of this, but trying to actually prove it is something much more difficult altogether. The sky outside has already turned completely dark and I didn't even notice. The lighting inside Hermitage isn't optimal, but it's better than nothing. I turn off the dim lights on the ground floor, which hold more symbolic than actual value, lock the shop door, and make my way to the apartment. Okay. Let me check our case files. We have questions, but I think we're missing clues. There's no one around. I finally have some time to think. What a weird dream. She would have had no reason to lie to me if she was just borrowing a book. Normal people probably don't believe in dreaming about the past, much less that it could actually be proven. As I just explained to Cicely, it wouldn't make sense to lie like she did, so what she said has to be true. However, it's no surprise that she's worried about a dream in which her schoolmate is in trouble. The situation's pretty unclear. I should find out more about what she's heard and seen. Okay. I think we can safely finish our work for today. Yo, it's meatball time!
Totally.
The moon ball. Whoa! Hermitage's interior architecture isn't exactly convenient. To get from the storefront to the living room, you need to circle around the outside of the building and walk up the first floor. If you continue further up, you will reach the warehouse on the second floor of the house, but that doesn't concern me. My daily walks between these 2 points are strenuous. It's my substitute for daily exercise. The apartment is far from neat, but I'm not the kind of person who can live in a place where every quilt is folded into a perfect square. I took my shoes off at the entrance and let myself fall headfirst onto the comfortable, soft sofa. I've been really lazy the last couple of months, living the comfy, secluded lifestyle. Nothing's going to change if I myself don't. I really need to get back into my groove and find some form of a daily routine. Unfortunately, I don't get paid for doing overtime.
Tragic.
Yeah, we're chilling. I could start by taking notes throughout the day. Maybe it'll help me collect my thoughts and get me back on track. Every event has its own origin, cause, and effect. That terrible scene that Cicely saw is undoubtedly related to the school. I need to investigate further on this basis. This computer is quite old, so you can't do anything with it except access the internet. Some topics can start a lot of rumors and need to be watched. The TV on the second floor is an old model with a curved screen. A lot of information is hidden in the local news that most people may overlook. I can't rest now. There's no time to waste. I promised to help, so I have to take this seriously. Now let's see if there's anything new. I have to stay in this building right by the bookstore for various reasons. There are good and bad sides to it. One good thing is that I'm always surrounded by information readily accessible in the form of books. And yes, I know it's the 21st century, where you probably even have good reception on the top of Mount Everest. As I turn on the computer, the familiar yellow light of the forum's interface appears in front of me. The users here voice their opinions very openly in order to reflect their wide-ranging knowledge, or simply to have some fun. It's giving the administrator one hell of a headache, but I like to sit back and enjoy it. Having said that, the forum has its own problems. There's a maintenance every 5 minutes. The layout is a mess, and the moderators quarrel all the time. It's hard to count all the issues. Being so polarized in terms of user experience and content value is a spectacle in every sense. There's always something new and unexpected going on, and the community stays very active. Let's see what I can dig up here today. This is a forum about urban legends. The content will be updated automatically. After browsing the posts, I can return to the list of posts here. If I feel like I've gathered all the necessary information, I can close the page here. Since I'm gathering intelligence, I should read all of today's posts. Oh my god. You want to read some of these with me?
Sure, you start.
Okay.
We'll alternate.
Okay. It has really thin legs. It's so gross, with little spots all over. I often see it crawling around in the kitchen and living room. Please tell me how to exterminate this creature. It's urgent. I can't find anything about it online.
It wouldn't be there if there weren't any other insects for it to eat in your house.
Sounds like a white mustache jumping spider. It eats cockroaches. It won't bite even if you catch it.
It has creepy eyes.
It's a white mustache jumping spider, which means you probably have other spiders or insects in your house. Just let it be. It's cute.
Is it faster than a cockroach?
I haven't seen one of those spiders in the last few years, so the cockroaches at our place went on a rampage.
I think spiders are way creepier than cockroaches.
What?
Scary.
Spiders are so cute.
I wouldn't say it's the second. I would say it's the second most popular pet in China after the cat.
Oh my god.
Wait, is it? I kind of want to know
I
now.
want to reply. Fuck. Agreed.
Wait, agreed that spiders are cute, girl.
My god. We got more. Oh my god. Okay, I'll read
Holy.
this. I got it. Snoopy. Science Daily, October 16th.
No.
According to the official website of the University of California, Riverside scientists use so-called gene scissors to create Aedes aegypti mosquitoes with altered characteristics. Spiders are worse. Okay, there we go. These yellow mosquitoes have 3 eyes and malformed wings. Scientists hope that these mosquitoes, by means of gene editing tools, will help prevent and control mosquito-borne diseases. The study was published in the latest issue of findings from the National Academy of Science. Researchers say this is the first step in altering mosquito characteristics, though gene engineering and their long-term goal is to control mosquito populations and reduce the spread of disease. This approach is not only environmentally friendly, but also cost-effective. Mathematical results suggest that this technique will increase the genetic probability of the target gene by 100%.
Give me a second.
It's a big fuck no. Oh my god, I woke up to a spider to almost landing on my face while I was sleeping. Oh god.
Okay. Sorry.
You're good, you're good.
Yeah, fuck spiders. Well, I don't know what Lucas the spider is. Whatever breed of spider Lucas the spider is, I think those ones are okay. They do little dances with their hands.
Yeah, it's like a
But
jumping
I don't want to
spider.
touch it. Yeah, no, I don't want to touch it. No touch. I'll look from afar and be like, "Hey, little dude."
They're the ones with the big fucking heads.
Yeah. Like those ones I'm okay with, but I will not put it in my hand or touch it.
Yeah.
I would just be like, "Hey, little dude," inside its little case. No, would not touch.
Oh my god.
But every other spider after that is a big no.
It's true. Yeah.
Too much text. Anyone have a summary?
Why not kill the insects while you're at it?
Do you remember how the cockroach came to be?
So how exactly does this gene spread one by one?
Crippled wings are one thing, but 3 eyes? I don't think so.
Sounds really random.
3 eyes?
My god. Imagine a Resident Evil fucking mosquito.
Ew! No! Be horrible.
My god, a murder case. It has nothing to do with the current situation, but I should keep an eye on it nevertheless. According to an article, The Sun, from the 15th, 14-year-old Russian model Vlada Dzyuba died suddenly in Sindhu last month. Initially, this was thought to be due to fatigue, meningitis, or sepsis, but the autopsy report indicated that Vlada may have been poisoned during her 3-month trip to China. After her body was returned to Russia, the preliminary results show traces of mysterious biological poison in her system. Russian media quoted law enforcement sources. Vlada may have been bitten by a deadly poisonous insect. She may have eaten something, or she may have been poisoned on purpose. Last month, the Russian Investigative Committee initiated a criminal procedure in connection with her death.
It was probably a Russian hacker.
My god.
Laughs.
Who gave her a virus? Physically. My god.
What deadly insect in the south can kill with a single bite?
Is this about that good-looking girl again? Didn't they say it was meningitis last time? How did it turn into poisoning again?
Maybe weight loss or substance abuse? Maybe many supermodels die of liver and kidney failure.
A beautiful bottle was poisoned while out at the big city. That isn't too much of a surprise to me.
Could it have been a tick bite? I read somewhere else that it looks like the cause of death was organ
Oh my
failure.
god, a wood tick.
No.
A tick. Wonder if they can find out where it came from. Okay.
Murder.
Oh, this means something. This is probably what they call finding the light in the darkness. I didn't realize it before. After I arrived in the city, I found shelter at a local bookstore. The shrine's famous viewing point was breathtaking beyond belief. What was the original chime of the clock tower called? You probably all know that old building on the beach. 2 days ago, I talked to the old man who lives there. He told me when he was young, the chime of the clock tower had a different melody than it does now. Sadly, he can't remember what it was called. He's eager to find out the name of the old melody, and I thought I'd ask for your help.
I'm afraid it might prove difficult to find.
Maybe they were the same clock chimes as in Westminster Abbey. It must have been a long time ago that he heard those chimes, maybe about 50 years ago.
Wasn't it changed again in the 90s, only to be changed back to the current melody?
Answer to Supercell. They changed it in the 80s, only to change it back again afterwards.
The Queen of England visited Mato?
Mato.
Mato?
It's like
back
tomato.
Tomato.
Oh god.
Back then, so, huh.
That guy's name is Hentai J.
Oh shit, it is. So they wanted to play the Westminster's tune for her?
So why did they change it back later? I don't think the current melody is as good as that one. Okay. So we got a clue or a note from that. Talking about the clock tower. Yeah.
Yeah.
The clock tower's original melody.
Also, is that like the apples?
Yeah,
Apples
it's Safari.
browser? I was like,
Yeah,
oh,
that's one
familiar.
of those old like Macintosh PCs. Look at it. It's like fat and ugly.
It is. You're right.
It's got the big dumpy.
I also really like the in the corner the little chat icon.
My God.
The one is eating the other.
Yeah.
Biting.
What about the PS3 on the floor?
Oh shit! I didn't even notice the PC on the floor. At some point in this playthrough, he needs to play a game.
Oh my God. Yeah, we'll see. Looks like it's time for the news. After a series of boring news, I hear something interesting.
Oh?
Next up is a follow-up to the Sky Pit incident. On the 13th of March at 3 p.m., a road collapsed in downtown Mato. No one was injured. However, the road repairs are proving difficult due to the extensive damage. All the nostalgia, yeah. At present, the road section remains restricted to vehicles. All drivers, please plan your route accordingly. In addition, there are rumors that pedestrians witnessed an explosion at the scene. People are reminded to please remain calm and vigilant, and a warning has been issued to criminals not to take advantage of the situation. As of right now, evidence is still being collected and analyzed. The departments in charge hope to soon have more information for the public as to what exactly caused this collapse. It's rare for roads to collapse in big cities. I know the road section from the report is near a very popular riverside viewing platform. Roads in such a highly frequented area are usually kept in much better condition than that. In other words, even small cracks in the ground would usually be an immediate cause of concern, not to mention a big hole that leads to a collapse like that. According to the photographs and the news reports, the Sky Pit is nearly 10 meters in diameter, and the hole is unusually deep. It doesn't look like it was caused by a normal explosion. It seems to me like they're just stalling. What could have caused the destruction? Not even show up on the surveillance footage of the surrounding area. Something about this seems off. I assume it all happened so suddenly that they didn't have enough time to come up with a better cause. In other words, perhaps the problem isn't finding evidence, but the actual cause of the incident simply can't be made public.
A group of panicked people came running from the north towards the people on the viewing platform. Luckily, security guards were nearby and quickly assessed and handled the situation, preventing a mass panic. These people were all shaken up and looked like they'd seen a ghost, but they were such a small group that they were lost in the crowd. Not many people noticed the uproar, and everyone carried on as usual. Then on the other side of the viewing platform. It's really scary how you can feel so isolated and unsafe even when you're out in public surrounded by so many people.
Looks like there are some clues. Let's see. Time to call an old friend. Huh. Are you there?
Huh?
Huh, meep.
Beep.
I need to ask you a favor.
I don't have time.
Meep.
The planning department as well as the police department have been insanely hectic lately. People are busy. I don't have time to concentrate on anything else.
Never mind. If you've been to any of those places lately, you should have what I'm looking for.
Hold on. Wait a minute. Is it about the accident?
Well,
I've got a bad feeling about this. Even if you're interested in it, the things are only going to get more complicated from here on out.
how about tomorrow?
Yeah, I'll see you tomorrow morning. Anyway, if it really has something to do with you, I'll stop by sooner rather than later.
Done. All I can do now is wait. She can be trusted, but it's likely that she'll be grumpy and won't stop complaining. Alright, at least I made some progress. Time to turn off the TV. Relationship. Recently contacted persons and events are logged here. Okay. We can look at stuff and talk to people.
Hi, Eloise.
Okay. Oh, it's so slow.
What? Oh, that's not bad.
I can jolt around.
You are like so far in the corner.
Yeah. Oh. Me. Age 31. Gender male. Education master's degree. Career bookstore manager. Oh my god, sanity status 0.
Mood.
My god, the current owner of the weird old bookstore on Wukang Road. You hardly ever see him leave his apartment. He leads a casual life, resulting in the irregular opening hours of the store. 16, female, student. Sanity status unknown. A second-year student at Phoenix High School. Since newly transferring to the school, she has been having difficulties fitting in with the other students. As a member of the Elite Art Club, she has a close relationship with the club president, Eloise. Okay. So we can look back at that. We don't have anything else. We just know Eloise exists. We don't know anything about her.
That and like insert random male up there, student and teachers.
17, sanity status unknown. A third-year student at Phoenix High School. Dignified and well-mannered, she comes from a good family. As the president of the Elite Art Club, she has a close relationship with new members and transfer student, Cicely. Okay, and we have nobody. Okay. Any new thoughts? I should smoke less or give it up. I'm so unhealthy. Cicely poses a typical problem. Despite her young age, I can agree with her method of trying to prove her assumptions. The question is, where exactly am I going to find any evidence? I'm not sure if the book itself will come in handy. Dwelling on it won't change anything. Maybe I should try and gather more information. After all, it's more important to find out the source of the vision than to think about think about what's happening in it. It's true. Okay. Well, I guess we're going to sleep.
Good night.
Tuesday. Right. That's what I thought. Otherwise, you wouldn't have come back here, specifically. Please forget my earlier question. Since the greatest in the world exists in everything, being able to experience this is absolute bliss. Yesterday and today, across the land and stars, nature embraces ever more greatness. What a state of harmony and beauty. My God, it sounds very positive if you ignore this location. She can't see the other's eyes, but the shadows beneath them are deep. Oh my God. We do what we were brought up to do. And the world is foolish and cautious. She can't see the other's eyes, so she doesn't know what they're thinking. Even so, somehow she feels that there isn't much of a difference between them. My God. Please join me in reciting these words. I don't blame you for seeing red, but there's never any harm in showing respect. It's a big day and the weather is bad. Be especially respectful. Yes, be sure to do that. The girl takes a deep breath and reads the illogical syllable on her hand aloud. There are worse things to worry about than this. Okay. Meatball? Yeah, we went from egg meatball to angry meatball. How are you doing so far?
Me?
Yeah. Staying hydrated?
I'm good. Yeah, I'm good.
Okay.
In a little bit, I might go make some noodles, but I'll let you know when.
Okay. I'm gonna drown myself real quick.
No, don't do that.
Let's see. Finally. This side is done. I suddenly felt the need to clean up around here. Not because it was that messy, but because I needed something to calm my mind a little. She said she'd be here soon, but her work schedule's always pretty busy, unfortunately for me. Yeah, stay hydrated. That's for you too, you gotta hydrate.
Come on! Okay.
I'll double hydrate. Unfortunately for me, she's always in high demand.
Ooh.
Woman.
I'm still busy doing useless chores.
Oh my God, it's a woman in sunglasses.
My God.
Hydrate. Woo.
Been drinking nothing but water to help with the panic attacks. Aw, I hope you're doing alright, Cryptid. But yeah, drink water. What? Where? Speak of the devil. I hear a familiar voice from behind me and feel her placing a hand on my shoulder.
This place isn't really yours, so you don't have to be so thorough.
Unlike for some people, it isn't really my style to do things half-heartedly. I look up from the pile of books and get up from amidst a cloud of dust.
Cough. Wait. Cough. The air in this place is horrible. You know how unhealthy that is, right?
That's why it's even more important that I clean up. It's just going to get worse otherwise. I'm dooming myself by admitting this aloud. It's one of the biggest drawbacks of leading a sloppy life. The visitor just stands there silent, and she starts walking around. Meet Scarlett, chief legal consultant at Golden Maxim Law Firm. Her monthly income is higher than most people's annual salary. In private, she's a tough nut to crack. Okay. Conversation time.
Woo. Looks like nothing's really changed around here.
You're wearing sunglasses indoors, man. My God. They're piss lenses. Look at them.
Oh my God.
Scarlett takes a look around the room and seems at a loss for words. As always, she's projecting a strong, stoic aura, looking very competent and professional in her suit. At a side, it's obvious that she's still the same old Scarlett, a telltale sign being the simple fact that she hasn't taken off her sunglasses since she walked in. The bookcase in the back area on the ground floor are lit up by a table lamp, so that you can actually see your hand when you hold it out in front of your eyes. I just hope she never forgets who her old friends are. Even though you haven't dropped by in 2 months, you should see that there's no real room for any big changes. It's too packed in here.
Alright, enough of this. What can I do for you?
She moves the ashtray aside and sits down. I can feel her looking at me from behind her sunglasses. Although her whole look is somewhat intimidating, Scarlet is quite famous among the lawyers in Mato. There's a reason for that. She's well informed and well connected. Last month, a mysterious collapse occurred on one of the roads. There are rumors of a huge explosion floating around, but there's no actual evidence. Unfortunately, it seems as if the surveillance tapes were damaged. At least that's the official story. A pretty blatant lie if you ask me. They'd never admit it. But they need someone they can trust to manage and clean up the mess, away from prying eyes. In the last few years, you've been working with several administrative departments. You know your way around the industry, and have become somewhat of a household name, meaning you've got connections. I don't think it's wrong for me to assume that such a delicate matter will end up in your hands sooner or later. Scarlet blushes. She knows that I'm right. I lower my voice. So I need a first-hand information, and I can't think of anyone else except you.
You really do know me quite well.
Her voice sounds tired. I silently take the ashtray, put out my cigarette, and wait for a reply.
You're completely right. I do have the video. When we talked yesterday, I already guessed that you'd want it.
She rummages through her bag and takes out a hard drive. I reach for it, but can't get my hands on it.
Now, no need to hurry. It's not that I don't trust you. You know I do. But you're going to have to give me a good reason as to why you want it.
You know, there's a cover-up. Something they're trying to hide. I need to find out what it is. I need to find out the truth. That's all, I'm being honest with you.
So, there's trouble brewing again?
I'm like a magnet for all things strange. There's nothing I can do about that.
Jesus. It's all a little much. First, you're responsible for the fate of the world, then you suddenly disappear, outright vanish. Give it a couple more years and you'll be friends with the Loch Ness Monster, hidden away in isolation somewhere.
I decide to ignore her quirky remark for now. Anyway, that's just one thing.
You're talking about the little girl. I think the fact that she came to a bookstore instead of seeing a doctor shows that this is just a child's fantasy gone wrong. Child's fantasy gone awry.
Oh, come on. Would you really describe her condition as normal? And don't tell me that hearing about her experiences left you cold.
The way you are willing to look for evidence so stubbornly shows me that you've already chosen to believe her. Am I right?
Ever since I saw those things last year, calling myself a normal run-of-the-mill folklore researcher feels like somewhat of an understatement. There's plenty of strange things out there. It's a mysterious world we live in. I'd rather go out and make a fool of myself than ignore something and make a big mistake. Scarlet bows her head, deep in thought, unconsciously fiddling around with her collar.
Well, at first, I thought... No, it's nothing. I thought of something, but it's nothing to do with the girl.
She looks up and puts the hard drive in her bag again. What's this about? You're not just going to change your mind, are you?
Come on, who do you take me for? Let's go upstairs, though you're welcome to try and use your superpowers to see what's on this drive without a computer.
Meep.
Meep.
Scarlet takes the key out of my hand and opens the door to the second floor. The fact that she knows her way around is no surprise. After all, she is one of the people who helped me move. Though helped is a relative term in this case.
Is it just me, or does this place seem a lot emptier than the last time I was here?
Well, it's hard to explain to someone who's baffled by the notion of cleaning up. The computer doesn't have a password. Scarlet sits down at the desk and starts up the computer.
At least the software is up to date.
Meep.
Meep. So there shouldn't be any problem with the drive. What exactly do you want to take a look at?
There we go. Well, obviously, the moment before and after the collapse.
No, I meant that as in where. There's more than one camera.
What? I raise my eyebrows. Oh, and I guess the people working the surveillance equipment all took a break at the same time when it happened. Start where the two northern roads intersect, along the Riverside Highway to the south, all the way to the monitoring points on the edge of the viewing platform. More than a dozen surveillance camera feeds pop up on the screen one by one. Okay, now just help me align the videos in real time, leading up to the moment of the collapse.
Easier said than done. You think it's all just one simple click, like in the movies.
Scarlet grumpily sits in front of the keyboard and drags the videos into the correct order one by one, all sorted by timecode. The old computer, which could easily be considered a relic by now, is starting to run really hot, with the fans working in overdrive. So judging from this, the rumors about it having been an explosion are true.
You'll find out soon enough.
Scarlet presses play, and a part of the screen suddenly turns white. Turns out things aren't quite so simple and can't be explained by the rumors floating around. What appears on the screen looks more like a lightning bolt crashing down than a fireball. That! I start looking for additional information in the other videos. The people look so scared. Even if you're the most courageous person on Earth, it's normal to make a run for it in a situation like that. Nobody even thinks about turning back to look for the others. They're frantically running around like a bunch of panicked rabbits. Now, pay attention to those people there. They're heading south towards the big crowd. I can see several shadows almost being swallowed up by the debris. Two people trip and fall while running away, but the others make it. In the final surveillance scene, several men in police uniforms can be seen keeping the people away from the crowd. They're carrying something in their mouths. It looks like a whistles. Stop! This is it! The time code comes to a standstill at last. 1458-18. Yeah, this has got to be it. I turn off the computer to stop the annoying noise of the fan.
Nice to hear you found something. Mind sharing it with the class?
It's just a guess, a suspicion. Let me get your thoughts on it. Scarlet nods eagerly and without hesitation. Even though we've been separated for a long time, we still have a tacit understanding. Even during the most difficult times, our approach has always been the same, and it always works. I take out my notebook to check the information I've gathered so far. Okay. Cicely wanted to make sure she wasn't seeing any real events in her dreams. However, she would never be able to find concrete evidence on her own. Nevertheless, there was a certain detail in the dream Cicely described to me that she couldn't have known in advance. I'm sure of that. The information Scarlet gave to me confirmed that it happened in reality. By following this logic, it isn't difficult to draw some conclusions about the illusion. Okay. The right information can solve the problem. Let's give it a try. Yep, this is it. My god. Do we just do everything?
Probably.
Might
Only
as
3 of
well.
them.
Yep, we're good.
Hey.
Realistic dreams.
Listening.
Yep. Or
The
visions.
vision reflects the past. So then what I thought she did have a vision of, she did have a vision of. Interesting.
Cicely had a very similar vision. The panicked people running, the viewing platform, the whistles. She said Sunrise was playing somewhere. That's an opportunity to verify the truth. Scarlet has given the situation some thought as well.
The nearby clock tower should be right on time to play Sunrise.
Even if she found out about that some other way, the commotion was officially due to common road damage. That's the statement given by the authorities. A student walking around downtown on a Thursday afternoon. If she was there when it happened, her absence from school would have been noted down somewhere in the school's records.
You won't seriously make me get the class attendance records, will you?
Oh, will I? But seriously, even if she was lying, I don't think anyone would ever go to such lengths. The road damage was reported, the panicked crowd wasn't. Those are two separate incidents. The latter was not reported anywhere, yet she still connected the two and knew the details because of her dream.
There are only 2 possibilities on why Cecily
Cicely.
made that connection.
We can say Cecil if that's easier.
Cicely's fine.
Okay. She's aware of the 2 events, somehow even the unreported one, and is actively concocting a dream that is realistic. Or she really just happened to know exactly what was going on because of the dream. And even if gossip is being spread about the accident, there's always some time after it happens before it ends up on the news. The Cthulhu symbol, yeah. It took the people who ran away about 2 minutes to get to the viewing platform, and they were quickly stopped by the security guards. It's not a busy street, there's not a lot of commuting going on there during that window of time, so it didn't even attract that much attention.
Nobody's really talking about it, even the few people that were there. It's hard to find any more than small snippets of what happened there. Cecily couldn't have known about it from any other news channels. Only someone who was present could make up such a lie. And there's no way for her to have been there. Process of elimination.
Now you know what I mean. Meep. We could both use some fresh air. I step outside to have a break.
You can smoke inside, but as you know, it is unhealthy.
You quit smoking half a year ago. I'm just trying to be a gentleman here. Scarlet chuckles and sits there with a smirk on her face.
I can't even imagine how Dan and Neko would have reacted if they heard you say that.
Just trying to show that I'm a multifaceted man. I scratch my head. Scarlet seems uncomfortable on the sofa. She walks towards the window. Towards the window, stretches a bit, and slowly makes her way towards the door.
Actually,
Yeah. By the way, Scarlet, your help means a lot to me. I wish I could repay you somehow.
good God, you really are hell-bent on this, aren't you?
She lets out a defeated sigh.
This road that collapsed, or rather, exploded. There are many people on the investigation team. I'm not in charge of it. But I always had a feeling that something was off. I don't know why.
I see what she means. The evidence on the surveillance material basically breaks the laws of physics. The only thing left was a deep hole. It makes no sense. No victims, no rubble, no burned debris. Seeing all these people running makes it easy to assume there'd be solid evidence, but there's no proof that anything happened. Scarlet could easily pretend not to have noticed anything and keep looking the other way, continuing to collect money from several government agencies, intent on keeping a lid on this thing. But I know her too well. Turning a blind eye isn't her style. That's why she's my friend. When it comes to attracting trouble, we're probably even on the scale.
I'm like you in that regard. I'd rather do anything I can to uncover the truth than look away. That'd be a mistake, and I'd regret it for the rest of my life.
Scarlet stares at me with a serious look on her face. There's no doubt in her eyes. Okay, so what do you want me to do?
Intelligence analyst isn't my strong suit, so if there's any new clues later, you'll have to piece them together.
No problem. That was my plan anyway. Alright then. We'll have to sort through this whole mess somehow. There's no way we can just drop this now. Cicely deserves an answer.
Be patient like Buddha is something I was often told. Not exactly me, is it?
Well, we just have to wait for my face to become a little chubbier, and I'll take on the role of Buddha then. Deal? She smiles, but it's a bitter smile. She knows how much is at stake here.
I know, you're just trying to calm the atmosphere. I'm sorry. I just don't know how to respond to this right now. It's all a bit much to take in.
Meep. You're right. I'll make sure Cicely explains everything in more detail soon. She probably left some things out for fear of not being taken seriously. Now she doesn't have to worry about that anymore. Cicely didn't go into much detail about the origin of the dream. We don't have time to keep things hidden any longer. Lies can be made up out of thin air, but this is connected to something real, something tangible, even if it really was just a regular accident. I need to know. I need clarity.
So, Phoenix High School is the name of the place, right?
There are rumors floating around about some really bad things going on among the students. A really twisted sense of community. I'd like to get to the bottom of it.
That little girl's name is Cecil. Is being bullied?
Yeah, the others in our art club are completely out of line. So far it seems as if it's only bad words and some malicious pranks. But that's already bad enough. Who knows with these kids? Scarlet frowns. My words must have caused her concern.
That's terrible. Are all kids these days so cruel?
Bad behavior can have a number of reasons. Some of those kids probably just can't help it. I bet some of them just do it to fit in with the group because they're afraid of becoming targets themselves.
I understand that, so let's do some digging, shall we?
If possible, I'd really appreciate it if you didn't get us into any legal trouble.
Oh, come on. I'm a professional and you know it.
Scarlet picks up her leather bag and steps out of the door. The sun shines down on her and she carefully readjusts her sunglasses like a model looking for the perfect shot.
I guess nothing's really changed.
I'm glad you're helping me with this. It feels good, like a reunion of sorts.
Take care of yourself.
You too. Think about yourself every once in a while. Don't let the hard work get to you. Scarlet waves her hand as she walks away, not even turning her head. With Scarlet's help on the case, we should have new results soon. I get a little bit of fresh air, then head back into the store.
Drown in dust.
My god. Guess I should smoke less. It's so unhealthy. Is it possible to retrace visions of the past? I wouldn't even believe in myself if Scarlet hadn't provided this excellent information. This definitely isn't an everyday situation that an average high school student would find themselves in. Something unusual must have happened to her recently. After all, it's strange to think that Cicely just happened to witness an accident that Scarlet happens to be investigating. Is it really just a coincidence that the two of them met? Probably not.
No, probably
Meatballs!
not. She's a ghost.
Oh my god.
Imagine.
Cecily's dead! My god. In the past, I've often asked myself if the concept of time is just some man-made cognitive illusion, a fantasy. Something you can just free yourself of and your problems will take care of themselves. My book search didn't go well. I've had enough time to rummage through the many collections because Hermitage was so empty. The ground floor had a large collection of medical and pharmaceutical classics, as well as more obscure works, but I couldn't find anything. This whole concept of a vision or a dream coming true is both too special and too vague at the same time. There are many records depicting strange experiences, but most of them are labeled as hallucinations. It's also very hard to verify their authenticity, seeing as they're often just claims without any solid evidence to back them up. There's not much I can do, I'm afraid.
Jesus.
She just fucking breaks in the door.
That's a door sound.
Great.
It's noon already. Now that I know more about her situation, I might be able to understand and be of more help this time around. Cicely greets me by bowing her head. Her face still looks pale, but it's a little more flushed than last time. She must feel very relieved to have found someone she can share her troubles with. Today is clearly not the right time to sell books. Okay. Hello.
What books? Hi.
The fucking balloon boy. Hi. I was starting to...
No, did I sound like him?
If you had reverb, yeah.
Oh, no.
I was starting to worry that you wouldn't come by today.
I'm sorry. The teacher wanted to talk to me about something.
Oh?
Nothing important, really.
Cicely moves closer to the corner of the room, making herself smaller. She seems really quiet and somewhat uncomfortable. Did you find any clues in the book I gave you? Cicely shakes her head and turns towards me.
The text is very hard to understand. It's ancient. Looks like my language classes didn't pay off.
Cicely's tone sounds self-critical. Well, I'm sure the author didn't write it thinking that one day a high school student would read it. Personally, I wonder if he ever intended for this book to be read.
The writing style is all over the place and very hard to grasp. It's hard to make out specific details. You know a lot more about these things than me. Is it just how old texts were written?
I can only shake my head. The way it is written lacks composure and often drifts into incoherent ramblings. It's definitely not how you document professional research. Let's talk about the book later. I want to talk about some other issues today.
Is that why you called me? Because you found something?
I'm amazed what she would start talking about. No, I'm amazed that she would start talking about this topic on her own. I deliberately take a deep breath and lean forward a little. Yes, I found out quite a bit, and it's scary. This thing is big. There's some things we need to talk about. Well, a lot of things, actually.
Meep.
I got lucky. Finding out more wasn't much trouble. As you probably expected, these dreams are definitely out of the ordinary. I have so much evidence now that even if you somehow forgot about them, I'd be able to convince you of their authenticity.
How did you...
The things you see are actual events from the past. I'm sure of that now, maybe even more sure than you at this point. The big question is, why do you see them?
Meep.
I can understand that it's a lot easier to lie a little here and there. I can imagine how you must feel. I never blame you for it. However, you need to be careful. There might be people with ulterior motives out there. People who don't care about your well-being. Cicely's face suddenly carries a more serious expression, but there's no sign of confusion in her eyes. She clearly understands what I mean. For me, the answer to this whole thing is still shrouded in mystery, but to her it seems a lot clearer. All the more reason to be completely honest with her. As you know, we are creatures of habit, driven by instinct. You worrying about your friend's safety was enough to make you come to me and ask for my help, but it didn't really make you understand the situation any better. Something about your reaction to those dreams made me wonder from the very beginning. You asked me to find out more about what's going on in them, but you seem to take them for granted, as if they're something that you just regularly experience, something expected. You don't seem to question why you have them. People usually don't have any expectations when it comes to their dreams. They're just something that happens, whereas you jump straight into the process of analyzing them and researching their contents. Where there's smoke, there's fire. There's always a backstory, always an explanation. You seem to concentrate on the flame and take it for granted. But how was it lit? The young girl is completely silent. My argument might not be the best, but this is simply about convincing her and appealing to her conscience. I just need to make clear to her that I know what's really going on. That'll get her to talk, eventually. If I'm not mistaken, these dreams appear fairly regularly. You know when they're going to happen. You can somehow even manipulate whether they're going to happen at all. I put further pressure on Cicely. What do they actually appear? What causes them? I need to know that. And I know you're going to live up to my expectations of you and be honest. She knows more than she lets on. The fact that she's only interested in the meaning of her dreams, and that she's not all concerned about the fact that she has these dreams in the first place, makes it obvious that she's hiding something. I'm a little disappointed in her, to be honest. Cicely's trying to avoid eye contact. Her inner struggle takes her so long that I could finish reading a whole history encyclopedia in that time. But in the end, she comes to her senses just as I expected.
How should I put this? These streams are connected with something called the lilac grass.
She glances towards the door as if to make sure that nobody's listening in or watching. And she pulls out a small blue bag. I've seen bags with this shape on the streets of Bangkok before. You ignite the tip, and it slowly burns down to the bottom. However, this one is less compact. It looks as if it was made by hand. It's also quite large, close to the size of an index finger. What's this? Some kind of incense?
Yes.
I take the incense bag and carefully sniff the bottom. It smells sweet and woody. You okay?
Yeah.
Oh my god, you're choking on it. But I don't notice a change in my consciousness. Yo, it's weed! What do you call it? Lilac grass?
That's what Eloise told me it was called. I don't know if there's another name for it.
Incense and hallucinations. It's a combination that brings quite a few bad stories to mind.
I realize that now too, but I didn't think it was a big deal, you know? Plenty of kids carry these bags around and use them. I never gave it much thought because it was so widespread. Lilac grass sounds like some sort of incense adult would use for essential oil massages. My friend said that when the mind is on edge, this can be very effective. We get along really well, so we often work together or hang out after school.
And Eloise never mentioned anything about these dreams?
She only said that the incense had a calming effect and that it's used to help with stress.
Cicely shakes her head and takes the bag from my hands.
We close the classroom window and then light up the incense. It burns for about 10 minutes. It smells very sweet, like a variety of flowers mixed with juice and water, all blended together. The first few times it only gave me peace. The first few times it only gave me peace of mind. Sounds around me were still clear and my vision wasn't altered or anything. It just washed out my troubles away. It made me feel at ease.
So this calming effect was the only thing at first, meaning the dreams only started happening after prolonged use. Cicely nods.
I also asked Eloise, but she never had a similar dream experience with the incense. Maybe everybody responds to it differently, right? I told myself it was nothing to be concerned about. After all, even if they were some horrifying images, they went away as soon as the incense burned up. Just like waking up from a real dream, you know? It's simply over.
I put out my cigarette, since smoking seems increasingly harmful right now. So, the incense is the cause of these mysterious dreams. Well, it certainly makes things more strange, but at least now there's a concept that we can grasp.
Sorry, I was just worried. I didn't want to get caught and be considered some kind of druggie.
In the end, this is no different from drug use. You should be smart enough to know that. Trust me, I'm really not the kind to preach. But you really should be aware that these things can have all kinds of consequences. My god, have a good night, Kiro.
Night-night, girl!
Yeah,
Get
go-
some good sleep, dude.
No, bonk your head as hard as you can against your headboard. Or your wall.
Oh my God. No! Don't do that!
Make sure
Get
you
good sleep, though,
hydrate.
dude.
Yeah, hydrate before bed.
That too.
The fact that the things you see are real and have actually happened is what worries me the most. It's not just a fantasy or your brain chemistry playing tricks on you. This is something much more dangerous. Cicely lowers her head. I assume that I got my point across. There's no need to make this even more embarrassing for her, so I decide to move on. It would be irresponsible to stop investigating this now that we know it's not just fantasy. And you've got your own personal reasons to get to the bottom of this too. Will do, hell yeah.
My own reasons.
Cicely's face is overcome with a sudden flash of sadness, but she quickly regains her focus.
If all those events were real, then I can't just ignore certain dreams.
That's right. Like, well, what happened to your friend Eloise?
Meep.
I need more information, if you want to get to the bottom of this. Not just about your classmate Eloise, your club, your school, and this lilac grass. I need to know more.
Of course. If only for her sake.
Meep. It's okay, cheer up. There's still a few questions I want to ask you. What do we ask?
I mean, it seems like we're gonna have to ask all of them.
The incense. Although there's no tangible evidence, I think it's safe to assume your dreams are directly related to the use of this incense. So I'd like to know more about this lilac grass. When were you first exposed to it? When did you first enter this dream state? Just give me all the details from around that time. Anything that happened before, during, and after. Anything could be a useful clue. Cicely lowers her head and starts pondering, trying to remember something.
Sometime around the middle of September, I think. At the time, Eloise was getting into a lot of fights and arguments with others to defend me. I felt so bad seeing her like that, and I blamed myself. I was in a very dark place. Eloise approached me one day and told me not to worry so much. That's when she gave me one of those bags.
So that's when you started using it.
Well, maybe once or twice a week. Although our club is always open. Thursdays afternoons is a fixed recreational time for everyone.
That already seems quite excessive.
Also, I don't know if I should say this, but nobody really talks about it. But the weekly use of the incense was Eloise's idea. She suggested it to the students. She's a fucking drug lord?
My god. My god. She's Bobby Briggs. No, I'm just kidding.
Maybe. Just prettier. She said using it regularly would, over a period of 2 months, would increase everyone's mood and mental performance.
My god. Eloise is just Laura Palmer. I see. Does she know where the incense comes from?
I've asked her that before too, but she only said that her uncle, an expert on Chinese medicine, knows a lot about these things. She said making the incense is a real hassle. The wood has to be soaked in herbal water and is then cooked several times before being grounded into powder. But the herbs have strange names, so I can't remember any of them.
Cicely looks frustrated. Don't blame yourself. Let's just look ahead. So you said the first hallucination occurred after a prolonged period of use.
Just over half a month, to be exact.
Early October then. But that's a national holiday.
Our school doesn't really give us time off on holidays.
She has to smile a little. Not having holidays doesn't seem that bad in comparison to everything else going on right now. Okay. Can you tell me about your club? According to what you said yesterday, the situation at the art club is pretty much a powdered keg waiting to blow.
That sounds a little... well, it's somewhat true. It's tougher than most people would assume. Although the teacher doesn't get involved too much, he sets strict requirements. The students don't complain about that, though they're used to it.
You think the others might have it out for you because they don't think you're up to par?
I think that could be one of the reasons, yes. They've been giving me strange looks since the very beginning. Eloise helped me practice. I think if it wasn't for her, both the students and the teachers would be meaner towards me.
Sounds tough.
I used to feel pretty confident in my abilities, but now I compare myself to others a lot and often doubt my skills.
Being an artist is a profession after all, sad as it is. You have to gain recognition in these circles first. You're just not quite there yet, and it has nothing to do with whether you're good or not. Come to think of it, the greatest irony is the fact that there are standards for art in the first place. Am I getting off topic?
You don't have to be nice. There's a huge skill gap, and that's obvious. I'm far more inexperienced than others.
And you think they're going to use that against you and force you out of the club?
That's what it seems like to me. But things have calmed down a lot ever since Eloise butted heads with them and defended me.
She really seems to go out of her way to help you.
She really does. I just wish I was more courageous.
Cicely looks sad. Regret and self-blame accompany her words.
All I did was freeze. She stood up for me, a transfer student, and argued with everyone else. I was speechless. I didn't know how to react, and in the end, I just silently left the classroom. I was afraid that I'd make things worse by saying something wrong.
So their attention was on her, and she shouldered the blame.
She told me not to think about it too much, but it still made me feel bad and selfish.
What should I say? If you just go along with it, maybe the conflict will resolve itself. I have no basis for saying that, but your choices aren't all bad either.
You know, even if I know that deep down, I still can't accept it. For a moment, I saw my friend's eyes go sad.
It must be hard for her too.
People don't act as reckless towards me as they did before. I'm not saying they like me, but they don't go out of their way to bully me as much anymore.
I don't know if something is right or wrong. Maybe this isn't the best moment to think about that. I know it's not easy, but I'd like to talk about Eloise again. About what happened to her in your dream. Cicely's expression turns to stone. I know it's not easy to talk about it, and very personal, if you don't want to.
No, it's okay.
Her answer is a mere whisper. Her eyes still reveal some uneasiness and fear, but she seems more composed than she was yesterday.
I'm ready.
How are you doing, CGN? Kicking back, relaxing.
Habok.
Habok. Underscore, how's it going? Underscore. Cicely takes a deep breath, mustering up as much courage as possible. It seems as if she's been mentally preparing for today. So, can you describe the environment around you again? Yesterday, you didn't really give the clearest description. It was, chaotic, to say the least. Cicely lets out a bitter laugh.
One thing was totally clear, and that was Eloise lying on the ground. It might be because of my own fear, but the surrounding environment was just a big blur. Oh. It was a quartz floor. I couldn't see much. I could see much of that. Our building has the same style floor on the tiles in the hallways and stairwells. Our art tools were scattered everywhere, strewn about on the ground, but it was hard to make out details.
So it was indoors.
I couldn't see anything familiar. I couldn't see any familiar chairs or desks, and the classroom floor was different.
You said there was a lot of blood around her head. Were there any other signs of injury beside that?
There was some slight bruising on her arm. I couldn't see it very clearly, but her hair covered up a lot. One more thing. Her clothes were practically messy. Particularly messy. Something that wouldn't just happen from falling to the ground.
It was horrible. The wound is arguably the most direct clue we have. Even without any... Oh! Jump scare. Book. Even without any expertise, the average person could deduct a lot from that through common sense. And I can ask from some friends who are experts on this matter for help. But overall, Cicely's description is way too vague to find out exactly what happened. There's something else. You said you were able to make out a painting. Can you describe it?
I can't recall many details, but the painting's paper was thin and torn open. I've seen that painting around before. Even though I can't remember what was on it, the impression was still imprinted in my mind.
Maybe you could look for it. It might offer up some clues.
I've tried to, but, well, that's all we have so far.
Okay. Yesterday, you said Eloise frequently gets into arguments and doesn't get along that well with others. I'm a little curious if that's the case. How did she end up with her position? Sounds like there's been a lot of trouble lately, right?
I'm not really sure, but once I overheard two teachers talking.
Oh?
This year's change of representatives was unusual, but the school had to do it, or else it would have had severe consequences.
Sounds like there's a lot going on behind the scenes.
I don't know the teachers that well, so I couldn't just ask them about what exactly happened.
A new representative. A big change like that is bound to leave some traces. Is her suddenly having such an important position the reason others have a problem with Eloise?
I don't really think that's the real reason. Usually, even if someone they don't like ends up in a representative position, the students aren't really bothered about it. And although it's a nice title, there's a limit to what representatives can actually do. They basically help the teachers send and receive things, and sometimes they attend school meetings to represent the student body. They don't do much else.
I see. So it's really just a fancy title after all.
A few students seem to care and deliberately keep their distance. Usually, they're the ones who take the lead in picking on classmates. There's a lot of representation or resentment towards them.
Do they have their eye on you too?
Not right now. I've been avoiding the seniors.
Cicely's expression relaxes a little, and she shows the hint of a smile. Seems like you want things to stay how they are.
If she always has my back, will they start to focus on her? I don't want that to happen. She's done more than enough for me already.
You could ask your teachers.
That would only make things worse.
Her expression becomes more gloomy.
That day, I stood outside the classroom and heard them arguing about something with Eloise. I heard them say that if she overstepped her boundaries, they wouldn't give any credit to the art club in the next semester's competition.
So like a strike then.
I understand that it's impossible for her to ignore a threat to such an important event.
So it's a balancing act between the two sides for her.
I'm sure it's really getting to her. It's clear that there are some problems going on in the background.
Cicely begins to mumble. She's obviously sad and doesn't want to get into this topic any further.
Mumble, mumble.
Time passes by way too quickly. We made some progress, but nothing groundbreaking. The hallucinations made their first appearance after she started using incense. There's an obvious connection there. I highly doubt that it could be mere coincidence. Other factors, as of yet unknown, might be involved, but the causal link between the two is clear. The origin of this incense called lilac grass is unknown, but Cicely explained how to use it. We have no way of finding out how this trend started. Students at the age are easily manipulated and eager to try new things. It's possible that someone spiked the incense and mixed something else into it. No one would notice until it was too late. In recent years, the abuse of LSD has become increasingly popular among the underage population. If lilac grass has begun to spread among the students, I would have more access to information, but it would also mean that the situation is getting worse. This could just be one example of something much bigger going on. Then there's the matter of Cicely seeing Eloise in her dream. If these dreams are rooted in reality, there might be more to Eloise than she lets on. She is, after all, the person supplying Cicely with the incense. Sooner or later, Cicely will have to confront her and ask her about its origins if she wants to find out more details. It's a very serious thing for a student to be physically injured at school. Such events are far more likely to leave a mark than anything else. I feel sorry for Cicely, but we should probably take a break. That seems to be all for today. I put away my pen and accompany Cicely to the door. Cicely looks quite exhausted. She bows politely. By the way, it would be better if you didn't use lilac grass anymore. You don't know exactly where it comes from, so you shouldn't take it lightly.
Well, if Eloise asks, I'll make up some excuse.
I know you care about her a lot, but be aware of the fact that she's hiding something. I'll get in touch with you as soon as I find out more. It's up to you to decide whether or not you approach her. I think that's enough for now. We've talked quite a bit.
I'm sorry for taking so much of your time. Goodbye.
Phew. My initial questions have been answered, but many more have come up, and the whole dynamic of this case is changing. No one's to blame. Small progress is better than no progress. But if this is the place, or the pace at which we'll continue moving forward. Anyway, I should share what I've found out with Scarlet. I decide to ignore my growling, empty stomach and go back inside to continue working.
We don't have a name.
I'm chilling.
Well, I know that, but our guy doesn't have a name. He's just store manager.
It's store manager. Yeah, obviously. We can't access the bookshelf yet.
Tragic.
Yep. Okay, this is new. Oh my god.
We have a few new ones.
It's true. We have 2 new ones.
Ooh.
I must confront those thoughts. Gotta confront those motherfucking thoughts. There's nobody here. Time to collect my thoughts. I've never come across this so-called lilac grass, but many hallucinogenic plants have been used throughout history, and the search for illusions never went out of fashion. The question is where this lilac grass comes from. As long as I don't know that, there's no way of me knowing the extent of its effects. Considering that Cicely should be more concerned about what she's seen. Hermitage does have a lot of medical books in its collection, so maybe it's time to start looking for them.
Is Hermitage the name of the bookstore?
It's the name of the bookstore.
Okay. I'm also kind of slightly wondering if Scarlet knows about lilac grass.
Oh my god, lilac grass comes from Scarlet. It
sounds like a drug.
Oh my god.
It just sounds like a drug, and she works in law enforcement, so I wouldn't doubt that she would know something about it.
That's a hydrate.
Yeah.
Thanks for the hydrate, Omi.
Ew.
My god. She produces it out of her body. It comes out of her pores. Nighttime.
Oh, are we gonna have a hasten casing all of it?
Nighttime.
Looks like it's going to start raining any moment now. How about some more appropriate weather for once? It's closing time and I fumble for the key to the front door on the ground floor and slip it into my pocket. An hour and a half of talking, 4 cups of coffee, the perfect recipe for an overactive bladder. Bathroom. It would have been impossible to fit a bathroom anywhere on the ground floor, and at times like this, just a few flights of stairs can seem especially long. What the hell is wrong with today's youth? No one would accuse anyone for bad behavior alone. But an unprovoked attack demonstrates the injustice in the world, plain and simple. Cicely doesn't seem to be from a rich family. How is it even possible for her to go to Phoenix High? Time to head out. I wash my hands and go back downstairs. Meep. Meep. I got it. Meep. So many meeps. I don't think I'm seeing clearly. I might as well go back and rinse out my eyes.
Good evening, sir. Are you all right?
I would be if you hadn't shown up. I answer loudly from outside the door.
I'm sorry. I've picked a bad time to visit since you're off work. May I come in? It's really inconvenient to talk like this.
Meep. The visitor's trench coat and hat are drenched. He seems unperturbed, casually covering a briefcase he is holding in his left hand. He is the same build as me, with an inconspicuous face. Judging by his complexion, he is most likely from Europe, but he doesn't have any prominent features.
Its composure's meticulous, straight and expressionless, so it is impossible to know what is going on in his head. I'm afraid that's not a good thing.
He's
he's,
sus.
yeah, he's just chilling here now.
He's just here.
I'm relieved to see you're still here. Seeing as you're here now, I can't go, so what's up? I wanted to confirm that you're well. I also have a few books that I would like you to sell on my behalf. What? I didn't expect you of all people to want me to sell your books one day. What with your current status? I think you will be well suited for this assignment. It just makes sense. The statement is so on point that I can't even find an excuse to deny it. To be honest, I don't even remember where I first met this strange guy, but I knew he would come by mostly to make sure that I was still staying at the bookstore. After all, this unfriendly person in front of me is the one who offered me a place to hide after that incident. The visitor opens his briefcase methodically, removing book after book from it and placing them on the work desk. They look like old volumes, most of which have been repackaged with plastic covers. The mountain of books doesn't seem like it could have fitted into that slim leather briefcase. I think we should talk about your definition of a few books. You're trustworthy, and I know you don't want any trouble. You can turn your attention back to other matters after you've sold the books. The profit margin you take from the sale is up to you. You're not selling books, you're giving them away, friend. I pick up one of them and flip through the pages at random. Can writing a paper really be considered a product? I've always been skeptical of that. Knowledge can never be measured in money, and if a book is purchased for knowledge, then I value destiny more than a price tag. I didn't peg you for a romantic. I'll go ahead and agree to this, but I won't take anything that's too dangerous. It wouldn't sell anyway. I knew you wouldn't refuse. You couldn't know that for sure. These books come in all sorts of categories, and I give up my perusal of the books to study the catalog. Modern poetry collections, newspaper clippings, current political commentary, investigation reports, field notes, yearbooks. Honestly, you're leaving me 2 copies of The Story Club here. I think some of these books are still, huh? What is it? It's nothing. These aren't bad. I'll keep them for you. This might work. I close the book in my hand and try to control my facial expression. That's good. Now that you've taken these off my hands, I shall take my leave. He picks up his briefcase and turns sharply to face the door. You're leaving already? Don't you want to wait out the rain? The delivery man ignores my advice. Now that the purpose of my visit has been served, there's no need for me to take up any more of your time. I'll be in touch again when the time is right. Good luck to you. He lifts his hat in farewell, then disappears outside the store. Meep. A cold sweat breaks out on my skin and my clothes are sticking to my back. I quietly move towards the door and check the surroundings. I don't know if it's just my imagination, but there seems to be a tall girl on the other side of the street. She's facing this way, holding up a cell phone for a photo. Meep. After she notices me looking, she quickly puts away the phone and makes her way to the subway station nearby. Probably just someone who is interested in architecture. After all, the building looks like a piece of cake with the top cut off, which is a relatively rare shape for a house. I can't worry too much about this right now. I make my way back inside and approach the old bookcases. The former owner of Hermitage made good use of the valuable space, managing to stuff 3 sets of bookshelves inside. The shelves are categorized by somewhat self-conscious names such as ES, Itch, and Uber Itch. They're huge and filled to the brim, limiting the line of sight. The air is damp and warm. Because the rooms are quite small, customers can pick up a book anywhere on the ground floor and allow themselves to drown in its pages while enjoying a quiet and private reading experience. Being entranced by what you're reading can definitely screw with your perception of time. Sitting there watching rays of light shimmering through the window, occasionally broken up by the silhouette of a customer walking by, light and darkness interrupted at an irregular interval, while time slips away without anyone even noticing. What a great feeling. But today there's no time to relax and enjoy the moment. That guy, he knows something, that's for sure. No matter how much I think about it, I can't remember ever telling him about the whole situation with Cicely. There's some strange and familiar books among the ones he delivered. No one could guess what exactly they're about just by checking the title. Hermitage has always been a relatively safe place, hidden away from prying eyes. Being able to hide someone in such a big city says a lot about the man's capabilities. He must know a lot of things. He helps me, but I've had my suspicions since the very beginning. He has his own agenda, no doubt about that. It's a classic case of too good to be true. There must be some reason as to why he decided to help me. Anyway, if I don't want any trouble, I should check out the books. I approach a bookshelf and place the newly arrived books in the most inconspicuous spot in a corner. Things are slowly starting to get back to normal. I should have a look at the first book he gave me. My god, we got the bookshelf! This is the store's most interesting section. I put the most important books in this bookcase. Seems to me that the new books are perfect for this section. Okay. We have books to read. Oh my god!
Oh yeah.
Codex Seraphim, a local print of the Codex Seraphim. The author's unknown. Oh, I guess we're reading that. A local print of the Codex Seraphim. The author is unknown. An encyclopedia with pictures and text. It hasn't been translated. The book contains a large number of explanatory images, but the language is composed of unknown characters that vaguely resemble English and are unreadable. The only thing written in actual English is the title. One page is folded, as if to draw attention to it. It shows two people in bed whose bodies are overlapping and bizarrely morphing into a crocodile. Someone used a pencil to add a footnote. Eli, Lima, Sabachthani. Nice.
Totally not cryptic.
My god, Chronicles of the Crane Temple. An old, thread-bound book. The author claims to be a Taoist. The paper is very old and the edges of the text are blurry, most likely because it was written by hand. The book is divided into two parts. The first part is about the rise and upkeeping of an old Taoist concept called Crane View. A detailed description with historical examples is given. The second part is written in the form of an autobiography. A fanged demon called the Scaled Great One, with horrifyingly sharp claws, is mentioned. Later on, the author succumbs to the madness surrounding him. The last half of the second part is chaotic and confusing, lacking any sort of coherence and logic. A lot of numbers are jumbled into the text. The last sentence that makes any sense is, "The skies as well as the earth are dark and treacherous, an ancient mystery we mustn't look at. The Scaled Great One looks right back at us." What follows is a chaotic sequence of numbers 15541312. Okay, sweet.
Nice.
My god. You want to read the history of cannibalism?
Oh.
Okay, you get this one.
A hardcover written by Hong
Sui-han.
Sui-han. Judging from the obvious craftsmanship demonstrated in the making of this book, it's definitely rare and wasn't printed in a factory. It's a compilation of old historic folklore tales. The book records a large number of instances of cannibalism from ancient times up until modern Republic of China. Most of it's based on hearsay, with very little actual evidence provided by the author. The book specifically mentions that there were more than a dozen cannibal villages along the southern coast, but they were either disbanded or its inhabitants were killed in shipwrecks.
Wow.
Fun.
My God. Here, you grab this one too.
A paperback rebound in a white cover featuring only the title of the book. There's a little bit of dirt on some of the pages, but there are no signs of wear and tear. It's apparently it's apparent that the original owner meticulously maintained the book and kept it in great condition. Judging by the way of writing, it's safe to assume that this book was written during the time of the Republic of China. The book contains a large number of strange
Medicinal.
medicinal.
You got it.
That's such a weird word.
Yeah.
Strange medicinal recipes that are supposed to make flesh from bone and raise the dead. The ancient text further describes the application of Chinese recipes, while foreign recipes were reinterpreted by the author in broken English. In a chapter called The Spirit Fragmentation, the author mentions a recipe for a powder derived from a formula discovered by the famous Taoist Laozi?
Lazy boy.
Laozi?
Laozai. Yeah.
Laozai. Supposedly, it can move your soul, show you another path, and return the years long lost to you. The powder doesn't wait a second. This powder doesn't appear only in China. The book states that it was spread by travelers from Southeast Asia and still exists today. That sounds oddly familiar.
Nice. A hardcover that has never been translated, the author's unknown. The book seems unusual and is most likely from abroad. It's written in English. The title roughly translates to Greek magical papyri. The texts included contain mostly excerpts related to mysterious rituals and magic spells discovered in ancient Greek ruins. The author added illustrations and spells to these rituals to make them more accessible. A part of the book called Aphrodite's Blessing of Luck and Love includes several pieces of old parchment paper, which describe in detail how a certain pattern needs to be painted on a stone tablet to complete the ritual. Okay. You want to grab this one?
Yep. Reprinted in 2005, this book was carefully bounded in thick paper. The book uses a common specification of domestic textbooks, and a table of contents. And the table of contents indicates that it is a textbook for landscaping architecture, focusing on the style, layout, and cultural backgrounds of
Mausoleum
architecture around the world. However, deviating from the table of contents, most parts of the book relate to a large
welcome in, Haki.
Mausoleum located in a place called the Land of Nine Evils.
Nice. Yeah, welcome in, Aki. Waivers. Doing well. How are you doing tonight?
According to the book, the
Qinshi Huang. Yeah, you got it.
Mausoleum belonged to an emperor named fuck.
Qin Huang.
Qin Shi Huang, but it does not include further references and information about the Emperor's age, time, and deeds. The book uses the behaviors of a
No crabs.
crustacean?
Yep.
Behavior of crustaceans as an analogy to the construction process of the mausoleum, and includes a list of all of the different types of craftsmen work. According to the book, the sky turned red, heavy rain
Yeah, plowed.
plowed through the pitch black soil, and the mausoleum became a tomb.
Nice.
Kind of.
Okay, that's
Coincidental.
really... I can't help but sigh. It pains me to admit it, but this is the most progress I've made in the last 2 days. It irritates me that it took someone else's help to get to this point. My eyes are strained from focusing so hard, in such bad lighting conditions. I placed the book in a column marked not for sale, borrowing only. That man is impossible to analyze. I should really handle things carefully until I know more about what his intentions are.
Kind of sus that.
There's more books down there. Oh my god. Yeah, the Call of Cthulhu! A kitten with tentacles is looking straight at the reader from the front of the hardcover. Published in 2017. My god. It's a rulebook for a role-playing game in which the players seem to be cats. The author dedicates a lot of chapters to the various characters inhabiting the game's world, the things the players can do as a cat, and all the mysteries hidden in the cat world. Unlike other games of this kind, the author did away with a lot of the more complex rule sets. Common systems, such as dice rolling to determine actions, have been simplified, in this case being replaced by a less complicated cat dice, an invention by the author to streamline the experience for casual players. Despite its casual appearance, the author has spared no effort and goes into great detail. Many of the fictional old gods in this game are apparently imitating classic imagery, but have been changed into cat versions of their former selves. One can't help but smile while playing this game. Is that an advertisement? Apparently, there's more to come and more things to be introduced in future chapters, but this one is already pretty good. Wild magic. Oh my god, are these... Are these advertisements? That would be funny. A hardcover published in 2017, the picture of a giant, horrific creature on the cover is really unsettling. Cthulhu, yeah. The Call of Cthulhu. This book is for advanced investigators who have already read The Trail of Cthulhu. It is devoted to the magic spells and incantations associated with the Cthulhu myth. It covers all the knowledge that an aspiring magician must master. From cheap street parlor magic tricks all the way to occult rituals to summon various ancient gods. Everything is included in this small book, making it a dangerous read. What makes this book particularly horrifying is the fact that it is told straight from the viewpoint of a magic practitioner living in a world based on the Cthulhu myth. Being exposed to all of this might drastically change how readers experience the world around them. Okay. A hardcover published in 2015, there are strange letters and illustrations on its covers. People known as investigators are willing to pay any price in the pursuit of our world's deepest and darkest hidden secrets. This book serves as an introductory manual, secretly spread among these investigators. It describes the necessary skills that investigators need to have, and the many dangers they will face, most of which are horrible and twisted enough to make them wish for a quick and merciful death. The historical setting of the book is the United States in the 1930s. The knowledge contained in here is enough to shake up how you view the world, seeing as how it lays open the dark hidden truths behind our history. In addition, the book also covers many aspects of Cthulhu mythology, including the introduction of deities and creatures, magic spells, and ancient scriptures, all of which are described in vivid detail. Okay, I just wanted to make sure we didn't miss that. My god.
Tis super sus that man in bowler hat comes in with book talking about The fucking something similar to lilac glass. Grass. Fucking
Oh yeah,
hell.
the powder.
That's us.
Oh, thoughts. More thoughts. Thoughts everywhere. I should quit smoking or my brain cells will die too soon. He must have come prepared. In just 2 days, the amount of overlapping coincidences has increased so much that I can no longer ignore it. There's a lot of dangerous information in those books that can't be allowed to fall into the wrong hands. How ignorant do you have to be to just hand them over? What's his goal? Now isn't the time to dwell on it too much. I should accept things for what they are at the moment. Okay. Moonball. Before I can settle into the chair with the phone in my pocket starts ringing. Oh wow.
Jesus Christ. Phoenix High absolutely has a problem. I went to their management to check their records. It's pure chaos. Just mountains upon mountains of paper. In addition, the Young Artists Association has submitted several requests to the Department of Education. There have been 17 requests in March alone.
No one must ever awaken Cthulhu. Yeah. My god. They'd get... they'd get mauled to death. Imagine a massive cat come to reap humanity.
Sounds like all cats.
Oh my god. It must be something really important. That's way too much. That's way too much correspondence for some regular topic. Do you have any more details?
Not at the moment, no. I'll have to look at the list of files later. Also, I'm meeting up with some old friends from the department. It's more convenient to go through filing cabinets at night.
That method sounds unofficial.
So, you've got a better idea?
Nah, I give up. Your way it is.
You owe me a favor.
Of course, anything you need.
Let's leave it at that then. Let's talk about the other thing tomorrow morning if you have the time.
You mean the files?
Yeah, I'll update you on what I can find and we can figure out the rest then.
What's the hurry?
You can't go out anyways, so you'll be my advisor.
No problem. I'll have a look at everything tomorrow morning.
Okay, talk to you then.
Sweet. The president of the Elite Art Club is right. Phoenix High School isn't as perfect as its long-standing reputation makes it out to be. According to Scarlet, there were some incidents at the beginning of the year that attracted the attention of the Department of Education and even prompted calls for disciplinary action. My god, I'm just picturing a munchkin cat with tendrils. Even the Young Artists Association is involved in this. So could the bad atmosphere at Cicely's art club be related to this? Does what she saw actually have something to do with these incidents? Since we've made an appointment to meet up tomorrow, I shouldn't stay up too late. Something about that guy doesn't seem right. If it were anybody else, I could talk myself into thinking it was a coincidence, but every move this guy in the trench coat makes seems suspicious. Next time he comes to the store, maybe I should try making a joke or something. It's easier to seem passive and pretend not to suspect anything that way. I should accept his good intentions for now, and see what happens. Oh my god, we get to check the internet. Well,
Interwebs.
we get to read up on everybody now. Mostly Scarlet. Sanity status 0. Chief legal consultant at Golden Maxim Law Firm. She has a good reputation around town. If she changed her lifestyle, she would have accumulated considerable wealth by now. However, she handles her purse as outgoing as suits her character.
We don't have the guy in the trench coat up there on the relationship board.
Nah.
No, he's
I don't
not
have a
there.
relationship with him. Just threw books at us and disappeared.
The internet. Okay, we have 2 new ones. The main focus of the discussion strikes me as strange. However, at least it confirms that the school is far from perfect. Everything's going at Phoenix High School. I saw a news section about bullying yesterday and grew a little concerned. My relative's daughter studies at Phoenix High School. We used to be quite close, but she's kind of stopped talking to me over the last 2 years. Maybe it has something to do with the fact that she spends most of her time in school, and we have fewer opportunities to see each other. Do you have friends or family who are familiar with this kind of situation? Every now and then I feel like something might have happened, and I'm a little worried.
Isn't at a private school? I hear it's pretty common occurrence there.
I'm not one of you big city people, but even I've heard of that school before. It's pretty famous. If there really were a problem like that, wouldn't it have come up a long time ago?
Anyways, what do you have to do? What do you have to do with a relative's daughter picking up the phone?
Suspicion, report it!
Oh my god. Answer to the second comment, I lived pretty close to Phoenix High School, and I often see students hanging out to go shopping after school or getting picked up on the weekends. They're always looking down their nose at other people like they're better than everyone else.
Oh my god. Money breeds? Arrogance meme.jpg.
It's quite bad, actually. There have been reports of students beating up other students for the past 2 years. It's just that the parents usually don't want to make a big fuss about it, so they deal with it quickly.
It's becoming more and more common these days for high achievers to develop psychological issues. Being stressed out like that really isn't a joke.
Answer to the fourth comment, I think Juliet means that she's like a big sister.
Manners, Sarah's. Okay. Nothing much there. Oh, we got more for this. You probably all know that old building on the beach. 2 days ago, I talked to the old man who lives there. Okay. How much of this? Is there anything new?
The England.
Answer to Raven. Yeah. Many people thought it wasn't fitting to play a British tune, so they asked for it to be changed. Someone's been paying attention in history class. Okay, not much. There really isn't much. Okay. Anything on TV? There's an animal documentary on the Discovery Channel. This episode is about killer whales. Much of the program's material is comprised of research collected on killer whales by scientists from all over the world. There's a lot of interesting information regarding their social interaction with each other. It's a really good show. Okay. Well, sleepy time.
Sleepy time.
The drowsiness finally fades away and the girl takes a slow, deep breath as she returns to the room. The feeling of being back on solid ground weighs heavy in her stomach, but the girl is able to hide it for now.
Are you sure we're doing this right?
Her small frame leans against the wall for balance, and she still seems a little confused. She struggles to control her expression and make herself look a little more determined. It's hard for you too. Even just wanting to catch some fresh air at this school comes at a cost. At least the incense gives you some peace of mind, she thinks. But she can't say it out loud.
You look out for me. I'm used to the pranks, and I don't want a close friend like you to suffer.
I think that one's still part of it.
Oh, is it? If you continue to put up with it, they'll just keep doing it. I'm worried about you. If you don't hold on until next year, it'll all be for nothing. Is the competition really that important? There's no use in making noise and attracting attention now, is there? We need absolute proof, and until we have it, we just have to stay put. I know, but I'm still a little... Besides, I want to spend more time with you.
Those words make both of their faces flush a little.
Speaking of which, your birthday is coming up soon, right?
Finally, one of them breaks the silence. The light is dim and she can't make out more than a faint glow.
Yeah, that's right.
A bright smile breaks the awkward tension in the room.
I'm sorry I didn't prepare anything for your birthday, but... No, that's not your fault. I didn't even tell you when my birthday was. Anyways, I hope you're looking forward to your birthday present. A surprise? She immediately starts wondering about... Oh, that's you?
I guess.
mean?
I guess. A surprise. She immediately starts wondering about what it could possibly be.
I'm confused. About that, if I ask you a question, will you answer truthfully? Sure. What is it? It's really simple.
She stands up and approaches her, looking straight into her eyes.
What are you doing all of this? Are you really doing all of this for my sake?
Meep. Meep!
Meep.
The girl turns around and hugs herself. Even outside the hallucination, that spark behind the eyes is a mystery she has never quite managed to understand. Walking the same path has turned it into somewhat of a shared obsession buried deep within. That last glimpse made her shiver. It's like dancing on the tip of a knife. I didn't have to wait long for Scarlet.
I had a little too much to drink last night.
She crawls into the store with a weary expression as if she were close to death. Whoa there. Looks like you were hogging all the bottles and didn't leave anything for your drinking buddies. As she comes closer, I catch a whiff of makeup. Staying up late is excusable, but I don't think it makes sense that she used that much makeup to cover the bags under her eyes. Seeing my expression, Scarlet leans grumpily against a bookcase.
I spend my days and nights drowning in wine while putting on a fake smile. All to gather small tidbits of information from the people in charge. And this is the thanks I get.
I rub my nose, embarrassed. As always, you can be counted on at such a critical moment. She gives me a satisfied, victorious smirk like a child who has the upper hand in an argument. Doesn't look like she's going to change her habits anytime soon. Okay. Hello. So what did you find out yesterday? Hello.
It's kind of difficult. As I mentioned yesterday, the Department of Education the Department of Education, the Association of Young Artists, and Phoenix High School communicated a lot last semester.
The correspondence between them has been unusually frequent.
Generally speaking, the school itself can initiate administrative penalties, sanctions against a student. The administrative bodies outside of the school do not usually interfere, as long as everything is in line with the school's rules and regulations. Superiors getting involved in this process is somewhat of a taboo, as it would imply that the school was doing something wrong.
Well, this time it's different.
Yes, in this case, sanctions were withdrawn multiple times.
I can't help but swallow, even though my mouth is as dry as a desert.
the interrogator initiator
You got it.
of the sanction wasn't even Phoenix High School. It was just a substitute.
Is that even allowed? The school has to follow certain rules and regulations after all.
Exactly the point.
She takes out a stack of paper that appear to be confidential documents. They have various headlines, but the words withdrawal and notification appear often and stick out like a sore thumb.
In March, the Young Artists Association repeatedly asked authorities to monitor Phoenix High School and take disciplinary actions against students, but they always withdrew their requests. It's a constant back and forth. They withdraw their request, then they make a new recommendation, and so on.
A classic delaying tactic. So the Young Artists Association keeps pressuring Phoenix High School to take disciplinary action, but is being hindered by bureaucratic obstacles.
It is only the association. It isn't only the association. Many other local schools, universities, and institutions are involved as well, which makes it so hard to fathom.
So it's public outrage. It would be hard for anyone to stand their ground with a spectacle like this. Then again, the whole situation says a lot. Two things in particular seem strange to me. What could the students at Phoenix High have done to get everyone so riled up? Scarlet doesn't seem surprised. It's a fairly obvious question. She rubs her forehead and starts explaining the situation to me.
The Young Artists Association focuses on industry exchanges. They are mainly active in nearby provinces and usually aren't in contact with regular universities. If they do get in contact, it's because of the annual competition.
The one that caused so much controversy last year?
Seems like you've done your homework. You're right, it was a pretty big thing last year. A watercolored piece called Blossoms made first place in the painting category. But it turns out that the artist Lily actually took credit for someone else's work.
That's... You mean she put her own name on someone else's work and submitted it? It reminds me of a saying I once heard, borrowed flowers wither fast.
If that piece hadn't won the competition, it wouldn't have caused so much of a scandal. But instead, it was exactly the type of ammunition a certain parties needed to apply pressure to the school and make demands.
The other participating schools were just as eager to win and wouldn't let something like that slide. Scarlet nods.
Although it is unclear how the lie was uncovered in the first place, these documents show that there is a strong desire for disciplinary action.
Giving them more than enough reason to demand a rerun of the competition. Actually, that seems to be the goal. People love to hand out punishments, as long as they're not on the receiving end. The organizers as well as the participants are applying pressure, so it looks like it's a done deal.
The disciplinary action was eventually revoked, and they reevaluated the award. It was impossible for Phoenix High to maintain its ranking.
That sounds plausible. So Lily is a member of the art club.
That's right. She was the art club president before Eloise took over her position.
I see. If the club president gets into trouble like that, it reflects badly on the other students. That must have led to a lot of tension between them.
Probably. A roof won't hold the foundation. A roof won't hold if the foundation is crumbling, after all.
With the last student representative involved in such a scandal, it's becoming increasingly important to find out what exactly has been going on behind the scenes of that art club.
You are absolutely right, which is why I'll be going straight to Phoenix High School this afternoon.
What?
I should consume less cigarettes. Luckily, enough, I'm not one of those bookstore owners who have a habit of drinking a lot of tea, or else I would have spat it out in a geyser just now. Isn't that a little too drastic? How would someone her age blend into a school? I can see Scarlet shooting me a smug look from behind her sunglasses.
I'm a talented enough actor to play the role of a mother.
This is the first time I've seen someone being proud of their age like that. I can try and help, but I can't guarantee the outcome.
What makes you think I need your help? I've got this.
She helps me push back a big hardcover book that was about to squeeze its way out of the bookshelf.
While I was doing research yesterday, I decided that I just had to check this whole thing out for myself.
This is something big, isn't it?
That's a simple matter of fraud could have so many twists and turns. It's important to get to the bottom of it and uncover what the school is hiding.
That seems to be Scarlet's main goal. You should be fine with your amazing acting skills, but what's the catch?
You might not be able to tell from the outside of that school, but I had a hard time dealing with their administration at first. So I did some digging online and managed to find a lead on a couple of social media platforms. All you have to do is look for a verified account with real name authentication and check the list of users who follow it. It's really simple.
I have a hard time following what she's saying.
Anyways, here's how we should proceed.
Okay.
Le pouf.
Thoughts? No wonder Cicely felt such a strange atmosphere within the art club. Regardless of whoever is responsible, the club has lost the championship due to internal conflicts. It's no wonder that the club members feel furious towards each other if they have all been suspected for no reason. So could this be the cause of Eloise's injury? As a direct result, Eloise took over the position of student representative from Lily. Did she gain power after the conflict? Or did she become a replacement simply because someone had to take the fall? Either way, it's highly likely that she's involved somehow. Scarlet has made her opinion clear. Okay. Meatballs.
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 Balls of meat. Balls of meat.
It didn't take Scarlet much effort to get into the school. Working at a public institution taught Scarlet just how fragile their barriers actually are, and how easily they can be overcome. Whereas in TV dramas, it's the system itself that is the obstacle. The best approach is to trick the people in charge of upholding the barriers. Real life is a lot less action-packed than the TV dramas, and the key is not to draw unnecessary attention. The plan is very simple and old school. Pretend to be a parent and make up a student's name on the fly. Checking in at the front gate is the first hurdle that has to be overcome when entering the school. Visitors have to register so they can easily be contacted should any problems arise. Two things are checked: the visitor's identity and the reason for their visit. This is done in hopes of avoiding problems in the first place, instead of having to do damage control afterwards. Scarlet forthcomingly shows the guard at the door her ID and jots down her phone number. Her behavior makes the doorman feel at ease and not suspect anything. Sure, there are a lot of rules in place, but nobody follows all of them to the letter. It's easy to take advantage of that. Scarlet experienced that time and time again over the course of her professional career, so taking this small hurdle is like second nature to her.
Wow, this place is huge.
Along the way, she looks at the dormitories and the classroom buildings. It's bizarre to see how much money parents are willing to invest in their child's education. There's nothing inherently wrong with that, but they're not doing it for the sake of the kids' futures, but for the social prestige. that comes with being associated with a school like this. The club building is furthest from the school gate. Red tiles cover its exterior. The art club is on the second floor and occupies a large classroom at the middle of the corridor. Scarlett chose this particular time because most social events and activities are scheduled in the afternoon. Only 2 students are in the classroom. Luckily, Scarlett made preparations the day before, or else the classroom would have been completely empty, and she would have returned from the investigation empty-handed.
I'm in position, ready to go. Don't you dare leave me hanging in there. Hanging here.
She's directly connected to the store manager who's far away in another corner of the city. These types of technological advancements have made investigations so much easier than they used to be back in the day. After sending the message, Scarlett uses her phone as an improvised mirror to check her reflection. Slightly dark circles under the eyes, not quite perfect, just the way she wanted it. Everything's ready.
Hello there. I hope I didn't keep you waiting too long.
The 2 students look startled and quickly put away their tools. Although it's unclear what they were planning to do with the screwdriver that was lying on the edge of the desk just a moment ago, Scarlett pretends that she didn't see anything.
Are you the person I spoke to yesterday, miss? Yes, indeed. I was worried you two wouldn't make it. You wouldn't take this seriously. Oh no, of course. Of course we do. Are you kidding? If the association doing a follow-up investigation will cooperate. And we didn't tell the teachers, just as you asked. This stays between us.
Despite the final sanction being withdrawn, Phoenix High School received a stern warning by the Young Artists Association. Pretending to be an employee at the association, Scarlett secretly contacted 2 students from the art club to question them in person. It might cause some suspicion later on, but at least for now, her cover seems to be holding up. Scarlett is immersed in her role, intent on maintaining her fake identity.
I will inform your school again after the investigation is complete. Don't worry. Well, the competition.
The long-haired girl seems a little anxious, and her classmate quietly pulls on her sleeve.
Needless to say, your help is much appreciated. I owe you a favor.
Scarlett notices both the girl's eyes flash at this. Time to break the ice to loosen these 2 up a little.
You see, I have a daughter and she wants to transfer to Phoenix High School too. She really likes to draw, so she's expressed a lot of interest in the community activities here. I came here today to talk to you two about the situation, to find out more about this art club my daughter keeps talking about. Are there any activities scheduled for today? Might I sneak a peek? Maybe I can sneak a peek. Sure, but they're in the afternoon. Oh gosh, that's too bad. My migraine always flares up in the afternoon. Most activities are scheduled for the afternoon, lady. That's how it works.
Lady?
Lady.
Scarlett
What
keeps
is
herself
going
from raising
on?
her eyebrows at this. She maintains her composure and steers the conversation back in the right direction.
Give me a second.
Okay.
It's hydrate time.
My God, how are you guys still doing?
What is going on with my Discord?
Oh no.
It's either my Discord or my internet, one of the two.
What's up?
Super staticky.
Oh, the image?
No audio.
Oh, audio. Here.
Like, it's weird. You sound fine, but
The game
game's,
doesn't?
like freaking out.
It's okay. We'll just close it and reopen it.
Don't tell me. The weather needs to not do this right now. Okay, there. It fixed it. So sorry, that was like mildly hurting my ears, and I don't know what the fuck it was.
It's okay.
Okay.
It's all the beeps and boops of the background music.
Probably. I see. Too bad. I would have liked to have seen it for myself. Anyways, let's get back to the point then, shall we?
The two of them look at each other and nod. Time to get this investigation started for real. Scarlet takes out her phone and pretends to open the Notepad app. Bless you.
Let's see. There's a few things I'd like to know. Thanks.
Oh, it's finally starting. By now, Scarlet has probably met the student she established contact with. This could lead to a world of trouble afterwards, but hey, drastic times, drastic measures. Her hidden earpiece hasn't been discovered yet. Looks like everything's going according to plan for now. Alright, here we go. What should I ask them? What do you think? Just go down the line?
Yeah, and we might have to do it all of them anyway. So, how many events do you organize per week? There are 2 activities per session, there are 2 activity sessions per week, both of them in the afternoon. However, our studios are open and free until school ends. If someone happens to have a free period, they can just drop by and use this classroom, as long as they clean up after themselves. Oh, so much freedom. Seems like Mr. Chen really trusts you.
Scarlet sneaks in the teacher's name to further establish her credibility. She seems to be on the right track.
That being said, students really take advantage of that. After all, everyone has classes in the morning, and in the afternoon there are only a few. Not many students stick around. So how are things going? You've probably started preparing for this year's competition by now. Oh, we're taking things a little slow. It's pretty relaxed. We're all still students after all. The teacher doesn't pressure us too much. We're just practicing our skills, the usual stuff. Then the subject matter is all up to us too. We can draw whatever we want.
The student's shallow words are most likely supposed to reinforce the image of a relaxed, free atmosphere within the art club. However, one look at the excessive amount of canvas and turpentine lying around is enough to see through their charade.
I know it seems strange for someone in my position to say this, but even with all of last year's problems, our association still has high hopes for your school this year. It's okay, you're just doing your job, right? The teacher doesn't take initiative when it comes to taking care of us, but whenever we seek advice, he's always there. Don't worry, we'll win this year for sure. I read that backwards.
It's okay. It has the same meaning. The confidence seems fake. If anything, they both seem indifferent when it comes to the competition. The students' words sound like those of a winner, even though there's a clear lack of motivation. Scarlet tries not to let these distractions get to her.
Well then, I'm looking forward to it.
Okay.
Come to think of it, some club members have graduated since last year, and you have a new representative now, right? That's right. I hear has been a lot going on. Really? Really, there were a lot of rumors going around concerning the change of representatives, but things have been quiet since then. We're lucky to have found new representation so quickly. We're going to take our chances this year and try to win for real this time. That's good to hear. Were any additional measures taken? I'm sure there's a lot of pressure on you, on your school, to make sure things run smoothly this time. I don't know if I'd really describe them as measures. What are you referring to? I'm talking about the membership requirements, admission criteria, you know, although I'm not sure if that was what you wanted to know. Sure, tell me more. Well, it's not a big thing, really. The school's been trying to keep the club's activities for a long time now.
You got it.
Starting this semester, many clubs no longer have assessment tests as a requirement to join up. As long as the students want to participate, the clubs are obligated to accept their application. Everyone's really busy at the beginning of the year, but when the time came, this term's recruitment period was already over, meaning our art club wasn't really affected by the change. There was only one exception, a transfer student who was accepted immediately after handing in her application. The teachers are probably patting themselves on the back for finding such a good role model. Hey, watch it. What's wrong with the transfer student? Sorry, I didn't mean anything by it. The whole situation had everyone a little anxious and uncomfortable at the start of the term. Sounds like you didn't have it easy. Such a discussion should have been a community vote, but maybe I'm just being too idealistic. It's respectable that you still think that way, even after dealing with the schools in our city for so long. Well, the longer you're in this business, the more you just want things to go smoothly. That would save me trips like this in the future. If I'd have had a choice, I would have stayed at home on my couch watching TV.
The girl smiled at Scarlet. Her casual tone seems to resonate with them. Okay. They just pull out a gun and shoot her for being a spy.
Pew pew.
Oh my god.
Sorry I have to ask this, but how are the relationships within the club? How is everyone getting along? After all, with everything that happened last semester, it would be tough, right? Meep. Meep. We're all doing really well. It didn't affect us. Oh.
The girl's eyes are blinking rapidly, unconsciously wandering off to the corner of the classroom. Scarlet doesn't know exactly what they're hiding, but their statement just now sounded insincere. The other girl picks up the conversation again.
Well, we even hold small competitions here and there. It's fun.
She points to a corner of the studio where a number of paintings are displayed. They show how high the level of talent is around here. Many different styles and techniques were applied to these paintings, and they can easily keep up with the works of many grown-up artists today.
Wow, that's impressive.
Oh my god.
It's little flower.
A little flower in I don't know, some fucking barren wasteland. Scarlett's attention is focused on one painting in particular. Even among the many other impressive pieces, this one stands out. The whole picture is filled with clouds of flame that burn towards the top of the frame. The scorched earth conveys a feeling of gloom, but a single flower can be seen. Although it looks completely out of place, its radiant beauty overshadows everything else. The eye is automatically drawn to it. The earth spreads out like an ocean beneath the flower. The ink on the paper wasn't exactly applied neatly, but the delicate composition of it all turns it into a breathtaking piece of art. Just looking at the painting, Scarlett actually feels like she's on top of a mountain overlooking the sprawling landscape below her. There's so much to take in. The word blossoms is written in a corner of the canvas. She immediately recognizes the name, having seen it in dozens of documents already. It's the painting that won last year's competition, the root of all the controversy.
We didn't know until after the competition was over that the president had been preparing this painting last year.
That caught Scarlett's attention. The two of them wouldn't continue to refer to the former student representative as the president in front of an association member, not after everything that happened. Plus, the store manager mentioned that the current representative, Eloise, is the main cause of Cicely's concerns.
This is the first time I'm seeing it, to be honest. Is this level of quality students your age deliver nowadays? It's something really special. To tell you the truth, we were startled when we first saw it. It's hard to fathom. I'd never even heard of this painting technique before. I'm not really an expert, but this painting is on a professional level, right? Oh, what's this?
The bottom left corner of the painting has been ripped. Although it's been glued back together, it's still noticeable if you pay close enough attention.
Oh, there was an accident when we were hanging it up. We mended it, so just be careful not to touch it. So, what happened? Oh, so that's what happened. Too bad. Your new representative must be quite popular, right? It's an important position after all. Yeah, she's totally awesome. I admire her so much. Absolutely. Thinking about it, talent like that is really rare, isn't it?
Their lies couldn't be any more obvious. They're trying to cover something up. The girl with the short hair hesitates after every word. Scarlett bites her tongue. She can't be sure whether the two really respect their president, but the use of superlatives like that make it obvious they don't mean what they're saying. It's not heartfelt.
The president did distance herself while she was preparing the painting. That was a little scary, to be honest. But it's much better now. She's just overly focused sometimes. Yeah, but I mean, I wouldn't want anybody to... I wouldn't want anyone disturbing me while I was doing homework either.
What an embarrassing performance. It's painfully clear how uncomfortable they are talking about this topic.
People who live their own life. Oh my god. People who live in their own little world can often seem distant like that. That's probably why many geniuses are so withdrawn. I know people like that too. You shouldn't take it all too seriously.
Scarlett takes some mental notes and the conversation comes to an end.
How's your classmate Lily? Have you heard from her?
It should be fairly obvious, but Lily's entry in the competition was a pretty dark moment in Phoenix High's history. What is their relationship to the former president like? Scarlett isn't sure if it's a touchy subject for the two students. Let's try to push for some answers. Sometimes you can't hold back. High risk, high reward.
The girls exchange a strange look.
Now, I didn't mean anything by it, but it seems as if you're a little reluctant to talk about her. I just want to understand the situation a little better. That way I can judge if the association's way of handling your school was appropriate. We don't really know about the specific circumstances. She stopped coming to the club during midterms last semester. I think she said something about preparing for her exams at home. I remember that was probably her only option after the whole fiasco. After being exposed as a cheat, she couldn't just stay in the club as if nothing had happened. Her family probably came up with some excuse to switch to homeschooling. You think so? Her family has a lot of influence, so I'm sure of it. If we ever asked for something like that, the school would have refused it in a heartbeat.
The long-haired student unconsciously touches her neck, which is a typical nervous gesture when people lie. The other student seems more sincere, never shying away from eye contact with Scarlet.
So that's what happened.
Looks like Lily has left the school, but things aren't as simple as these two are making them out to be. Scarlet takes mental notes of what was said. Meep. Scarlet asks the student some irrelevant questions as well to seem more believable. She is so good at playing her role that for a second she actually believes she's working for the association and fully embraces her fake identity. The two students don't suspect a thing, and after this long conversation, they part ways. A familiar voice issues from the small phone that she's carrying in her pocket.
Done. I think that's it for today.
Well done. Looks like you've still got it. I hadn't expected that.
Unlike a certain someone, I actually leave the house every once in a while. Meaning I'm perfectly capable of handling social interactions. Anyways, did you at least get something interesting out of it after having me do all of this work?
Oh yes, most definitely. It's all quite interesting. Strange even.
You mean their attitude towards the former student representative?
It's more than that. Lily leaving the school raises questions in itself. Do you think those two can be trusted?
Yes, their eyes didn't lie. It's obvious they were hiding something, but the things they did talk about were true.
Scarlet sounds hesitant.
What's bothering you so much? What do you think is wrong?
It's the timing of when Lily left the school.
We don't know much about the specific circumstances. She stopped coming to school. She stopped coming to club during midterms last semester. I think she said something about preparing for exams at home.
I try to recall the information Cicely provided.
Every February, the Yokai Cup is the only thing anybody talks about at Phoenix High School. We always score well in the competition.
The Yokai Cup starts at the beginning of the semester. Everyone's in full-on working mode and wants to win. Do you remember the dates on the documents from the Department of Education?
They were all somewhat between March and April.
Scarlet replies quickly, which shows that she's keeping up. Generally, midterm exams are conducted about 2 months after the start of the school year, from the end of April to the beginning of May, and all requests were viewed over a month ago, which suggests that they received a reply by then. Leaving aside the fact that all disciplinary sanctions from the Young Artists Association were eventually withdrawn, even if they did produce any results, there should have been a response before midterm. Copying someone else's work only to suddenly drop everything a month later seems strange. Things aren't as simple as they seem.
Yeah, something seems foul here.
The school seems less and less like the image it is trying to uphold. Unrealistic expectations and a yearning for prestige and recognition, but Phoenix High School isn't all it's hyped up to be.
We've stumbled upon something big, that's for sure. But shouldn't we focus on the whole thing with... what's her name again?
Cicely.
Cicely first.
Of course, which is why we needed all of this information. Cicely has been struggling with that vision of Eloise. At this point, we probably know more about it all than she does. That's one of the unique advantages of being an outsider. We already know that Cicely has visions of the past events when she's under the influence of incense, meaning Eloise lying on the ground in a pool of blood is something that has already happened. Cicely wants to know the circumstances of this incident, and now we found something that may be connected to Eloise. Further details are coming to light, and everything seems to be connected somehow. This should help us find out whatever tragedy it was that befell Eloise.
Eloise is Lily.
Oh my god.
At least we have something to work with now. We got lucky.
It's hard to do something if you don't believe in it, but in this case, we know something's wrong. From what we know so far, the art competition is the big incident that kicked off everything.
Two student representatives must have a lot of contact in the past.
Who knows? Maybe there's something else we can dig up.
Speaking of which, good idea.
Oh,
One of the two students I met today seems to be using the same ID online all the time. It couldn't hurt to snoop around a little.
sounds like something we can work with.
I'm afraid that's it for today. I really have to get back to the office, or the boss will have my head. I'll send you the ID later. I need to find a way out of this school first.
A little while back, blogs and online diaries were very popular. That's changed quite rapidly ever since social media sites started spreading like wildfire. If those students really are hiding something, they might slip up and leave some kind of trail online. Social media. For me, it's a good thing. I can do huge chunks of my work without leaving the confines of my cozy abode. There are no computers on the ground floor, and I'm not really in a hurry. Kneading my neck and shoulders, which are stiff from holding my phone, I resume the organization of my books. Meatball!
Whoa.
Even with the current situation and Cicely's problems, the world keeps on turning relentlessly. Tales from the Vienna woods can be heard faintly from across the street. The guy who owns the tobacco and liquor store seems to be a man of music taste. I really assumed Cicely would have stopped by the store by now, but then again, Phoenix High School is quite far away. Still nothing. I'd better send her a message tonight to find out what's going on, just to be on the safe side. Other than that, it's a typical Wednesday, although I've only seen a few people around. A mother and son, two middle-aged men, and a young guy with a healthy interest in the French Revolution. Is today actually a public holiday or something? The whole concept has been long lost to me. In any case, the day is coming to an end, and there isn't much point in staying open. I should call it a day. After letting out a big yawn, I grab a few books and begin my nightly routine.
Oh. Sorry to bother you.
Someone's standing in the doorway. I freeze. It's the girl who was taking pictures of the store from the other side of the street last night.
Wait, isn't that Eloise?
I've never been the type to believe in coincidences. Well,
That's Eloise!
I guess we check the bookshelf first. Hello.
Excuse me, my book's call.
My God,
Hello.
there is complete silence. She doesn't waste time and walks straight towards the desk. She's well-mannered, keeping her feet from making too much noise on the quartz floor. Her demeanor is calm, but she gives off a mysterious aura. It's as if even the light can only go around her. It's not her clothes. She's meticulously dressed in a slightly faded but very tidy school uniform. Nor is it because of her appearance. She has good posture and maintains a polite, albeit small, smile. Something about her immediately grabs my attention. Welcome. Most of the books here are ready to buy. We don't have any stocks in the back, so just bring the ones you're interested in straight to the counter. She walks up to me while I'm still speaking. She confidently looks me in the eye, her long hair floating behind her like a curtain.
Hello, I'm looking for a book.
Ah, yes, of course. What kind of book are you looking for?
Is it okay if I only have the title?
What's the name of the book?
The Trail of the Missing Fish.
Meep. I have a hard time playing it cool and break out in a cold sweat.
I've heard you carry many books that are quite unique, and cannot be found anywhere else.
That's true. It's a shame, really. Your timing is unfortunate. It was acquired by someone else just recently. The girl smiles calmly.
I see. This mystery is easy enough to solve.
She moves a little closer calmly, as if to signal that everything is under control.
Your time must be precious, so please allow me to ask you directly. Did a girl named Cecil come through here? Says Cecil what?
It's okay, we can do Cecil. I try to keep my expression as neutral as possible. It wouldn't be wise to lie. That she mentioned Cecil's name must mean that she knows something. I don't know how much she knows knows and what Cecil told her. Cecil still hasn't called. I should play it safe. Since she knows about Cecil's visit to the store and about the book she borrowed, this girl must be close to her in some way. Her faded Phoenix High School uniform makes it apparent that she's not a new student there. She must know something about Cecil's situation, or she wouldn't have chosen this moment to show up. But this isn't the time for me to lay out all my cards on the table. Well, as you can see, this place is rather small and a little messy. Still, Hermitage values each and every one of its customers. I deliberately put on a more serious face. I'm afraid I can't discuss my customers' private matters, especially with a guest whose name I don't know. The girl looked surprised, as if she wasn't prepared for such a direct statement.
I'm Eloise, Cecil's friend. I'm also the president of the art club she's in. I'm sorry, I was so focused on this one thing that I completely forgot to introduce myself. My apologies.
She bows slightly and hands me her student card. She's doing this to remove any doubts about her identity. Very polite, very thoughtful, a response I wouldn't have expected from a student. A bit too much, maybe. Eloise, is it? What an introduction. Might as well bait her into answering some questions. I'd like to find out more about her. Cecil mentions her so frequently that my interest is piqued. Not only that, but she plays an important role in Cecil's hallucinations and is somehow connected to it all. Cecil is somewhat of a regular customer here, and I sometimes talk about school with her. I'm sorry for being so suspicious, I just take privacy very seriously. I didn't mean to be rude. Eloise looks relieved and the tension fades away.
No worries, I think valuing privacy is a respectable trait.
Yo, what's up, Slime? I've come
Hey,
because
big
Emmy
brother.
threatened to beat me if I didn't show up. Oh my god.
That's not true! I did not!
My
Hi,
god.
big brother!
Oh, welcome in. Yo, kick back and relax. It's story time, bitch. To answer your question, yes. Cecil did purchase The Trail of the Missing Fish here. I didn't pay it a second thought because she's always shown an interest in folklore. Why is that book so special to you? Is there something wrong?
The problem isn't the book itself.
Eloise looks troubled.
Actually, something's wrong with Cecil. We used to meet after class a lot, practice a little here and there.
Art practice?
Our school is very strict and the standards are very high. She loves to paint, and I wouldn't want her to miss any opportunities. I support her.
That's very noble of you. You must take your position seriously.
In the beginning, Cecil was always so enthusiastic about practice. Actually, she often approached me to plan meetings in advance. But lately, it's almost as if she's been hiding from me. I asked her if there was something on her mind, something weighing her down, but she wouldn't answer me.
She bows her head and seems lost.
Our school's public image is a very prestigious one. So much so that many of our students are very proud. Cecil transferred to the school just recently. I'm worried that something or someone might be bothering her, and she's too afraid to say it.
Eloise pulls on one of her cuffs and gives me an apprehensive look.
So, I'm not proud of it, but I've been tracing her steps after school to see if she needed help with anything.
That's a very fancy way of saying that you're stalking someone. I'm not sure how well you guys know each other, but don't you think following someone around after school is a bit extreme?
I know it's wrong, but I didn't know what else to do. Please don't tell Cecil about this, please.
She bows her head again. This really seems to be getting to her. I keep talking in a calm and friendly manner. Don't worry about that. So what's your plan? Are you going to go door to door to find out where she's been?
Actually, this store is basically the only place she ever visits. That's what made me think that maybe you know something.
Now Eloise is the one trying to ask questions. Well, how should I put this? I put out my cigar and take a deep breath. The two girls really do seem to be quite close. This is my golden opportunity to find out more and finally get the answers I've been looking for. I should slip into a certain role. When two people don't really know much about each other, it's easy to pretend to be someone else. I'm confident that there's a lot I can find out if I play this right. I should be away without her having to say anything. I need the right moment to take a closer look at Eloise. When it comes to analyzing behavioral patterns, choosing the right approach is essential. I might not get a better chance than this, so I mustn't miss it. Still, asking out of the blue wouldn't be smart. I need to plan this carefully. Since you've been so kind with me, I think I can trust you. Cecil and her had her reasons for coming to me. I get up, ready to share my secrets with Eloise. Truth be told, before taking over this bookstore, I spent most of my life in the field of clinical psychotherapy.
Oh?
Unfortunately, I no longer have my license. When I was young, I had a dispute with some of the older gentlemen in my association. They made use of their connections and influence to kick me out and stop me from practicing. I wave my hand a little, a typical let's not dwell on the past gesture. It's not even a complete lie, more like half a lie. I used to work in the field of social sciences.
But how did Cecil...
One of my friends probably couldn't keep his mouth shut. Word gets around, Cecil hears it mentioned somewhere. That's how these things happen. Try and put yourself in her shoes. It's not something you tell everyone. That would just make people more worried. That should sound believable enough. Eloise gives me an understanding nod. I breathe a sigh of relief, look around and deliberately lean forward a little. I'm not going to tell anyone about what you've been doing, but I'd appreciate it if, in exchange, you could help, or you can keep my story a secret too. In any case, this is about Cecil's well-being, so we're on the same team. Eloise doesn't reply, but lets her eyes wander around the store instead. She takes in the messy piles of books at the edge of the shelves, and the old posters I hung up on the wall. I'd say the first floor perfectly captures the wayward scholar ambiance. And being gloomy isn't exactly something I have to pretend to be.
Okay, I promise.
Eloise nods in acknowledgement of our little deal. I decide to strike the iron while it's hot. Well, that's good. Anyway, you've already found your way here. Do you mind if I ask you a few questions? So far, I've only heard Cecil's point of view, so your help would be much appreciated.
Please ask. If there's any way I can help, I will do it.
Hearing Cecil's name seems to make her particularly energetic. I take out my notebook and quickly flip to the page with the most handwriting scribbled on it to keep up appearances. I have a lot of questions, actually. Let's go through them one by one. What should I ask? All the way down. Cecil told me a few things. You're a little older than her, correct?
That's right. I'm in my senior year now.
I see. Then you probably don't know much about how Cecil is doing in her class and what the atmosphere is like there.
That's right, but I still know some things. Her class is a so-called preparation class that aims to attract students by lowering the tuition fee, but has a very high expectation and demands rapid progression. I've heard that the head teacher there is very strict.
And the teacher doesn't say anything against someone from a preparation class wanting to join one of the extracurricular clubs as well? Eloise smiles bitterly.
Actually, people from these preparation classes make up the bulk of the club members.
I don't follow.
It's to project strength, to make a statement. We can pursue our hobbies even though We can pursue our hobbies even though learning is stressful. I assume you're familiar with that statement? Many students even sign up for the club on paper, but you never see them around in person. However, the guidelines aren't that clear, and with Cecil being a transfer student, maybe the teacher just doesn't care.
So while her classmates were stressed out and learning at home, Cecil was one of the few who actually participated in club activities. I sigh and shake my head. That explains why many of them don't get along with Cecil.
I know it's not a nice thing to say, but I think many of them have severe issues. It's hard to imagine the pressure they're under, but it's the reason why many of them have a really short fuse.
How was Cecil's performance at the art club?
Performance? Well, she wasn't familiar with many of the techniques the rest of us were taught at a young age, but she's a quick learner and is doing really well. She has a lot of potential. She's very eager, and I'm sure she has a bright future ahead of her if she seizes the right opportunities.
How well does she get along with the other club members? Eloise frowns. This seems to be something she's concerned about.
I wouldn't exactly call them harmonious.
According to what she told me, they want her to leave the club.
You could say that, yes. It puts her under a lot of pressure.
Your studio rarely gets new members.
That's true. It's not easy to join. After all, it represents the school. It represents the school to the outside world, and so there's an image to uphold. The administration process is strict, even for senior students.
But a transfer student got a spot.
Many departments underwent personnel changes, and the new teachers did say they were planning on making the process a little less demanding. Cecil submitted her application after the recruitment campaign in September, so she was one of the first to be chosen under these new, more relaxed guidelines. That could be why the others are so harsh and unwelcoming towards her.
Eloise looks sad when she talks about the situation.
It's my fault, my failure. I'm the person responsible for the relationships between the students, and it's my job to handle differences within the club.
Don't beat yourself up. The situation could be worse. What do you think of her? Eloise seems a little baffled and doesn't understand my question. Since you and Cecil spend a lot of time together, you probably know each other pretty well. I would like to hear your opinion about her, from you as her friend. Eloise nods. She fiddles with a strand of her hair and seems to consider her words carefully.
First off, she's a really kind person. Although she doesn't talk much, she's always optimistic and sees the best in people. She's very calm and never gets angry. Even though the attitude towards her is as cold as it is, Cecil avoids arguments and trouble and stays quiet.
Even when the others are so mean to her. She glances at me, and I can see there's a lot on her mind.
On Cecil's first day at the club, I couldn't be there because I had some chores to take care of. When I got back to the studio, I saw a student I had never seen before picking up the practice materials. I was supposed to handle that. It was a lot of work, strenuous work, and the materials had to be treated with care. Since some of the projects were only half finished, she just quietly and carefully put everything in its place.
And you said you were supposed to handle that?
Yes, that day it was my turn. That's why I even came back from a trip early. There's a lot of risk involved when you let someone new and inexperienced handle paintings. It's easy to cause irreparable damage. It's mean and unjust to give a newbie that job. It's too much responsibility. They did it on purpose, I'm sure of that. They had already been talked about Cecil being accepted into the club and it being a controversial decision. I hurried to help Cecil and told her I'd finish up. I made it clear to her that she didn't have to do this and that it wasn't something the others should make her do. She just shook her head and said it would be a shame to leave these paintings lying around.
Meep. I'm not sure what to say.
That's the kind of person Cecil is. She makes the best of every situation.
I tell her to continue.
However, she's a little too shy and withdrawn.
Eloise's tone is filled with concern.
Although kindness is a virtue, people will consider you as an easy target if you never speak up for yourself. If she never says anything, the people who bully her will never receive just punishment, and by the time she does muster up the courage to say something, it might be too late for that. She'll never get justice that way. The others will never learn their lesson. Nobody will experience any personal growth. That's the worst possible result.
That's an interesting conclusion.
I'm sorry, just rambling.
No, I actually agree with you. Cecil mentioned an event, a sort of competition called the Yukai Cup. You seem to be taking it very seriously.
It's an art competition sponsored by the Provincial Young Artists Association. Our school always participates. It's somewhat of a tradition. We always score really high. Really well, too.
Sounds as if it's something very important for the school's image and reputation. Are students forced to participate?
Not officially. But if you're a part of the group that regularly wins, you're somewhat forced to keep participating. It's a vanity thing.
And are you one of those groups?
The girl smiles tiredly.
I'd rather not be. The competition between the schools is fierce, and I'm afraid it's been deemed much too important. They've turned it into a really serious thing, even though it's supposed to be a fun event.
So the adults battle it out through their kids.
This year's theme was suddenly changed from watercolor to oil painting. That doesn't normally happen. Everyone's on edge because of that.
Sounds like it's not easy being part of the Star Club.
We're just trying to uphold the club's reputation. The competition is becoming more and more troublesome every year, and there's a limit to everything. At the end of the day, nobody cares about what it does to the students. They don't care about our feelings.
Oh my god.
It's all just one big silly fight for glory.
Welcome in, Okit. Your favorite bank demanded you be here, my god.
What the heck? No, I didn't! Milky! Hi, Milky!
My god, did you read this one?
There was no demand. I don't think it's something to be proud of. It's a waste of energy.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure. Meep. Welcome in,
Hi,
welcome
Milky.
in. Eloise has very strong opinions and she stands by them. That's my conclusion after asking her so many questions. She is calm and composed. Oh my god, thank you for the follow. She's calm and composed and can back up all her arguments with logic. She has a very mature way of thinking, something that's probably uncommon among her peers. Still, this girl with her perfect posture, good manners, and high intellect doesn't seem to have many friends. We've been talking for over 2 hours and yet she mentioned hardly any other students by name. No wonder she cares so much for Cecil. She has somewhat of a protector's instinct and just wants her to do well. I'm sure that's from a psychological perspective, trying to maintain order among the students, while standing in the crossfire between them and Cecil is taking its toll on her. You've been a really big help.
Hi, Milky. Sorry. I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
Yeah, I welcome in. The girl humbly bows her head. Let's not forget that she was stalking Cecil. But even so, she's shown nothing but sincerity. Oh my, I've completely lost track of time. Is that going to be an issue with your school? You have a cool voice to listen to, so I guess I'll stick around. It is what it is. I appreciate it though. Eloise follows my eyes to look at the wall clock and can't help but smile bitterly once more.
Roscoe's got great voice.
The grape voice.
Great voice. Roscoe's one of my favorite people to listen to. Actually, really quickly, I'm gonna make
You gonna go ramen?
a gamer. No.
Oh no!
Actually, when you were doing one of your longer reads,
You did it?
It was during. Yeah, I think it was during
I figured.
when Bowler Hat Guy showed up.
Yeah.
I made a soup.
Go for it. What do you got
But
now?
I'm gonna go make a not gamer stuff. G Fuel water bottle. I'll be
Okay.
right back.
Sounds good.
I'll be back.
My god, how are you guys doing so far tonight? It's been pretty chill. My god, what the hell? Let's hope Emmy makes it back in one piece. We'll see. That's her breaking from her chains. Oh no, she's loose. Fuck. Yeah. Now we're kicking it. It's been a pretty good night so far.
Currently in bed. Tetris by the cats. Rest in peace. My cat's chilling in my laundry basket. Whoop. Maybe not. I have pillow cats and leg cats. Oh no. Sandwiched. Oh my.
Ouch!
Oh my goodness.
I returned!
It's the sound you make when you, like, you're launched through somebody's window. Particularly fun on a full bladder. Oh, right. No, my cat crawls on top of me, and then whenever I try to get up, she goes for my eyes.
My brand.
My brand! Yeah, looks like the caretaker's caught her. My god.
Okay.
Okay. Let me get some water real quick.
Bottle.
Oh.
Okay.
Ooh.
Wee. Ba 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 ba.
Oh my god. When you chew on your mint gum and drink cold water, it like burns your insides.
It's a beautiful feeling. I want gum.
It really does, yeah. My god. You've been doing pretty good so far, Emmy.
Huh?
I said you've been doing pretty good so far, reading wise.
You think so? I
think so.
I think I've been. Some words have stumped me.
Well, I mean, that is what it is. But you've been doing pretty good.
Yee.
Heck yeah.
That and fucking Cecil Sessies or whatever the fuck her name's name.
Cecil, yeah, as it is now. Keckle.
It's now Cecil. Or Cece.
CC. Yeah, we just do CC.
Cece. Actually, speaking of cat.
What's up? We've got a lot of clues now.
How we do?
We've been collecting so many of them.
Never mind.
Yeah. Whap.
I thought Frost was screaming, but I guess not.
Bum 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 bum.
Okay. We continue.
Oh yeah. And frost water is the
guess.
best. It hurts. It's good though.
Frost water? Spearmint water is good. So, I prefer spearmint over like peppermint. Or wintergreen, but I don't know if that's an actual like mint flavor or if that's just the name of a gum.
The pain is delicious. Yeah. Oh yeah.
Delicious.
my masochist water.
Oh, I'm gonna call it that from now on. Only when you're chewing on mint gum, though.
Which is like all the time.
Wintergreen is a plant? Oh. I wonder if you bite the plant if it's minty. I would assume so.
Can you smoke it?
I mean,
Is it minty if you smoke it?
Probably. You could probably smoke it. Just a puff pass.
My god. Yeah, no, I'm curious now.
Google. Let's see. I guess that's all we can talk about for today. I'll come back some other time.
She blows a little and she bows a little and turns around, ready to leave.
I mean everything. For once, that's fair.
My god, things are going really well. I should make use of that one more time. Say, Eloise.
Wait, we never used that weird
No, we didn't.
symbol, did we? Were we
No,
supposed to?
it's okay. We'll use it next
what is
time.
it? Hopefully.
Eloise stops and looks over in my direction. Concerning your and Cece's after-school practice, could you put that on hold for a few days?
Huh?
For a moment, there's tension in the air again. Eloise throws me a puzzled look, filled with more than just confusion. I might have been a little too direct. I don't want to overstep my boundaries. I have to say something. Oh my god.
She whips out a knife. Stabby, stabby.
Yeah, what do we choose? Assume the role of psychologist, mental state. Insist on having more life experience due to your age, the truth about getting along with people. Show that you care about Cece. For her own good. Avoid the topic. It's nothing.
Maybe the care, since she seems to care about her?
This one?
Maybe? I don't know. All of these seem like they suck. So you have been playing a psychologist this whole time?
Yeah, maybe we could try that one. What do you think? That one or this one?
Oh no.
Mental state or for her own good?
I think, okay, well, given the fact that you're playing the psychologist part, that one works. But then she also really cares about Cece, so that one would work too. I don't know. I feel like one of these is gonna get us stabbed.
Oh my god.
Maybe no. I guess the psychologist one, since you've been playing a psychologist this whole time.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, Cece has been under a lot of stress lately. She has to act responsibly to deal with these problems and sort out her current situation. It won't help if you're not around for that. You have to make time for her.
Sure, if you think that's best. I'm not so sure she'll agree.
Why is that?
I'm just not sure if she's even still interested in hanging out with me. You've said it yourself, we've undergo a lot of pressure lately. If I had the same thought last Tuesday too, but Cece didn't have the time to meet up with me. She said she had other things to do and was busy. That struck me as strange. And then I found out she was alone in the studio. I have no idea what she was doing there.
It must be hard for you too.
Everyone goes through their rough times. The whole thing is just weird to me. As her senior and her friend, she should be able to share her problems with me. I just want to help her.
I give her an understanding nod.
Please, take good care of her.
Eloise nods once more and smiles at me. Then she leaves the store. I let out a sigh of relief. It's difficult to reason with people who are really concerned about something. There's a word for that. I can't recall the term for it right now. Enough of this. I turn off the lights again.
We didn't get stabbed.
No, we don't have anything new in the bookshelf. Thoughts?
No bookshelf, no stabbings.
Nobody's around. Finally, I can sort out my thoughts. I'm not satisfied with the way things have been going. Eloise and Cece seem to have a good relationship. Being so open to me about everything doesn't seem like the reaction of someone with bad intentions. Also, Eloise is unhappy with the club's current state, which fits together very well with Scarlett's findings. Without a car and all by herself, it would take quite a bit of time to get to Hermitage from Phoenix High School. So she shouldn't have seen Scarlett making contact with members of the art club. Maybe I should believe her.
No.
The meat moon.
Moon.
Let me see, what else? I'm back on the second floor, and finally there's a chance to make use of what Scarlett managed to find out. It's pretty crazy to see how quickly social media platforms have changed and advanced over the past few years. The student Scarlett found out about uses the same name on multiple platforms. She must have conducted some preliminary research using search engines to find that out. However, things aren't looking too good. There's a personal blog, but it hasn't been updated in ages, and was most likely abandoned some time ago. It's hard to find any written material by a student, even in forums where some traces should have been left. Don't you play missing now? Welcome to the Web 2.0 era, where social media platforms advance at an incredibly rapid pace. Not everyone is quick to adapt to these system changes. The students' tweets are very infrequent and random. Many people feel awkward using certain platforms at first, and the limited word count is an additional obstacle that might explain it. People looking for alternatives often make the switch to platforms with a more personalized touch. I need to find other message board. Suddenly, I have an idea. Tumblr is one example of the so-called light blog platforms that have emerged over the past years. Yo, what's up, Mag? How are you doing, homie? It isn't used a lot in this country, but several local companies claim to be good enough to keep up with it. Let's see just how good they are. I enter the name at the end of the URL. Bingo! Colored paintings decorate the page. As a member of the art club, she ended up picking a site that's hugely popular among designers and artists. Users of the site upload their own artwork, and she is no exception. Good, about to see if my 630 mods for Skyrim will work correctly. Well, good luck with that, and I hope you have fun troubleshooting. It's good to see you, though. Her basic skills are very solid, although not amazing. At least that's my first impression as an amateur. I'm not here to appreciate art. I open all her updates since January and start browsing through them one by one. January 15th, today's practice. Compared to the previous few days, my thoughts are a lot clearer now. There's room for improvement in the front and background layers, as well as in the overall composition. That said, I don't know how to improve it exactly. The last time I touched watercolors was as a junior, and I was never really good at it. But I guess I was okay. I did my best anyway. February 1st. This is the finished piece from the last practice session. Even after carefully matching the colors, there are still some obvious flaws. The student representative 1. That's what the rumors say. Although the results hadn't been announced yet, she was already preparing to celebrate in the studio. I don't know how to feel, although I wasn't arrogant enough to think I could outright win. Her painting isn't winning material either. The atmosphere in the club today was very unpleasant, and the teacher seemed to go out of his way to avoid getting involved. I wonder what tomorrow will bring. March 17th. Sorry, no updates for 2 months. The club has been quite a mess recently, and we had much fewer classes than usual. There was an intense argument between 2 club members, but the rest of us were too afraid to intervene. At the end of the day, both of them were equally responsible for what happened. Those of you who know what I'm talking about, please don't comment on it below. Next time, I'll probably show you some random stuff I've been working on. April 20th. Just a few illustrations this time. What do you think is a good name for this piece? A lot is piled up. When I look at it, I can't help but feel kinda proud of myself. I don't know if I can continue painting. How do you guys manage to keep yourself motivated? I think I'm losing the spark. It's become more of an annoyance than something I love doing. May 7th, 2 sketches. Sure enough, a hard pen seems to work better. I received many friendly messages after my last post. Thank you for your concern. I'm going to keep posting updates. I think it's too early to give up on this. I feel motivated again. In fact, it has been something to do with a change in the art club. The way it happened wasn't the best, but the outcome was unexpectedly good. Maybe that's just how it had to be. By the way, the name Twilight Tea is really great. June 28th. Busy with a lot of final exam stuff. No new updates. Just saying hi. One of us suddenly quit the club. I guess we didn't realize just how close we are to graduating. Things are getting serious. I don't understand how some could quit now. We're all in the same stressful position. I think quitting is kind of weak. July 13th, a piece I drew at home. I tried to change up the pattern, but I'm not happy with it. I've talked about spatial perspective before. I don't seem to be very good at it. How on earth do you come up with a scene concept? Can anyone help me out? July 14th, 2 more. That's it. My mood's bad. The weather's bad. My mom hasn't returned from Cambodia yet. I don't think she follows me on here, so I'm asking you. How would you nicely convince someone to come back home? I don't want to overstep any boundaries, but I'm a little pissed off to be honest. August 21st, the recomposition version. For the first time, I feel like I've mastered it. I had a lot of private stuff going on, so I didn't really practice at all during summer vacation. It's nice to be able to get some summer assignments done. Ultimately, the police didn't get involved in the incident in July, but it did take up a lot of time, and it was exhausting. There are some things about it that I can't really discuss. I feel kind of bad, and I owe a lot to you guys. On an unrelated note, if any of your local friends spot a group of people wearing black covering their faces, tell them to stay away. They may not intend to hurt you, but if you get too curious, who knows what kind of trouble you could get into. September 2nd, another one finished. Maybe this type of painting is my strength. My teacher seems to think so as well. I haven't studied Monet much, but it's similar to his style. Space, structure, hierarchy, perspective. It's all the same problem, really. After you've mastered different perspectives, your understanding of the scene's environment improves immediately. I'll try the Battle of Troy next while that mindset is still fresh in my head. I still miss that smell. Should I try it again? Meep. I don't think logic applies to the last painting. I don't think it's supposed to make sense. She didn't mention names, but there's only a handful of people who could have gotten her so riled up. If that's true, I'm worried about her statements. Knowing what I know now, we should have prepared more thoroughly before investigating the school. It doesn't make a lot of sense to think about the past now. It's more important to figure out how to proceed. I should go over everything with Scarlet tomorrow. That's all I can find out for now. Time to get back to my regular job. Ah!
I finished reading Trail of the Missing Fish. I'll return it tomorrow, okay?
Of course. Anytime.
Thanks. See you then.
Have you gathered anything new from reading it?
Sadly not. I still haven't made any progress. Many descriptions in the book do match up, but it doesn't seem to change the fact that it's all based on hearsay. There are often different explanations for the same thing.
If you can pinpoint the fishing village's exact location, shouldn't that be the confirmation you're looking for?
I tried to find it on my phone's map app. I couldn't find any place in the south with that name. The location given by the author is much too vague.
It's pretty common for small fishing villages like that to just slowly disappear over time, especially with more and more people moving to the bigger cities.
I probably got my hopes up too much, thinking that this book would help me. Sorry for all the trouble I've caused you.
My god, what do we do?
Ask about maybe her first.
Oh, her? Like her?
Yeah, like.
Okay. Did you find out anything else these past 2 days?
It's hard to. It's hard to find out more at school. Classes are going on as usual and midterms, and the teachers are nervous.
We don't have a lot of free time. Did you have any more strange dreams or visions?
No, I haven't used any incense these last 2 days.
Smart decision. Okay. Have there been any new developments in the art club these past 2 days?
Nothing's changed. We started to prepare for the competition next semester. The atmosphere's tense and the mountains of material are already piling up.
That's an exaggeration, right? I recall paint and canvas being very expensive.
Yeah, you're right about that, but the supplies we need are all paid for by the school.
Uh-oh. That school sure lives up to its reputation. They're taking this really serious if they're backing the project with so much money.
They didn't want me to take part in the project at first, but Eloise stood up for me, and the others agreed to it eventually.
That sounds tough.
She brought up Eloise.
Yep. By the way, have you heard from Eloise?
She came to see me today, but I went back to the dorm and told her I wasn't feeling well.
How did she react to that?
She didn't seem taken aback by it. But she went home really early today. She usually stays a little longer and even cleans up after everyone else.
Maybe something unexpected happened. It's probably nothing. It's just a guess. So that's how it is.
I'm a little hesitant to ask, but have you made any progress?
I did some research, yes. I haven't come to a conclusion yet, though. But we can't force anything. Some things just take time.
You're right. Even if I asked Eloise directly, she'd probably just joke around.
I still don't feel comfortable about this incense you've been telling me about. If you can, try to get your hands on a little more of this lilac grass. If we're careful about it, we'll be able to avoid making things worse at least. Since I can't do it myself, I'll find a way to get someone to analyze the ingredients.
I'll do my best.
Anything that can cause hallucinations this intense is dangerous, no exceptions. So even if Eloise asks you, don't make any rash decisions. At least wait until I'm done with this part of the investigation, okay?
Yeah, understood. Oh.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello? Uh-oh.
Oh, shit.
Give me your most menacing voice.
I can't do that.
Give me your most menacing voice.
You have more of a menacing voice than I do.
Oh, come on.
Stay out of this. Don't get involved.
Oh, come on. Give me your best shot.
I don't know how to do menacing. You do menacing.
Oh, come on. Okay.
I don't know how to do menacing. I'm not. I would sound. I would sound like a.
You would sound like a what?
What? I would sound like a little kid trying to.
Yeah, do it.
Sound like Batman.
Do your best Batman impression.
I've done a Batman impression before, and it was horrible. Well, okay, it wasn't really a Batman impression. It was just like the where's the commissioner thing. It's what? It's not good for you.
What are you talking about?
What are you talking about? You know exactly what I'm talking about.
I just take a deep breath and calm down. Why don't we talk about this in a friendly manner like adults face to face?
Anyway, don't say I didn't warn you. It's on you now.
Wow.
That was
Rude.
enlightening. Ooh. Oh wait, can we even do that? Like on our own?
No.
Or we have to wait until it gives us the prompt to? Whoa. Paper. Oh my god.
Look at all these clues we have now.
There's also a dead guy on the floor.
It's true.
What does that even say? Ex-military chief of staff under graft investigation? So
Damn.
the internet is highlighted again.
Yep.
What? Why are they still talking about the clock tower?
We're still talking about the clock tower. What was the last one?
The paid attention in
Yeah,
history
that one.
class. Oh.
You want to read that one?
Yeah. But why did they keep jumping back and forth between the two melodies? Didn't the queen not like this particular tune?
Changing it back wasn't an option, I guess. I remember when the clock tower used to be operated mechanically, so maybe they recorded the tune back then. They added several speakers and switched to electronic chimes, so they could use any song they wanted. As for the current melody, it's really popular, and it isn't offending anyone either.
Trying to be appropriate. Trying to be appropriate in all kinds of situations, and that's what happens.
Well, that's all we got. There's nothing else. I wonder what's on TV. A series is being shown on TV. Looks like this show is quite popular due to the male and female lead actors. It's just an ordinary love story, but it's surprisingly interesting. The acting, especially at the end of the episode, is also really good. I like it. Looks like there's a new addition to my Wednesday night entertainment routine. Nice, I guess.
Nice.
Thursday.
Is it Thursday?
It's Thursday.
It's the day of Thursday. Oh, sorry. Looks like things are worse than expected.
Scarlett's fingernails sink into the wooden table. I hear the sound of the wood creaking beneath my feet. It's becoming increasingly unpleasant. Come on, calm down.
Calm down. It's not only Cece and Eloise. Other students may have been exposed to this instance too. Do you understand how serious the situation is?
Actually, we should have realized it earlier. Eloise already said that everyone is under pressure because expectations are so high. It's not normal for them to be so confident when it comes to this year's competition. Something seemed off from the get-go. According to Cece, she experienced hallucinations from a different perspective. Her classmate seems to have made impressive progress when it comes to painting from strange perspectives. It has improved her spatial awareness. It's not hard to form a connection here. Of course, there's no definitive evidence for this. It's all just guesswork.
The number of people who had similar experiences has increased.
She puts her head in her hands and groans.
If that's true, I'd rather not have gotten involved in this.
Let's find a way to prove our suspicions instead of complaining about it all day.
That shouldn't be too difficult. We can just keep an eye out for art club students who have made sudden progress when it comes to their paintings. Did you asked me to come here today just to scare me?
I wish I had that kind of spare time. You left in such a hurry yesterday that there wasn't any time left to discuss this in more detail. To be honest, I don't think we have any time to waste.
Oh, sounds serious. I assume you found something big yesterday?
You could say that. I think I've gained some insight.
So what is it? We spent a lot of time and energy on this already.
If my assumption's right, proof of our theories should be much easier to find than we expected.
We're progressing faster than I thought, huh?
I get out my notebook. Scarlet sits up straighter. She seems more composed again. She knows that a calm approach is the only way to work such a case. So how is this related to Cece's hallucination? How do I prove the connection? Oh, here we go.
Oh! What?
Is this the one that we're doing? I guess.
I guess so.
What happened to Eloise?
Underneath its pure white exterior.
Here, we can-
Phoenix High School, hiding something bad.
We can go through all of these.
Oh.
She was explaining her vision. Cece described real details about a student like her. Could not have known about. No. I don't think it's either of these.
Mm-mm.
A painting in a pool of blood. Might be. Cece saw Eloise lying in a pool of blood. Right, we already know this happened. This already happened, so this has to be one of the clues.
Yeah, given that's a past tense thing.
Chronicles of the Crane Temple. Scaly silkworm looking into the void. I don't think that has to do with her. Ancient prescriptions move their soul through time. Yeah, I also don't think that has to do with her. Fraud plagiarized, eventually lost the competition. Scarlet discovered a certain watercolor painting in the art club's room. It was an amazing depiction of blooming flowers. Well, yeah, because what do we have here? Our friend should be more confident. This doesn't have to do with the past. It might have to be these two because they're both pertaining to the painting. That was also seen.
I think when they were talking to the two girls, they kind of were really weird about talking about Lily.
That's right.
And they were, if I'm not mistaken, they were talking about Lily as in a sense that she was still president.
Right.
If I'm not mistaken, or something like that. They were being really weird with her and the fact that they had a new, representative. So I think those two would probably be the best bet. So.
Submit.
Oh.
Yep, we got it.
Oh shit! Hey!
The former misdeeds of the Art Association.
That's one possibility, and a dependable one at that.
As we know from the description of the hallucination, Eloise suffered a serious injury. In that particular hallucination, Eloise fell to the ground, lying there alongside her painting.
The details were so distinct that they leave no doubt this painting is the one called Bloom.
Now it is believable that Eloise is the artist, meaning there are two possible scenarios. Eloise either plagiarized someone else's work, or she simply took back what was hers in the first place.
From what we've gathered from various documents, we shouldn't point fingers at Eloise, but at the girl named Lily.
I would rule out scenario number 1. I wonder if the person who exposed the whole thing to the Young Artists Association was even in the art club. In short, Eloise's injury is related to her having made the painting. In the hallucination, Eloise is lying at the bottom of the stairs. I reconfirmed that with Cece. Although she couldn't see much, she's absolutely certain about that. So let's note this down. Bottom of the stairs, not the top, on the ground.
The only logical conclusion is that she fell down the stairs.
Yet strangely, Cece sees Eloise with blood behind her head. I highly doubt she ran downstairs backwards.
She pushed? Meep.
Meep. So what possible scenarios could lead to that situation?
I can only think of two. Someone pushed her from above, or someone pulled her from behind. Both seem unusually extreme, considering it's only about a painting.
Falling down the stairs, pretty common cause of injury. Makes sense to drop a painting when something like that happens. Even if Cece isn't on the best speaking terms with the others. It shouldn't be too hard to confirm that an accident like that took place last semester.
You mean this could have been the event that led Lily to leaving the school to continue her studies at home instead?
The two students I talked to also alluded to the fact that her parents would have had enough influence to keep a lid on the whole plagiarizing incident.
Wait, is the assumption that Lily did something to Eloise and yoinked her painting?
I think potentially,
Yeah, that's nice. Even if people gossip, it's all just an art competition in the end. As long as people involved don't talk about it openly and nobody approaches the media, there's no way it could turn into such a big thing.
So things were going well, but then the accident led to Lily having to leave the school as quietly as possible.
So they allowed her to stay at home to keep this incident from being exposed.
It's just speculation, but from what we've gathered, it makes a lot of sense. Scarlet seems to agree.
Did Lily do it? Does it seem so far-fetched? Doesn't seem so far-fetched after all. I agree. So this is about as far as we can get with what we have so far. I'll follow up on the incident and verify a few smaller things. Maybe the situation will become clear after that.
You plan on visiting the school again?
It's too early for that. If I show up again so soon, it might cause suspicion. First, I'll find a way to check the school's administrative records. Do things the official way.
All right. There's one more thing you should keep an eye out for.
And that is?
Incense. I need to know as much as possible about it. How far it has already spread, if this kind of thing is also popular among students outside the art club. The situation is much worse than we thought.
There was a thing about Eloise's relative.
You believe that? Scarlet looks stunned and doesn't seem to share my doubts. I can understand that someone with a modern upbringing like her might have difficulty grasping older traditions. Normal incense, before being sold as a finished product, needs to go through cleaning, drying, segmentation, and other processes. Needless to say, it's quite complex. Looking at it from that angle, the incense Cece showed me is quite rudimentary. The powder should have been put into a mold and pressed before being wrapped in paper. Although the color looked different, its contents resembled wood chips. It should be classified as incense wood powder, which raises a new question: process heritage. In our country, the use of incense that retains its natural appearance and features was popular around the time before the Han Dynasty. Many pieces of wood needed to be burned in containers along with charcoal, which is an arduous procedure. The product basically evolves into a scented piece of wood shaped kind of like a chopstick. If it's made into a powder mixed with honey and then further processed with spices, It can be shaped freely. It can also be conveniently used for further cooking and baking. The aroma is more mellow. As a result, it's faster to make and more variety is possible. Think about how easy it is to use today. For example, when it's lit at graveyards.
It's much more convenient.
In addition, there's a long-running practice of using powdered wood to burn incense, which it requires some sort of container. The traditional use of incense is still around, and these appliances are not difficult to find and buy.
Yeah, I see those small stoves online all the time, and they're pretty cheap.
Back when I investigated in the countryside, I saw an old man with a small portable stove and box that he used to carry incense, wood, powder, and on an unexpectedly reliable and practical device. Those are basically the ways to make incense that have developed here in China. However, the production process of this lilac grass is more common in Japan and Thailand. Why would an old man in this country have a traditional recipe that's not at all traditional here in China?
Do you think Eloise isn't telling the truth about where it came from?
I do. And the rough way in which the incense was rolled didn't look like it was mass-produced.
Then it's highly suspicious that she's the only one supplying it.
It's dangerous. We're volatile creatures. If we're offered a cheap way to make our troubles disappear, we don't care if it's a cure or a curse. Cece's a perfect example. It's hard to believe, and if it were me, I'd probably try to find some more wealthy and less troublesome adults as customers. Well, now that I think about it, Phoenix High School is full of kids from rich families. Scarlet sighs and readjusts her sunglasses.
If I have to ask around for it, it might look a little more noisy than I might make it look a little more noise than usual. I hope you're okay with that.
Just try not to alert the people responsible. We don't want them to become suspicious and make things even more difficult for us. How about talking to one of the students again?
That could be kind of difficult. But hey, I'll find a way. Just sit tight until I know more.
Really think Scarlet should work as a private investigator? I don't think I'd ever be brave enough to tell her that, though. Her being a lawyer and so good at fieldwork at the same time is really challenging my professional awareness. These past 2 days have been really hard on you.
No biggie.
Scarlet puts the papers back into her bag. By the looks of it, she doesn't intend to take the afternoon off either. She's so caught up in talking about her plans that I barely say anything. Meatball. Sometimes effort and result aren't in proportion. I look up at the ceiling and try to rest my weary eyes for a while. Reading always requires time. The more complicated books obviously taking longer to finish. The books dropped off by the mysterious stranger aren't entertaining and don't make for good reading material. Sometimes the writing style is obscure, sometimes important references or even huge chunks of a chapter are missing. In a couple of cases, I can't even make out what the texts are about because they break seemingly every rule of basic language. For professional reasons, I've had exchanges with various experts and archaeological scholars in the past. For people like us, piecing together and trying to understand confusing ancient books is nothing new. I dare say we even enjoy the process. Old-fashioned elaborate phrases have accompanied me for most of my life. The pain in my mind doesn't really have anything to do with them. My brain instinctively refuses to read anything more, just like a child covering its ears to escape a ghost story. It doesn't make any sense, so I'm especially reluctant to give up too easily. If I put them on the market, I'm afraid they would cause a lot of turmoil. That mysterious man hasn't done anything wrong so far, but there's something off about him, always speaking in riddles. It's no good. My head will explode if I keep on reading.
Looks like you've stumbled upon something that has piqued your interest. What? The guy with the poker face is already standing at the work desk. The deliverer. With all due respect, the security measures here are far from perfect. You should be careful. Oh, just let them come. I don't mind sharing these books with anybody. So what are you up to today? I just happened to pass by. I told you quite clearly I'd visit again at an appropriate time. You seem to want to check up on the sales. Sadly, none of the copies you brought were sold. That's only half the truth, of course. I won't allow those books out of my sight. They're somewhere in the most obscure corner of the shelf, accompanied by the most massive and tedious dictionaries I know. Really? What a pity. People only turn their heads to enjoy cliches. Although things of true value are right in front of them. It's one of the great tragedies of this era. Reading cheap novels is much more entertaining than reading your books. You may not believe it, but they were cheap indeed. I thought there'd be more interesting backstory to them. After all, none but the most eccentric collectors would hold on to these. That may be true, but their son didn't see it that way. Made a bet, trying to impress the ladies. Kids will be kids. Children from a family of scholars are no exception. It's better to learn how to cope with losses early and on in life. That kid should be thankful that I taught him that lesson before he was let loose on society. Why disguise it as a bet to teach someone a lesson? Why not just be a little more honest? Insolent boy! The slave of fashion, basking in your glory, arrogant fool, this brave young suitor sharing in my triumph. The Phantom of the Opera. You mean ignorant fool. I didn't know you were familiar with musicals. Once you've been around long enough, there are always a few quotes that just stick with you. What about you? Do you enjoy the theater? I haven't watched a play in a long time. Never really developed a habit of watching them. The last time was probably in school, apart from writing and editing short stories myself. Drama. I like a good drama. Stage plays are my favorite. The actors value their masks so very much. Before they step on stage, they carefully take the mask out of its wooden box and hold it in front of their face. It's as if they whisper to the mask that they're about to become one. He waves his hands as he talks, highly engaged in the subject matter. Abandon your own self, fully inherit the spirit of the role, and its thoughts become your own. It's a respectable profession, isn't it? The mysterious visitor flashes me a strange smile. I don't have time to indulge him right now. I should move the conversation forward as soon as possible. Oh my god. Choices. Play dumb? Huh? Probably. I'm thinking cut to the chase.
He seems like a direct kind of guy.
Yeah, there's no need to beat around the bush. Come on, dude. It's not what you came to talk to me about today. You can just be straightforward for a change. I didn't mean to cause you any concern. I just came here to remind you of what you have to do. Now that we're in business, I need to confirm that you're doing your duty. There's not much I can say to that, is there? I agree. I see you have no intention of giving up. At least my visit enabled me to confirm that. He rearranges his collar and meets my gaze under the brim of his hat. I have some personal business to attend to, so I'll be leaving now. Please treat these books properly. That's all I can do. In spite of those words, the uninvited visitor never even glanced at what was actually on offer in the shop. He leaves after making such a meaningful statement. The sound of his leather shoes soon disappears behind the door. An unsettling premonition begins to rise in my heart. Meatballs.
Damn, the day's still not over.
I know, this is a long one. This isn't good.
Cece hasn't written back yet. Her
She's
school.
dead?
Oh my god. Ah! Her school shouldn't have any strict guidelines concerning mobile phones. And it wouldn't be appropriate to ask Scarlet about this, regardless of whether Scarlet can pull it off. If she visits the school too often, the possibility of her being discovered will grow. It's not worth the risk. It was a mistake not to ask for Eloise's phone number yesterday. That way I would have had a second reliable option right now. To be honest, it wouldn't even have mattered. If it was reliable or not, it would have been better than nothing. My right eye starts twitching uncontrollably at the thought. Although it's probably just from the stain of being in such a dark environment, it's easier to let my mind wander. I should call Cece. I take out my phone and make a quick call to Cece via the messaging software. Young people seem to be more used to that than to properly dialing a number. If I remember correctly, the other person will receive a call request and then... Huh? If this is a coincidence, I'll eat my phone. I walk towards the door to confirm my suspicion. Meep. Eloise and Cece are standing in front of the door, not saying a word. They're holding hands and look rather disheveled as they walk towards me one slow step at a time. It looks as if Eloise is guiding Cece along, but she looks just as unstable on her feet and seems like she might fall at any moment. Neither of them bows their head in greeting. Instead, their eyes are staring right at me, the only part of their bodies that seems steady. Even so, I don't feel watched. Their eyes are simply fixed on me, as if observing something that has nothing to do with them. They're just staring at something that happens to be me. Seeing their empty gazes, I suddenly realize a terrible fact. Eloise and Cece aren't even in this world at all. Well, good luck with that one.
Oh, meep times 100? I don't fucking know.
Meep, beep, 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 beep.
Meep, 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 meep.
My god, Eloise turns her head slightly and makes a strange sound. She's talking. Common sense forces me to understand that. Even if a human manages to make such a sound, the sound of two glass shards rubbing against each other can hardly be called a word.
Square, 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 square.
You forgot all the meeps. I'm just kidding.
Meeps.
Oh my god. Cece doesn't respond at first. The corners of her mouth just keep twitching. I can still hear the ringtone from her phone. Shit. God knows how long they've been waiting at the door, just standing there. I'm afraid that even the most indifferent of neighbors might have called the police. It's a miracle that they were able to walk all the way here at all. It's as if the whole world has forgotten about the two of them. Before I can think about it any further, I grab both of them by the arm and drag them into the store. Wow.
Square, square. Meep, square, square, square.
The ominous premonition that has been lingering in my mind since this morning has turned into a terrible situation that I'm experiencing firsthand. The cramped space seems to have a strange effect. Despite the fact that there are now 3 people in this tight space, I can hear out our heartbeats. Things aren't going well, but somehow I'm beginning to calm down. I pick up Cece's arm and gently tap her upper arm near the elbow. The motion causes her to curl her arm up suddenly. At least her reflexes are still there, so simple, straightforward body functions don't seem to be affected. At least not yet. When you think about it, people sometimes walk automatically even if you're dragging them along. Maybe that's how Eloise pulled Cece in front of the store, little by little. I try snapping my fingers in front of their eyes, and they redirect their gaze, but that's the only response. Needless to say, they're clearly subdued. Their physical state is very similar to the effect of incense that Cece once described to me. Even if I don't want to speculate in this direction, reality doesn't leave me much of a choice. So the situation... Huh? Yo, they're high as shit! So the situation isn't completely desperate yet. At least it's not bath salts. they would have been eating each other's faces by now. As- That's why we got that book on cannibalism.
Oh, yeah.
Oh my god. As long as I can transfer information to them, I can try to evoke some kind of response. I've had to deal with a lot of stuff in my life. Before I knew it, I was pretty experienced in terms of psychological analysis. This may prove to be a complete failure, since the source of the symptoms stems from something other than this world. The chances of a blind cat running into a dead rat would actually be higher. I get up and close the door, settle the girls face to face in a chair, and hold up our hands. As mentioned before, holding hands is the most straightforward way to create a connection. If only there were a psychologist here right now. I can only hope that my superficial knowledge of this will work. Eloise, Cece, take a deep breath. You can see a beam of light in front of you. This isn't a magical formula. The people who taught me these crude hypnosis techniques said that the process itself doesn't really matter. The key to success is to create an environment in which people are willing to listen and accept. Not only is it risky, it's not even safe. As a rule, one needs to feel confident and secure. Although friendships can support people through hardships, they can also be toxic. If they have any hard feelings against each other hidden in their hearts, then touching each other's hands will only be counterproductive. I'm taking a leap of faith here. Now on the count of 3, you will feel the burden disappear completely. 1, 2, 3. The tension in the air begins to ease up. Something odd seems to fly over my head into the room.
Don't me again. Don't look at me.
Eloise closes her eyes and mumbles something, but her breathing sounds smoother and stronger now.
Sister, sorry.
For some reason, Cece looks at Eloise apologetically and squeezes her hand tightly. After a long moment, the girl turns her head, an unreadable expression on her face.
I'm back again, Mr. Store Manager.
Welcome, although the store is closed right now. I can't even remember the last time I wanted some truth this badly. And now it's moon time. Sorry, I haven't restocked in quite some time. We'll need to improvise when it comes to food. Cold noodles it is then. The sky has already gone completely black. The shop is dark and cramped. Not exactly the best environment for the two girls. Especially in their current condition. That's why I let them stay at my place. Eloise is lying on a makeshift bed with her eyes closed. She'd probably keep on sleeping like a stone even if I caused a ruckus right now. She must be exhausted. Cece is sitting on a small chair right next to Eloise. The way she's holding Eloise's hand makes it look like a scene in a hospital ward. She still hasn't moved.
I tried calling her by name, but she didn't react.
She takes her head and looks at her friend with great concern. Don't worry too much about it. I don't mean to boast, but I'm quite confident in my skills. She'll be okay. I called a friend to bring some medicine. She's already on her way. It'll be fine. Scarlett agreed to help immediately. It's probably because she's personally invested in this as well. To be honest, I'm hesitant to pat myself on the back just yet. Things are still pretty bad. But this is not the time to panic. Cece nods absent-mindedly. It's not easy to cope with the fact that someone you like is in a coma. And this isn't even the last of it.
I'm really sorry, Mr. Store Manager. I'm so sorry. Today, I...
Don't apologize to me. It wasn't an inconvenience or anything. It's not like the shop's overflowing with customers. You should apologize only to yourself. I won't sugarcoat it. There are tough times ahead.
Me.
I know you're too smart to just ignore other people's advice and act recklessly. There must be some kind of explanation for what happened. I crouch down so Cece and I are on eye level. She hasn't eaten much today and seems weak and frail. Can you tell me what really happened?
Meep.
Cece doesn't answer immediately. She leans forward and gently strokes Eloise's hair. For a moment, she seems to be lost in a world far removed from feelings such as joy or sorrow. There's an inscrutable expression on her face.
Mr. Store Manager, can you promise me one thing?
That depends on what the request is. At last she decides to speak. She must have gone over it in her head many times.
Whatever I say next, please just forgive Eloise, okay?
That concludes our club activities for today. Remember to clean up after yourself. If you want to continue painting, go ahead, but don't forget the last one out closes the door. Class dismissed. He fucking bolts.
God damn, they're so fast.
Business as usual at the art club today. Orderly, quiet, structured, nothing's changed. Although the problem has been entrusted to a man outside the school, the situation hasn't changed yet. Still, Cece keeps to herself and doesn't complain. These issues need to be solved one after another. Solving one problem won't make another one simply disappear. Everything has to be done in order. Impatience doesn't help at all. So you need to keep your mind calm and treat the people around you well. That's what Cece was taught. So her patience knows no bounds. Even so, she carries an anxiety with her that she just can't shake.
You're on cleanup duty today, aren't you, birthday girl?
So much work. So, let's just go.
That one's always laughing and smiling. Oh, that's her. That's them fucking speaking.
That's who?
It's one of the girls speaking.
That one's always laughing and smiling. How annoying. Perhaps it's just me.
Those are Cece's thoughts.
Meep.
Meep. Cece shakes her head to vent her frustration and organizes her tools. It's her birthday today. For some reason... What?
It's her birthday. Didn't we do the birthday scene?
This is the beginning.
Oh.
For some reason, that girl... Oh. For some reason, that girl thinks she can shirk her duties because it's her birthday. Cece decides to take over the girl's duties, knowing full well not to expect any gratitude or appreciation. Is there another girl?
Mm.
Oh, is it... Whose birthday is it?
I'm confused.
Cece isn't angry with Eloise at all, having to report to the teacher for an important project and then following that up with 3 study appointments in the afternoon is more than enough justification to leave early. Cece doesn't blame the teacher either. Oh my god. Yo, what's up, Beach? You're giving the pats to the little one today. My
Wait.
god. What's up?
Who's the little one? I'm the little one!
That is what it is. How are you doing?
Fight me.
I'm doing well.
I got your ankles.
Cece doesn't blame the teacher either. At his age, he must be under a lot of stress, too. He's probably reaching his breaking point. At her previous school, some people thought she was being too tolerant. Cece never considered it a flaw, though. And just like that, she's suddenly the last person in the room. Usually several students stay after class to practice. They aren't very chatty, and Cece often feels anxious when they're around. There's some school activity going on, everybody's gone.
I guess I'll just finish this.
It's unjust, but at least she can avoid trouble this way. She carefully puts away the chalk and the board eraser, repositions the crooked desk, and closes the window. Next up is the unbelievably large trash heap on the floor. People think it's always clean and neat in here. When a dozen students get together and throw ideas and concepts around, there's bound to be a lot of ideas that land in the trash. Waste paper, canvases, wood chips, and obviously some oil paint that got spilled. Since it isn't an airy room, it's starting to smell a little, there isn't a lot of dust from outside either, a blessing and a curse. Cece walks to the locker in the back of the room to get the broom.
That's...
The whole locker is filled with red paint. Despite the obvious difference in smell, the deep hues are still eerily reminiscent of blood.
This is just too much.
It's semi-dry, and there's so much of it that it was obviously done on purpose. Somebody must be deliberately messing with her, but that's not the point. Cece doesn't even bother looking for a motive for the prank. Why would somebody do this? Even if it's just to annoy Cece, this affects everyone. The whole class is going to suffer under this pungent smell. Thinking about the others, Cece grabs a few mops and rags and begins scrubbing the inside of the locker. She could just refuse to do it and leave. She's not on duty today.
Ouch.
Ouch. You okay?
I ran into my microphone.
Oh no. Get some sleep, Beach.
No, I don't want to put any more pressure on Eloise.
Who knows what type of pranks they'll come up with if she decides to show signs of resistance. She doesn't want Eloise to worry about her any more than she already does. This won't end well. Cece's smart enough to know that, but there's no way out of this right now. Before joining the club, Cece just wanted to find a place where she belongs. Even in the current situation, she doesn't want to let that go. Even the upper corners of the locker are full of paint. She has to hurry up, otherwise it'll be impossible to get these stains out. Cece shovels around, doing her best to clean up the mess. And suddenly, a hand shoves her into the locker.
Okay. What?
She's stuck inside the locker. Acting on instinct, there's only one reaction that makes sense to her. She kicks hard against the door from the inside. It's no use. Something's blocking the door. This is more than just a harmless prank.
Who's out there?
She starts shouting and kicks against the door again. Whoever's out there won't answer. She can hear panicked footsteps, the sounds of someone running away.
Let me out.
Knock, knock, knock. It won't budge. Her small frame can't do anything against this obstacle. Knock, knock, knock. It won't budge.
Beep.
Beep!
Beep.
A flash of dizziness. She's afraid she won't be able to breathe if she keeps this up. She's panicking, which is draining even more of her strength. Her ankles are sore and her hands are sweaty. Mom's spaghetti.
I was about to say that too.
She can't even she can't even turn her body around. Cece leans against the locker wall. Her whole body is shaking and taken over by panic. She cut herself, but she ignores it completely. She leans her forehead against the cold locker door.
Please, help.
Go! She can hear footsteps again, this time further in the distance. Whoever's out there probably thinks Cece has quieted down.
Hey, it's me.
The voice sounds muffled through the heavy door, but it's clearly a girl talking.
Well, it's done. It scared the shit out of me. Didn't think she'd be this strong.
Cece concentrates. Is this a member of the art club?
She's locked up now. That should teach her a lesson. What? I don't care what happens, okay? I have it under control. I told you it would be a problem if anything came out.
It sounds as if she's talking to someone on the phone. Cece reaches into her pocket and then she quickly remembers that she put her things in a drawer. If she had a way to call Eloise, she'd probably come rushing over immediately. But what if the relationship between Eloise and the club members gets even worse because of this? Maybe it's better this way.
Aha, joke's on you, it's Eloise. Everything is fine. I'll just have to go wash my hands in a minute.
She's still talking, walking around the room. She sounds pretty anxious.
What I mean is it really necessary to take things this far? Hey, I know, not my decision, but I'm not comfortable with this. I don't think it's that big of a deal. It's no joke. The teachers can't find out about this.
No big deal. Is what this is to them? Cece feels rage burning up inside her. Suddenly, the voice outside sounds louder and more energetic.
Don't even mention that. I only promised to help you because I owe you.
There's a sound of metal on wood and several chairs are being dragged across the floor.
What if the representative finds out, huh? Don't keep pushing me.
The voice is filled with anger. Cece expects a sudden outburst to happen at any moment. But it doesn't. There's the sound of chairs being dragged around again. And then there's an abrupt silence.
No, I didn't mean that. Hey, don't be like that. Don't. I'm sorry, okay? Don't tell the teacher. Okay, promise. It's just a little excessive.
Her pace quickens all of a sudden. And then the sound fades away. Whoever she is, she's left the classroom.
I'm waiting for like a face to pop up.
My God. Meep. Although it was interesting to listen in on them, it isn't really helpful in this situation. The adrenaline that was rushing through Cece is fading away, and she's left with nothing, oh God, but an intense feeling of exhaustion. Jesus Christ. Yo, Aki, thank you for the raid. The clock is ticking, the void is beckoning. How are you doing? Yo, what were you up to? I'll give you a shout out.
Hi, Aki. Mosh, mosh.
Is that right?
Hello.
Hello, hello. Hi. Yo, what were you up to? Thank you for the raid.
I was doing.
Yeah, how was your stream? Sorry, my PC kind of messing up right now. I'm good. Ended up playing Val near the end. Okay. Game's going well. I don't know. What do you think, Emmy?
I am thoroughly invested in the story.
My God.
Because it's very vague.
Yeah, it's very vague.
I want that information.
My God.
I think it's really good though. I'm having a great time, so.
I'm glad. We might have to find a stopping point here soon.
Yeah, just let me know.
It's getting to be that time. I don't want to stay up too late tonight. Although I am having a great time.
Hey, your stream, your call.
It's true. Game seems interesting. I was listening as I was playing. Oh yeah. It's okay. We're getting into the meat of it soon, but we might have to save that for next time. This is only the first episode too.
It's the first case.
The first chapter. Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah. I see. Hell yeah. But yeah, no, thank you for the raid. Welcome in, you guys. I hope you guys can kick back and relax. We're going to be doing some reading tonight. Isn't that right, Emmy?
Yeah. Well,
I got to give you a shout out too.
It's fine. I just hear. We just reading.
You just hear? What do you hear?
Bedtime story. Bedtime stories.
There we go. You're welcome.
Yeah, sir.
Okay. She needs to calm down and think of a way out of here. Cece sighs hopelessly, surrounded by inky blackness. There's no way for her to get out of here, so she'd better save her strength. Even though no other meetings are scheduled in here today, somebody will come looking for her if she's missing for too long, right? That's about our only ray of hope right now. That some class member who probably doesn't care about any of this will notice. She needs to do this without Eloise's help. She can't drag her into this, no matter what. This is probably going to take a while, locked up in this dark, cramped place. Meep. Meep. Wait a minute. Just now, Cece realizes that her body feels weird somehow. This is just a regular locker. The door shouldn't be strong enough to keep a person locked in. Her arms and knees feel weak. She doesn't have any strength left. The smell of wet paint is seeping into her brain and she's having a hard time breathing. Her bursts of breath are getting shorter every time she inhales. The endless darkness makes everything so much worse.
Help!
It feels as if hands are grabbing her limbs, holding her back. She feels a wave of helplessness crash over her. The more powerless she feels, the more her mind starts playing tricks on her. Suffocation. That's all she can think about right now. It's getting worse by the second. Invisible hands are choking her, grabbing her by the throat. She faintly knocks against the door again. There's no response.
Please, help me.
The walls around her are closing in. She can't move. Have a good lurk. Yo, what's up, imposter? They're coming closer and closer like a coffin wrapping itself around her body. Coffin. That's the word in her mind that pushes her over the edge. She's trembling. Pearls of cold sweat dripping from her pale, panicked face. Dark, dark, dark. Nightmare, nightmare, nightmare. The endless darkness opens its huge jaws. Those things are nearby. They're everywhere, crawling over Cece's legs, whispering in her ears. Her body is completely paralyzed and refuses to move so much as an inch. Dark, dark, dark. Dark, 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 dark. Dark, 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 dark. Words fail her, and the darkness swallows her whole.
Meep.
Nice. It was a long meep. Hey, pull yourself together. Cece's panting and her eyes are wide open. She's covered from head to toe in cold sweat and grabs Eloise's hand without even noticing it. She clutches it so tightly that it almost turns blue.
Wait. Why did she start this off with "Don't get mad at Eloise"?
She looks down at the pale hand and quickly loosens her grip.
I'm sorry.
It's a good thing your hand brought you back to consciousness. On a side note, Cece always seemed a little nervous in the bookstore. If she's claustrophobic, that would explain it. And from that point on, you weren't really conscious of what you were doing.
It felt weird, different somehow, but I can't really remember what happened. I only remember that it was very dark, narrow, so narrow that I couldn't breathe. Although I've always been afraid of enclosed spaces, I've never felt such an intense fear before. I tried to open the door, but it wouldn't budge. The uncertainty of when or if I was getting out was horrible. Next thing I knew, Eloise rescued me. Hello? Anybody?
The all-encompassing fog slowly disappears and her field of vision clears up. She can hear the faint sound of music coming from somewhere. It seems almost unreal. What time is it? It feels as if a whole century has passed.
Cece's lost all track of time as she opens her eyes. And she finally recognizes the faint voice coming from outside.
Are you awake?
Eloise looks sad and worried.
Eloise? What's going on? If I hadn't tried to contact you, I would have never known you were...
Eloise sounds worried and angry at the same time. Although she is doing her best to restrain herself, Cece can still feel the rage burning inside of her, directed at whoever did this. Cece can't help but think that this could be a chance to lay everything bare, a chance to avoid trouble like this from now on. But no.
It doesn't matter, Eloise. It was a silly little prank.
She raises her hand and touches Eloise's face. Sure enough, there is a cut on her left hand. The sticky blood running over her palm is confirmation enough. The windows are covered in a red hue as the sun sets majestically over the mountains in the distance. Everything's okay now. Eloise is here. Even though the shock is still fresh in her mind, Cece has never felt so at peace before. So at peace.
Huh?
An all too familiar smell drifts through the room.
Eloise, when did you... Do you mean the incense? You were twitching around when you were unconscious. It seemed as if you were going through something horrible. So I thought some incense might calm you down.
Eloise seems completely out of it. She is holding some incense in her hand. No wonder Cece's body felt weak and floaty. Being exposed to the incense leads to a dulling of the senses and makes you lose your bodily awareness. Cece feels bad. She hasn't forgotten her promise to the store manager and the advice he gave her. The hallucinations over the last 10 days have been horrible. All the more reason to take a step back and be more careful.
Eloise, maybe we shouldn't.
She tries to sit up, but her body's too weak, and she isn't in control of her limbs. Eloise takes Cece's hand and pulls her into a hug.
Meep.
A warm darkness shrouds Cece's vision, and Eloise's steady heartbeat feels like a lighthouse beacon guiding her.
Don't worry, this is all you need right now. But...
Incense does calm her down, that much is true, and right now, it is helping Cece get her rapidly beating heart and irregular breathing under control. However, Eloise's words sound strange, almost slurred somehow.
Are you worried about seeing those things? Huh?
The question rattles Cece. She hasn't really talked to Eloise about those things before. How did she know? For some reason, Eloise smiles, but it looks almost melancholic.
I've seen those things before, you know, those phantoms. Humans, things, all kinds of scenes, in all kinds of time and space. I've seen it all. So what? Those phantoms are nothing more than illusions. Why worry about something that isn't real?
So what exactly is she up to? Cece doesn't understand Eloise's agenda here. Eloise seems to be looking straight through her.
Cece, you're the only thing that's real, and I'm the only one who's always been there for you. Meep.
Eloise suddenly looks away and avoids Cece's eye, a little embarrassed. Cece can hear her heartbeat, a clear, constant sound. How many times has that sound guided her through her hallucinations? Cold fear starts closing in on Cece all of a sudden.
When I enter those other worlds, time is an exclusive concept. Sometimes I feel as if I've spent centuries there. So, with the incense, we can spend even more time together.
Eloise's voice is barely more than a whisper and her cheeks turn bright red.
Meep.
My god. Cece knows exactly what that feels like. Eloise knows it too, yet she lied about it to the others. Cece isn't sure what the true meaning behind Eloise's words is, but they comfort her and give her a sense of relief. Her vision begins to blur again, and there's a familiar ringing in her ears. Something more than warmth is rising up inside of her. Eloise opens her bag and pulls out several sticks of incense. She lines up the sticks on a table in front of them.
Hey, wait a minute. You know, I've never been as good as you. I've had countless opportunities to make the art club a better place, but I was never successful. But you're different. In the way in which you stay persistent inspires me. I don't think I could ever sit in the same room with those people who treat me like that. I envy you so much. How do you do it? What were you like in the past? I've always been curious, and the incense satisfies that curiosity. That's right, Cece. I've seen your past.
Eloise keeps talking about dangerous, unnatural things.
Most of all, I've seen your persistence, but it isn't enough. Those small glimpses aren't enough. I want to know more. Even if we see a lot of strange, inexplicable things, short bursts of pain are better than prolonged pain. No matter how long it takes, we should get to know each other better.
Cece desperately tries to open her eyes, but it's futile. Her eyelids are too heavy. Her body has no energy left, and a wave of weariness sweeps over her in a strange way. It feels comforting. Is this really who Eloise is? Really what she thinks? How peculiar. Cece feels sorry for letting the store manager down, but all she can do is apologize to him later. And Cece's mouth moves of its own accord.
With you here, it's not so bad. Meep.
For a short moment, Eloise's eyes flicker open. She soon regains her composure, although she can't hide her smile.
I understand. Thank you, Cece.
Even after this statement, Cece finds it difficult to meet Eloise's inscrutable gaze. The lilac grass is emitting soft wisps of smoke. They're so faint that you can hardly tell if it's actually burning. However, everything is starting to look very different after inhaling it for just a few minutes. Is it too much? The sweet and aromatic scent has changed into something like the smell of a dense forest after a rainy night, thick enough to make Cece's head throb. Meanwhile, the faint music in her ears is turning into a strange chant. Cece doesn't recognize the language, but she knows one thing. Although they sound like voices, they're not coming from this world. Just like images and smells, this is simply a manifestation of the senses. Feeling more weighed down than ever before, Cece stops resisting and allows her heavy eyes to fall closed. The darkness behind her eyelids is twisting into an endless, intimidating tunnel. Her feet leaving the ground and her physical senses dissipate like smoke. Her consciousness leaves her body behind and her perception starts to expand. Suddenly, an altogether different scene manifests before her eyes. The art club is packed with people. There are many familiar faces, but many more that she has never seen before. Eloise is arguing loudly with someone. The whole situation is pretty intense. Cece doesn't recognize the other girl, but she looks older than Eloise. She's holding a fiery red watercolor painting, her face twisted and angry. Eloise's aura exudes pure anger. Cece has never seen Eloise this openly emotional and out of control before. The whole scene is very unsettling. Eloise turns to face the other art club members, expecting some kind of reply, but no one responds. Being ignored, the very same situation Cece finds herself in way too often. Eloise has reached her breaking point. The very last remains of her patience have all but faded away. She grabs the canvas from the other side of the classroom and runs towards the exit. The other girl seems unbelievably offended and storms out of the room, running after Eloise.
Eloise!
The door opens and everything freezes. And then, hundreds of hallucinations closing in all at once. A flock of white doves takes flight among the desolate ruins of several tall buildings. Meep! 8 cheetahs dash through the debris and rubble. Countless figures are lined up, silhouetted against the sunset above the endless sea. Apes are kneeling down in front of a statue in deep devotion and worship. Silent lightning and a cloud of color dance across the sky. Pink, fleshy pillars of meat rise from the ground, squirming like maggots. Standing on an overcast tower in the far distance, a shadowy figure spreads its arms. Electric bolts come crashing down from above and countless fragments fall to the ground. Priests in Taoist robes, along with thin, ant-like creatures, are facing large pyramids and bowing into the sun. The visions are all over the place. There's no logic to anything and no way to tell where and when they are taking place. There are no words, no meaning for this. It's like a glimpse into a realm unknown to humans, something so far removed from our known understanding of the world that the mind has no way of coping with it. Scarlet is there with Eloise now, but the images are fading in and out of focus, the waves breaking on the beach, only to retreat back into the ocean soon after. Suddenly everything is green, strong ferns spread across the valley. A complete different scene. A bed of leaves is spread across the ground, giant creatures covered in feathers and scales slowly stride past on elongated legs. Every so often they emit deep muffled hums. There's no sign that humans ever existed. In the distant darkness, a shooting star crosses the sky. Cece doesn't turn around fast enough to see it properly. It's no big deal, there's no time for regret right now. Even if she wanted to stop, she couldn't. She isn't in control right now. The constant chanting slowly fades away and is replaced by something else. The indescribable spectacle unfolds mercilessly before Cece's eyes. What did you say was the last thing you saw? I just need Cece to confirm it again.
The answer, probably.
She looks out of the window and responds flatly. The look on her face indicates that she understood the question, but that she doesn't know how to phrase the answer properly.
I saw many things, all kinds of things. There was nothing solid there, no clear picture, yet it was everything I could ever imagine. It was thousands of miles away, yet still right in front of me. There was no aura surrounding it, no color, just existence itself.
The incense visions.
Yeah. In all its possible forms.
Why call it the answer?
I don't know. From the first moment I saw it, that's the only word I could find to describe it. Mr. Store Manager, are you familiar with the Mobius loop?
Mm-hmm. It's a very popular concept in a branch of mathematics called topology. It only has one side and one boundary curve. There's actually one without a boundary called the Klein bottle. It's a non-orientable surface, which can exist within a three-dimensional world. Looks like my math class wasn't a complete waste of time after all.
What I saw in my hallucination was even more chaotic. It was unreal. I couldn't make out its shape however long I looked at it. It was something foreign, something that doesn't follow our world's geometric rules. Every part of it was connected to every place that could possibly exist, completely independently of each other. I don't know how to describe it. It's impossible.
Do you ever read words and they don't sound like you're reading words?
They don't sound like words, yeah.
That's what that was.
My God. No, you're doing great.
Lights, rules, shapes, cause and effect. Nothing compares to it. Not in this world. Straight lines aren't straight, and ends don't line up with beginnings.
It's like you're casting a spell.
I feel like it. Jesus. It's like a complex web of meaningful elements, and from any point in it, you can get to where you want to be. The answer, I suppose.
I don't quite get why you picked that word to describe it.
That wasn't my decision. It was there long before I ever found out about it.
Cece raises her hands hopelessly, still trying to explain it.
It's the beginning and the end. It's around me and within me at the same time. It's where time was born and where time will be laid to rest. The fuck is happening? I feel like all knowledge is there, the meaning of everything, but even that's the tip of the iceberg.
Yeah, she had a pretty bad trip, didn't she?
Yeah.
Like the Taoist concept?
Saying it like that would limit it, but yes, kind of.
All things are one. I'm reminded of that phrase. It seems like a fitting way to describe this answer. So you saw this answer, and then something changed? Cece shakes her head.
It left me breathless. That much I know. But in a strange way. It was too confusing to be scary. There was so much that I simply don't understand about it. The thing is, the moment I saw it, I think I became a target.
She sounds deeply depressed and can't keep the fear out of her voice.
A pair of piercing blue eyes was watching me from the sidelines. But because I was focused on everything else, they weren't that conspicuous. Why was I the only one there? When that thought hit me, it had already been staring at me for quite a while. Wherever I looked, its gaze followed me. Every time I glanced at it, my body felt like it was turning to ice. There was a brief moment in which our eyes locked. I saw a reflection in its eyes, and it showed me the end of everything. Torn, cut, rotten, bloodied, impaled, burned, crushed, drowned. Nothing but death. I didn't know what to do, but it seemed like I was going to reach the end someday.
Cece wraps her arms around her herself, and I realize that her whole back is covered in sweat.
Mr. Store Manager, it's so horrible. If it catches up with us, it will devour us. That's when everything began falling apart. A blinding light came crashing down, brighter than 1,000 stars exploding. One could say that I was submerged into a lake of hallucinations and something pulled me up. I could feel those eyes on me, following my every move. Even with my back turned to them, I still felt their presence as I moved further away. I tried to run, but it was as if the ground itself was slowing me down like mud. The eyes came closer. I had no choice but to swim upward, but the panic and fear robbed me of my strength and paralyzed me. I couldn't see clearly anymore.
Cece shudders and her voice becomes more withdrawn by the second. I pat her on the shoulder. She's covered in cold sweat, shivering as if she was just pulled from the water. And then, next thing you knew, you were in the bookstore, right? She attempts to wipe the cold sweat off her face and nods.
This is my own fault. Please don't blame Eloise, okay?
Truth be told, this doesn't surprise me at all. The lilac grass came from Eloise. I suspected it all along. But this isn't the right moment for a snarky remark. Still, this raises a lot of questions. The patch of red on her arm backs up her story. Without Eloise's quick assessment of the situation,
Cece might still be stuck in that locker for someone suffering from such a severe claustrophobia. It's no laughing matter. The situation in the real world is bad enough for Cece, but these hallucinations are even more worrying. Where the hell did those eyes come from? What could be haunting a person trapped in such a strange fantasy? Usually trying to discuss any scenarios that someone experienced under the influence of hallucinogenic drugs is pretty ridiculous. It never makes much sense, but Cece's situation is incomparable to that. Since her illusions can be traced back to reality, it is important to take into account the fact that something that appears in the illusion may have practical meaning. Either way, we need to find out where the incense came from. No matter how miraculous and strange her encounters are, there's always an environmental basis for their existence. Mountains, grasslands, she sees actual biomes. So at least there's some twisted logic to it. The incense's effects are now more obvious than before. I've always wanted to identify the history of the incense, but the clinical symptoms were a mystery to me, and there was only a limited amount of information available. However, the situation has changed drastically. As for information, the strange guy who keeps delivering books has also kindly prepared some for me. Whatever his ulterior motive is, this is proof that the books have a real value. It should be possible to find some records related to the things Cece described. Although ancient techniques may have changed throughout the years, their functionality and purpose haven't. First, we should find out what this incense is all about. Okay.
Whoa.
I like grasses.
Yeah.
I know one for sure.
What's up?
Wouldn't one be that book we read about it?
Which one?
I don't remember what the name of it was.
Oh, we got a lot more here too.
Oh.
Her visions reflect the past.
I mean,
Saw something that actually
that's-
happened in her vision. This might have to do with it.
Maybe? I mean, it's a symptom, technically, of it.
Potentially. Chronicles of the
Ancient
Crane Temple.
prescriptions would be one, no?
Looking into the void, scaly silkworm. Maybe. Ancient prescriptions, yeah, I think that's a pretty safe bet. Yeah, this is the book one, I think.
Agitation of the soul through time.
Iron but not steel. That's not it. During the argument, Eloise was inadvertently pushed down the stairs. No.
No, forgettable and unforgettable experience.
Yeah.
I feel like
This one
That
has
one
to.
has something
This
to
one has to do
do-
with Lilac Grass. Yeah. What's this last one?
the
I mean-
eyes.
Yeah, the eyes. I think that has more to do with the experience than the actual drug.
I think the Inhumane Eyes has something to do with that Crane book.
Yeah. Oh, with the silkworm. Yeah, probably. We get three tries to get this right. Okay, we got it. Lilac Grass returns to its land of origin. Nice. That's it. The use of incense produces an illusion which reflects a situation from the past. Scarlet and I verified this early on. The time frames seem to vary. It's hard to pinpoint which point in time a hallucination takes place in. Moreover, Cece talked about the incense's calming effect. It also seems to cause panic and anxiety at times. There are countless hallucinogenic potions, but I still can't find another example of a drug that makes you go back in time. Some more traditional herbal medicines that, according to the book, ancient prescriptions arguably originate from Lao Tzu's Tao Te Ching. Reminded me of it. Well, that's so far removed in the past. Just a random thought. Siam. That's ancient Thailand, if I recall correctly.
As a country where religious culture prevails, Thailand has a rich national heritage. Traditional incense burned in a more liquid form, being changed into incense powder over the course of many years. Sounds plausible. Cece, have you ever read the Tao Te Ching?
Sure, we learned about it at school. Why do you ask?
It's been a long time since I read it, so I've forgotten the text. Do you happen to remember what came after the nameless is?
Well, the nameless is the beginning of heaven and earth. The name is the mother of all things. That's about the gist of it.
This passage is often mentioned together with the phrase, the name that can be told is not the eternal name. The Tao is an elusive concept describing a way. If you look at it from a different angle, it could be understood as the discovery of an indescribable answer found in the midst of confusing visions. That incense you and Eloise used, it reminds me of something I once read about Laozi during my travels.
Wait, what?
Taoists were highly respected for their herbal medicine, potions, teas, elixirs, incense. Even the emperors of old employed their services. That knowledge faded away somewhat over time, and nowadays it is a rare remnant of the past. In the beginning, due to the low dosage, the incense was only used to spiritually go back in time. You and Eloise obviously used too high a dose, but the general idea of what the incense could be used for lies underneath.
I see. You're saying...
Although you gave the description intuitively, you were recalling ancient concepts. As you said, the answer is the way. Cece's eyes widen. Even though it sounds messy and confusing, Cece seems to understand the general idea of what I'm saying. After all, Cece described her journey in great detail. I think there may be some correlation between her experience and the spiritual realm. Incense serves to let people experience the past spiritually. If you go back in time too far, you leave the past of human civilization behind and eventually Earth itself. Now, if we go so far back in time that we reach the end of time, what do we see?
Meep.
Exactly. If time itself comes to an end, the way in which we perceive time and space together may no longer match. That's a possibility, right? She sits there in silence. Finally, she gives a small nod. By now, it's easy for me to separate lies from the truth. Even if Cece had known about the incense's effects from the very beginning, she wouldn't have come up with a hallucination just to feed my existing theories and suspicions. The fact that she doesn't even know about the book Ancient Prescriptions is further proof of this. In other words, I can trust that she accurately described what she saw. A formula like that must be very important. Obviously, it's been preserved as a way to stay in touch with ancestors, who are treated as deities nowadays. Another possibility is that someone stole the formula and made adjustments to it in order to hide it from other people. Those eyes you speak of might be a clue. I can't say that I've ever time traveled, but it still seems familiar. I've seen something similar somewhere. We could be closer to an answer than we think. Okay.
Oh, damn.
Searching for Cece's eyes. What do we have?
Cece's decision?
No. The Crane Temple has to be one, right?
I think that's one.
I think so
It's the
too.
only one that talks about like a crazy like beast.
Now, looking into the void and the scaly silkworm, it's pretty cool.
Yeah.
I don't think so. Inhuman eyes. Yeah,
I would
obviously.
assume that's one.
And then this one's new. Lilac grass is probably a variation of the secret Taoist recipe for going back in time. It was produced abroad, but spread to other countries later on. It might be that. We don't have anything else. That's the most probable one.
Maybe.
Are you sure it doesn't have to do with the misdeeds of the Art Association? Yeah, no. We don't have anything else that would match.
Yeah, that would probably be the only one then.
Nice.
Yo, we're 3 for 3.
Time Hunter Scaly Silkworm. Yeah, we're killing it. Snooping around like this is dangerous. Chasing a forbidden truth, poking around in a mystery not meant to be understood. All this does is provoke the entity known as the Scaly Silkworm. Although Cece couldn't see it directly, its piercing eyes were always on her. There's no self or body within the illusions, so it's not unusual to not be able to make out figures. Eloise maintained her physical appearance in Cece's hallucination, but that doesn't mean other creatures do the same. The fact that the two were able to see each other in their actual likeness might have been a first. Who knows? If a friend's appearance is dedicated by one's imagination, who knows what would happen to other beings who possess the power of imagination? Nearly all of the Taoists in the book were wiped out. Perhaps their attempt to investigate things they weren't supposed to attracted the attention of the otherworldly beings. They went back in time and saw the answer, so that must have been the catalyst for the alien species targeting them. Does that mean Cece could be in great danger? I can't help but throw her a glance. She's not strong, frail even. Easy prey for an overpowering demonic entity lurking around in the dark, waiting to strike. Humans have always developed tools and gone hunting, but at no point were we ever the biggest physical predators, not even remotely. We aren't as strong as we like to think. I highly doubt fists would do anything against a predator that doesn't even appear on this world's food chain. Humans are good at using tools for adapting to different environments. The Taoists who survived did so because of the knowledge they possessed. Chronicles of the Crane Temple doesn't mention any way of dealing with this crisis. The second half of the book is full of random messy numbers. The author doesn't explain them, and I can't make out any logic behind them. Even just looking at those numbers is enough to make my head hurt. What are they about? Oh my god, that scared the shit out of me. A sudden knock on the door interrupts my string of thought. It wasn't really going anywhere anyway. At last, help is here. The door opens without me having invited anyone in yet.
Hello there. Is this the Ritz?
Scarlet hastily steps inside. She sounds exhausted. These last 2 days must have done quite a number on her, snooping around day and night doing investigative work, and now on top of all that, running errands for me.
What made you think it'd be okay to harbor somebody who needs treatment here? The secondhand smoke alone is enough to kill anything that is still breathing.
It's cute how much you care about my health. Did you bring it? Scarlet smiles and hands Cece a plastic bag. Cece's eyes wander over to mine. She looks confused. I wave a hand at her, indicating that it's all right.
This should be what she needs. Put these patches with hot water and place them on her temples. Remove them regularly and wipe off any residue. Wait a little before putting any new patches every time you change them. Put them on for around 30 seconds, then wait for about 10 seconds before putting on the next ones. So, I'm doing this?
Cece seems a little overwhelmed by the instructions. Honestly, I think Scarlet's just playing professional doctor to gain Cece's trust. Better do what she says. It was hard enough getting her here. She can be quite... A sharp elbow to the ribs quickly reminds me to choose better timing for my cheeky comments when I'm around Scarlet.
So, Cece, was it? Give your classmates some of the medicine. Meanwhile, this guy and I have some things to discuss outside.
All right, feel free to use the water kettle over there.
Okay, thank you.
Cece bows in Scarlet's direction and then runs off to the bathroom, kettle in hand.
She's a really polite kid.
Scarlet whispers behind Cece's back. More polite than a certain someone, at the very least.
Don't you dare. I only used to be about 20% of my power. I only used about 20% of my power with that last elbow. What's the deal with the air conditioning? You haven't been here that long, have you? Are you using this place as a trap to suffocate people or something?
I don't pay the utility bills anyway, so fine, we can turn it on. At least while the girls are here. I shrug and follow Scarlet out of the room. I am really thankful. It's great how quickly you managed to get the medicine. I didn't have much hope left.
It's a big crowded city. As long as there's demand, there's always going to be a way to get all kinds of pills. People working in law enforcement can't afford to slack off. Everybody could use a little pick-me-up every now and then. You just need the right connections, and I happen to know people.
That sounds like a pretty gray area to me. Are you sure it's okay?
Don't worry, it's genuine pharma stuff. Prescription grade. You can't die unless you munch down on the whole bag at once.
I'll take your word for it. You didn't just drag me out here to get some fresh air, did you? Scarlet leans against the railing. There's a long moment of silence before she speaks.
It looks like those two girls are very close, right?
Yeah?
Then I want you to carefully consider whether you tell Cece what I am about to tell you.
Oh, did you find out something new?
Yes, and I'm worried about Cece's reaction to it.
I can't help but admire Scarlet for this. She must have been working non-stop. Scarlet lets out a deep sigh.
After reporting my findings to you, I went to the Young Artists Association. With all those documents, it wasn't really hard to make up a reason to be there. And guess what? The association was never encouraging or prompting this thing. They actually find it troublesome themselves and would have wanted to put things to rest quietly.
So how did it end up becoming a back and forth of paperwork warfare? Scarlet shakes her head in disbelief.
Because Eloise appeared at their doorstep and made them promise to thoroughly investigate the matter.
Meep!
She went there carrying her painting as well as a tape recorder. The director said that Eloise politely asked him for advice on how to handle the complaint. No matter what he tried to say, she remained persistent and wouldn't give up.
So the director was so impressed that he decided to relent.
It isn't that simple. He didn't agree until the very end, and only reluctantly because he had to.
I try to guess what she means by that, but I have no clue.
Eloise stood there and threatened to kill herself. She was cutting into her wrists with a blade she took from the art club. Jesus Christ! She'd placed the tape recorder on the edge of the desk, and the director was frightened and didn't know what to do.
Meep. Understandable response.
Yeah, totally.
I picture the situation in my mind, an adult in his office, shaking behind his desk, and Eloise standing there calmly with a blade covered in blood. It reminds me of the feeling I had when she walked into the store, her calm, quiet aura, amidst a certain oppressive power.
A horrible thought, isn't it? An unassuming girl enters your office, then suddenly that happens. Nobody will help me. This is the only way I'll get any justice from you. That's what she said to the director while holding her bleeding arm.
No wonder he agreed. Your choice of words is interesting, isn't it?
With this kind of pressure on them, the school and the cheaters' parents would have to work together to find a solution. Personally, I think the situation is even more complicated. At least that's how it seems to me since I talked with those two students. Anyways, that's what happened.
Have you checked with the association to see if they've made a final decision?
I mean,
Nothing about Lily is directly related to them, since the higher-ups have no intentions of admitting anything. The association can do nothing more than apply pressure and protest.
so saving face before the other schools is more important than actual justice.
According to them, the award has been withdrawn, so Eloise got what she wanted.
So there's no longer a punishment in effect.
That's right, it's over.
Considering the circumstances, I'm not as happy about that answer as I should be. What a mess.
Exactly. If Cece finds out about the predicament Eloise was put in because of that art club, there's no telling what she might do. I wouldn't blame Cece if she caused a ruckus. She'd been through a lot in a very short time, and somehow I think Eloise acted in a more calculated way than it seems at first.
If you cut your wrist without hitting an artery, it's a scary sight, that's for sure, but it's not enough to actually kill yourself. But how would a young student know that? Did she research and plan it carefully? Or is she used to such violence? Either possibility makes me shudder. It's insane. This isn't something you can ever take back. Some things haunt you for a lifetime, and are more than just a small stain on your resume. Society's cold, averting its eyes instead of lending a helping hand. There's nothing to be done about it, but sitting around helplessly won't solve anything either.
Don't look so grim. We have to look on the bright side.
As I stand there in silence, Scarlet walks over to me and gently places a hand on my shoulder. Her words carry a certain weight. Whether she's working as a civil servant or as a lawyer, her daily tasks revolve around situations that originate from feelings of helplessness. This makes her words sound genuine. I straighten my collar and begin to ponder. I'm grateful for Scarlet and her kindness, I really am. Right now, the weight of the world seems even heavier than usual. We'll have to take all of this into careful consideration. Scarlet? From what we've gathered, who do you think planned that attack on Cece?
Huh?
Scarlet freezes. I can't tell if it's my question or something else that prompted her reaction.
Who knows? We don't have much to go on other than what Cece tells us. And tell us. Have we? I can't do a lot with such limited information.
You're right. Your statement alone is insufficient evidence. But let's not act as if it's nothing at all. You know what? In such cases as these, figuring out the whole story can be even more shocking than the result. You don't have to take a door off its hinges to get past it. Finding a key that fits is enough. Cece showed us the lock on the door. Now it's up to us to find out how to open it. Speaking of which, could it be that Cece's more aware of the situation than she lets on, and is just afraid of confirming her suspicions? The thought makes me feel a little queasy, but the question needs to be answered either way. Who ordered the attack on Cece? I have to find out.
Don't say that. I'm only doing this because I owe you. After this is done, we're even. Got it?
After this is done, we're even. I think about what Cece told me earlier. This is very serious. It's an actual crime. Whoever ordered it must hold a lot of power over the students to make them do such a thing. Cece's just an ordinary transfer student. Even if she's had problems with people in the past, it shouldn't have affected the other students like that. That would mean the person who locked her in holds no personal grudge against Cece. It was merely used as a tool. The question is, what could somebody owe a person that was serious enough to commit such a crime?
Are you referring to the cheating incident?
There were two people who took a loss. Lily, who had to leave the school to study at home, and Eloise, the real creator of the winning entry.
Wait, you don't think...
My mind is racing. I don't respond to Scarlet directly, trying to hold on to my train of thought instead. Lily graduated before Cece enrolled at the school. It means everything that happened before then shouldn't have anything to do with Cece. Lily's no longer a part of the school, meaning other students wouldn't carry out any favors for her. She wouldn't gain anything from it either. Eloise, on the other hand, nobody was on her side when the cheating incident took place. Throughout her arguments with the former student representative, people just stood by indifferently. If Eloise then had an accident in which she was injured, even people with a very thick skin would feel guilty.
In that case, just standing by and doing nothing was the same as abandoning her altogether. If I were in those students' shoes, I'd be most afraid of facing the person I turned my back on in the past. I probably couldn't even look them in the eye.
It sounds harsh, but Eloise is a student representative, and she has a reputation. Students might go to extreme lengths in front of her, or for her.
In other words, if she, as the victim, came over and asked a onlooker to do something, it would be hard for them to refuse.
Scarlet frowns and thinks about this, taking several deep breaths. She ruffles through her hair.
I hate the thought of it, but I have to admit that what you're saying makes sense.
Don't give me that look. I don't like this one bit more than you do. My tone is harsh. Cece and Eloise are really close. Anyone can see that.
But why?
Don't ask me. My answer is clear and concise. Eloise is the person that other students are most likely to do favors for. It's a logical conclusion, nothing more, nothing less. As for the why behind it, I have no idea. I hope we're wrong about our assumptions. Eloise hasn't woken up yet, and there's a good chance she's going through the same ordeal that Cece had to endure. Those demons from the illusions are still lurking around, as if everything weren't enough of a mess already. To be honest, I feel sorry for having complicated the situation even more with my theories.
So what's the deal? Are you going to be honest with Cece?
Scarlet leans against the railing, staring at the moon's reflection in the puddles of water at her feet. I'll give it a few more days at least. Right now, the poor kid would probably go crazy if I told her. I look up at the sky and let all of these mixed feelings rush over me.
Fair enough.
I'll find a way to deal with this. I'll think of something in the meantime. Please don't mention it to anyone, okay?
Is it true?
I shudder. It's the one voice I didn't want to hear at this very moment. Yet here it is. With the light as dim as they are, I can't really make out her facial expression. But even in the dark, I can see Cece's eyes tearing up.
Is it true, Mr. Store Manager?
Her voice trembles as she repeats her question, demanding an answer.
What you said just now, is it all true?
Scarlet quietly walks away. Despite her tough demeanor, she's not good at handling awkward situations. Every time I try to open my mouth and say something, my mind goes blank. I feel like a fish on dry land. Denial, anger, bargaining, depression, and then finally acceptance. In the face of tragedy, one usually goes through 5 emotional stages. Right now, however, the only word to describe the emotion on her face is despair. Cece turns and looks at Eloise. Perhaps because she only just woke up, Eloise's steps are quiet and irregular. Nevertheless, she looks composed, exuding her signature calmness. Eloise responds to Cece's gaze with silence.
Eloise? Eloise, say something.
It's more of a plea than a question. Cece tugs at Eloise's sleeve. Then her trembling legs finally give out and she slumps softly to the ground. Eloise leans down to help up Cece, with the same care and kindness as a mother would give her daughter.
Little Cece. I'm so sorry.
Following her apology, Eloise lets go of Cece's hand and rushes down the stairs desperately. Hey! Her steps are closer to leaps, and she nearly falls as she breezes past me. Scarlet extends her arm as to try to stop Eloise, but she's too slow. Eloise struggles to squeeze past Scarlet, who is knocked to the ground in her attempt to block the way. Eloise soon disappears into the night after having made her way through the door. She never once tried to argue or explain herself.
Eloise!
Cece's kneeling on the ground, powerless and small.
Why? Why?
You. How much did you overhear?
Everything.
Her fragility almost suffocates me. Everything, I'm sorry. Cece looks up into my eyes, and for a moment I get the feeling that she's back in the world of illusions. She grabs my arm in an attempt to pull herself up. She's as light as a feather, even as she puts her full body weight onto my arm. I'm so sorry, but everything is pretty obvious now.
I'm happy to answer any questions I can to help.
If even that was just part of Eloise's elaborate act, she's a perfect liar. Why did Eloise, who was a victim of bullying herself, come after Cece, the innocent transfer student? I can't help but speculate about who Eloise might have been, or what Eloise might have been thinking.
Did I do something wrong? Is this my fault?
Cece's voice is trembling. It's not the right question to be asking right now, but nobody can blame her. No, it's not. We all make mistakes in our lives, but kindness and tolerance aren't one of them. The mistake lies with those who impose their own pain on you. Although I don't want to demonize Eloise yet. I have to choose my words carefully around Cece right now. Once the heart has been scarred by a betrayal like that, it can accompany you your whole life. Trying to forget about it only offers temporary sanctuary. Eloise's behavior can never be forgiven in that regard.
Really? Is that really true?
I'm not sure if she understood my answer. She nods silently and walks away slowly. Hey, where are you going? I can't help but grab her by the shoulder. She turns around and bows to me, as she always does.
Thank you for taking care of me these past 2 days, Mr. Store Manager. I'm sorry I bothered you so much.
She continues to walk away after her apology. The girl resembles an empty husk more than a human right now.
Cece, you are not ready yet. Don't talk to Eloise. Not until we get her back here to explain. Okay.
She doesn't bother looking back.
You don't have to waste your time looking for her. It doesn't matter. Wait, even after what she did to you? Did she take it too far? Yes, we all do sometimes.
Cece speaks softly. She doesn't sound convinced, as if the words coming from her mouth are not her own.
It's just like painting. That's it. I wanted to make friends, so I joined the art club. There's no sense in it if I can't find a friend even there. I won't be pranked and bullied by them anymore, and they'll stop bothering me. This is a good thing for everyone, isn't it?
Cece's starting to sound more composed. Her tone is so calm that it almost seems as if she isn't talking about herself. She already seems to have recovered slightly from the initial shock, speaking about the situation from a more distant perspective. Scarlet won't drop the topic that easily and keeps questioning Cece.
You're just going to let her go? I don't care. I've already caused you enough trouble. No, you haven't. I don't understand. Aren't you angry at all? Being angry only makes you feel worse, and it wouldn't change anything. That's better this way. Will you let us help you find justice? Justice? For what? How could you even go about it? Don't just give up on yourself like that. There's always a way. This is something I have no control over.
Cece looks at Scarlet with a seriousness in her eye that barely conceals the sadness behind them, like a veil.
I just have to learn to accept that this is reality. I yearned for a close friendship, someone I could trust, and in the end, it was just wishful thinking.
Cece falls silent, her shoulders heavy with an invisible burden. Her silhouette slowly fades away, shrinking by the second as she walks away. Like a candle growing dimmer and dimmer, it seems as if her tragic story is reaching a silent end. My mind is racing. 3 days of hard work, this can't be it. This isn't how things were supposed to play out. There has to be a reason behind all of this. Letting Cece know what Eloise did is just the first of many steps. This isn't over yet. Also, something tells me that this isn't what the strange man who keeps delivering books wants. It's no longer a question of whether Eloise is guilty or not. Because... Oh, here we go.
God.
Reasons for harming younger students.
To avoid further trouble for Eloise, Cece chose to suffer alone.
Maybe?
Maybe. Trivial struggle, Eloise's bloom, which she painted to prove herself did not have the impact she wanted it to.
Possibly too.
What is this? Conclusion? Time Hunter? No. Scaly Silkworm? No, I don't think so.
I'm guessing it's those three.
Yeah, there's only 3 other options.
Yeah.
Maybe she's the scaly silkworm.
I believe.
My god, welcome back, Mag. Tables turned.
Welcome back. We are 4 for 4.
My god, you can't just give up now. I can't help but cry out. My words make Cece stop in her tracks. She looks back, her hazy eyes still brimming with tears.
Give up? I don't know what you're trying to say. How can you still say that I shouldn't give up?
Because we won't have a chance to help you in the future.
Meep.
Cece doesn't speak. Her eyes are red from trying to hold back more tears. Denial might be the only thing holding her together right now. I clear my throat and cheerfully put my thoughts into words. Many people have fallen victim to the art club's student representative. Her family was wealthy and influential. She had the world at her feet, obviously. She was a star at school as well. Nobody contradicted her at the art club was her little kingdom of sorts. She was in charge. However, one person didn't play along, refusing the president's rude requests. Thus, she became a target for bullying. But the girl didn't let that stop her. She went to great lengths to have the last laugh. If she could only win at the art competition, she could rub it in all the others' faces. Look at me, despite all your efforts, I'm still a winner. So she practiced a lot. But that wasn't enough. Her work was exceptional. But it wasn't a masterpiece yet. Naturally, talent was the last obstacle, for that's the one thing that cannot be learned. The others wouldn't stop their bullying, so she was ready to do whatever it takes. At some point, she discovered lilac grass.
I don't care what you imagine, but it's not what I...
How could it be you? Don't you think the description fits Eloise?
Meep.
All I do in my life is imagine things. But I've never done anything without a basis for my imagination either. Even you don't know what went on at the art club 6 months ago, do you?
So, half a year ago, Eloise, really? Wait a minute. You mean she...
The hallucinations gave her a certain
liberation and enlightenment. After a taste of this utterly otherworldly experience, she succeeded in creating paintings better than any in the club had ever seen before. She submitted her piece Blossoms in an art competition, filled with pride and joy. She was sure that even the best students from other schools would have nothing but an admiration for her work. There was a long tear in the bottom left corner of the painting. Although attempts were made to glue it back together, if you focus on it, you can still make out the damage that's been done.
That's the painting that was, the painting was dropped accidentally. It's fixed now. Just be careful not to touch it. Dropped? That's too bad.
Her painting was sure to be placed first, but when the time came, the prize and frame didn't go to her. At some point, the artist's name had been changed. She angrily confronted the student representative, to little effect. The students who know the truth stand by the representative. In her desperation, she decided to go straight to the board of directors to complain. After several twists and turns, they agreed to investigate the matter.
With further schools adding fuel to the fire, the whole thing became even more complicated.
Have you checked with the association to see if they've made a final decision?
Nothing about Lily is directly related to them. Since the higher-ups have no intentions of admitting anything, the association can do nothing more than apply pressure and protest.
So saving face before the school is more important than actual justice.
According to them, the award has been withdrawn, so Eloise got what she wanted.
So there's no longer a punishment in effect.
And that's right.
However, the plan backfired largely due to the representative's parents and their influence. Blossoms was removed from the competition, but the representative faced no punishment. The girl couldn't accept this outcome. This resulted in a violent dispute between her and the representative. She grabbed her painting, ready to leave the place that had caused her such misery. During the argument, she accidentally fell down the stairs.
Meep.
At this point, the school could no longer turn a blind eye, and the student representative was forced to spend the rest of her senior year at home. Her position was given to the girl who had been injured instead, as if that would somehow serve as consolation. Despite all of this, the girl felt no sense of justice. No honor, no proof, and no prize. Everyone buried the tragedy deep within their hearts. The painting was hung up on the wall, but no one dared talk about it. In the end, people acted like nothing ever happened. She was still so eager to prove her point, but her opponent was gone. It was now a futile struggle. Having exhausted all her means, there was nothing left that she could do. The storm was over. And who would be too willing to dive into trouble and reopen the wounds of the past? The girl was in a desperate situation. She had no hope left.
So, what does that have to do with me?
Because you're not her.
She's always given up a little too easy.
Eloise's voice is filled with concern.
Although kindness is a virtue, if you never stand up to anyone, people will take advantage of it and consider you weak. Putting up with it like she does, and the other person might go unpunished forever, and there won't be another opportunity for justice. One side doesn't get their justice, the other side doesn't learn their lesson. In the end, neither side experiences any personal growth. I think that's the worst possible outcome.
She probably sees herself in you. Although lack of skill, the potential is there. Another chance, another fire of resistance. Unfortunately for her, you're not her. You don't want to confront anybody. You just avoid confrontation wherever you can.
Most people don't have good intentions. The students weren't happy that Cece was allowed to join the club. They considered it special treatment, and that's why they bully her and took advantage of her. I I hurried to help her finish the chores and told her that she didn't have to accept such unreasonable requests. She just shook her head and said, "I'm too pathetic not to clean up after yourself."
Even though lilac grass can help you improve your painting skills, it shouldn't be more than one of many tools. The girl was unhappy with how things turned out. She was so disgusted with the way things had ended for her that she was blinded by revenge. If you were only a step away from success, would you choose to take that step or give up?
Meep.
If there wasn't enough pressure, why not shape events in a way that you'd have full control over? This time, instead of trying to make friends, she played the guilt card to get others on her side. Her plan was successful, and this time... Yo! Thanks for the 100 biddies. Blue.
Hey, Blue.
My god, how are you doing? Her plan was successful, and this time she was more determined than ever. So she took the opportunity to introduce students to incense. Something to let them enhance their skills. This first step worked out well. What she didn't expect was that you would see her fall down the stairs in your vision. Despite several attempts to throw you off, you didn't give up and kept inquiring about it. This kept her up at night, fearing that her plan would be discovered. Her fear was justified. A week later, you began to start looking for excuses to avoid seeing her. Not only that, but you even found a former psychotherapist lurking in a quirky old bookstore.
Mr. Store Manager.
Everything had been going according to plan. The thought of her efforts going to waste drove her crazy. Even though the risks were high, she knew no boundaries when it came to the securing her victory. And so she launched her most devious plan yet.
That's enough.
I fall silent and look at her.
That's not... It can't be. But... Eloise... She...
Tears finally flowed down her face, fogging up her glasses a little.
I don't want to believe this.
Cece, I can't force you to believe anything. You alone know the answer. This is all just derived from the facts we've gathered so far. I can't help but feel pity for a person so taken over by hatred. What do you think? What would drive her to do something like that? Cece lowers her head. The mysteries of heaven and earth must not be spied upon, or the scaly silkworm shall look right back at us. I slowly recite the passage from the ancient book. You've already laid eyes upon that mystery. Trouble follows. It's not exactly clear about what the threat is, but you should not put your life in danger, not just you, but Eloise as well.
Her symptoms are bad already, and she won't be able to handle this alone.
Hermitage values every customer since she's been here before. She will always be considered a guest. Even so, she would never listen to me. You're the only one who can help her. Cece slowly but surely stops crying, but she keeps looking down at the floor without answering. Admitting this also means admitting that Eloise has made some irreparable mistakes. Even if things can be fixed somehow, their relationship will never be the same again. Cece's a very genuine and determined person. The more I think about it, the more I worry that things are happening too fast.
If that's how it is,
She finally opens her mouth.
that's how things are. She'll find a replacement for me for sure. Someone who has that spark she's looking for.
Cece speaks her mind at last.
More and more students will be forced to face that horrifying monster because of the incense. Eloise's obsession will continue and lead her down a dark and twisted path.
Cece's voice is growing more confident. She wipes away her tears.
You're right. I need to try.
She gives us a barely noticeable smile, a small ray of light in this depressing situation.
I I should go straight to her and sort this out. I'd rather clear things up than keep guessing.
Scarlet bends down and readjusts Cece's outfit.
You've made up your mind. Yeah. It'll be alright. If anything happens, you call this guy. Okay.
You even know where to find Eloise?
There's only one place she'd be.
Cece keeps talking as she makes her way down the stairs.
After all, for better or for worse, there's one place students will always hang out at.
Her steps grow firmer with every stride as if she's regaining her lost energy.
Promise to be careful. We will be waiting to hear good news from you.
Cece, now standing at the gate, turns around. She looks at us from a distance, then bows her head.
I can't thank you enough, really.
With that, she walks away.
And there she goes.
Scarlet says something just to break the silence. Quite an eventful day, if you ask me.
If your definition of eventful is a cute way of saying working tirelessly 3 nights in a row, I might choose a less eventful lifestyle after all.
Why's that? I thought you were used to overtime.
That's different. My regular job isn't as psychologically challenging. But this little girl, she really needs our help.
Look at you, showing genuine concern. A scary sight, but I do agree.
Oh, you little...
Scarlet rubs her temples and slowly breathes in and out. She knows I'm just teasing.
Honestly, what is it with young people these days? What's going on in those families? All this intrigue. Wait, all this
you got it.
intrigue and backstabbing. Okay, yeah. All this intrigue and backstabbing, betrayal of trust. Do they think that's what adults do? What a mess. And because of those rascals, I'm kept awake at night, just wasting my beauty sleep on them.
Any more complaints about your job you might want to file? Or is it because you're not getting paid? Just like that, she suddenly stops talking. What I said must have struck a nerve, but she holds herself back. Her expression alone makes it very clear that money is not the issue here. Throughout all the grief and pain, we have to set our sights on the right cause. In some way, I think Cece's kindness and positive attitude accompanies all of us now. I'm fine, brother. I said I'd take good care of everyone. So?
Something won't stop bothering me.
You might not show it, but every time you talk about trouble, I can feel you getting fired up. Scarlet ignores what I said and all but buries herself in the sofa, spreading her arms to the side.
After working in this business for a certain amount of time, there comes a moment when you start to put yourself in the shoes of the other person. Property is taken by white-collar criminals, deception, greed, families broken apart. I know these people exist. I deal with them every day, but it still makes me sad. It's hard to accept reality.
I sit down next to her. And that's a good thing. It means you're human.
If you say so.
Scarlet tilts her head back to look at the ceiling and crosses her arms in front of her chest.
So what about that monster?
Let's just say it's an unpleasant matter.
Are they going to be alright?
I can't really say. I found some information, but it's very rudimentary. The author of the book describes how the priests fell prey to the entity and were massacred. The strange creature emerged from the shadows and slaughtered almost everyone present with its razor-sharp claws. Although the author seems to have been spared, he didn't elaborate on how he escaped. We have to go about this another way.
Oh my god.
Stage plays are my absolute favorite. The actors take their masks very seriously. Before they step on stage, they carefully take the mask out of its wooden box and hold it right in front of their face. They whisper to the mask that they're about to become a certain character, abandoning your own self and fully taking over the spirit of the role. It's a respectable profession, don't you agree? His words echo in my mind. Now it all sounds oddly appropriate. Thinking about all this makes my head hurt. At least things are a little clearer now. It takes some of the edge off.
What's the matter?
Scarlet throws a puzzled look at me. I pat her on the shoulder and make my way back inside. Back when I moved here, I threw out a lot of old stuff that I didn't have any use for anymore. But my old tape recorder, I had to keep that beauty. It's so old that most kids these days wouldn't even recognize it for what it is, but it's still as useful as ever. I lift the old tape recorder up and get rid of the thick layer of dust on the lid. What a mess. Pain can serve as a protective mechanism. If knowledge brings us pain, should it really be sought after? There's an old saying, when you help someone, help them see the whole thing through. I smiled cheekily. So, Scarlet, are you with me on this one? Cecil's walking down the hallway. Opening hours are long over and the clubhouse is completely silent at night. It's dark, but she knows this place so well that she could navigate it with her eyes closed. Weird how you can become so familiar with a place over time without really noticing. Ever since the day of her transfer, all she longed for was a warm and welcoming home. Today, that wish has been half fulfilled. The art club is dipped in darkness, a familiar sight for Cece. Whenever no one else was around, this place served as a safe haven for Cece, or a safe haven for Cece and Eloise. Whatever happened here, Cece will never forget those memories. That's the way things should be.
Cece.
Eloise is standing there, familiar as ever. But no matter how hard she tries, Cece doesn't feel pleased about it like she did in the past. Maybe the store manager got something wrong, Cece tries telling herself. But he did everything he could to get to the bottom of it all, although he never left the store. He always had her best interests in my mind. Cece can't possibly turn a deaf ear to what he's been saying. Also, Eloise never even tried to deny it. That's what causes Cece the most distress. However, she can't stop her thoughts either. It's like saying if I could do it all over again, I would do the same thing. A few rays of moonlight lit up Eloise's outline. The unbearable silence weighs heavy on Cece.
So this is it.
Nothing remains hidden from you for long, it seems.
Eloise gently brushes the paintings on the wall, her face buried in the surrounding darkness.
For an outsider, the store manager's instincts are sharp. Or was it all obvious when I first came to the store?
She sighs, as if nothing matters anymore anyway.
Eloise, you're here now. Things can't possibly get any worse. Say what you have to say, Cece.
Have a good night, Blue.
Night, Blue. Get go sleep.
Eloise turns around and looks directly into Cece's eyes. From the outside, she is as calm as always, but Cece knows her well enough to see through it. Eloise has given up hope.
The past is the past.
There's something more important that I need to know about.
Please answer me honestly, Eloise.
Cece takes out her phone and shows Eloise the screen. Before she entered the classroom, she activated the stopwatch on her phone.
What time is it now? Meep.
All she has to do is read out the numbers on the screen, yet Eloise seems baffled and doesn't respond. She turns away, looking sadder by the second.
I guessed as much.
A wave of negative emotions overcomes Cece.
Eloise, so you've seen it too.
After awakening from one of her hallucinations, Cece experienced the same exact symptom. Even after she was free of those eyes, the memory still left her trembling. Time didn't align correctly anymore. It might just be a minuscule difference of 10 seconds, but the sequence of time is now completely mixed up for Eloise. Looking at the wall clock, she can see the needle trembling frantically as if unsure in which direction time is supposed to flow. This explains why Eloise can't read the time, even if she wanted to.
Are you being targeted?
Eloise nods slowly.
It was close behind me just seconds before I woke up. How much longer? About a day, I'd say. I see.
Somehow she can feel the entity's shadowy steps coming closer. Is this some kind of benevolent gift, pure luck, or a twisted hunting game for the shadow creature? Cece doesn't have an answer to any of it right now.
Let's run away. Together.
She puts away her phone and grabs Eloise's hand. Eloise's hands are as warm as ever, giving Cece a sense of familiarity.
No.
However, Eloise refuses the kind gesture.
I deserve it. It's time to let it come for me. We don't have time for this. Eloise, do you even know how dangerous that thing is? Yes, I can feel it. Truthfully, I expected it to be worse.
Eloise's words make Cece stop in her tracks.
Eloise, what are you talking about? You know, that girl was always the worst at landscape paintings at first. Some people's spatial awareness isn't naturally keen, even if their basic skills are above average. Those kinds of paintings require perspective knowledge, or else they look off. If something was right in front of her, she could replace it better than anyone else. But otherwise, she couldn't even get the pattern on the floor straight until the end of last summer. Suddenly, the teacher was praising her advanced style. What do you think that was? Meep. Hannah, Amelia, Faith, Evelyn.
One name after another leaves her lips. Although she doesn't know their faces, Cece has heard of those names in the art club before.
It's hard to find true friends to talk to, isn't it? It shouldn't be. After all I've done, it's only natural that my punishment is served. I messed up.
Eloise raises her hand, her left hand as if trying to touch Cece's face, but stops herself at the last second.
Cece, you should go back. That store manager seems to know a lot of things. He'll find a way to help you.
Tears form in her eyes, but Eloise's words remain firm.
You can stop worrying about me now. You can stop worrying about disappointing me now anymore. Let's go back together. What if I say no? Why would you? His assumptions were completely right. I can't even look at myself. I'm a rotten person. There's so much more you'll be able to do in the future, but it's best for everyone if my story ends here. What are you talking about? Let's get out of here. We can talk about it later.
Cece grabs Eloise's hand and tries to drag her out of the classroom, but Eloise remains where she is and shows no sign of wavering. The harder Cece tries, the more she can feel an air of despair taking over the room. There's fear in Eloise's face. As Cece pulls on her arm, Eloise's expression turns angry.
Oh. What's wrong with you? Do you think you're a saint? Leave me alone. I'm ready for this, and you're not in charge here.
Sometimes we act before we think. For the first time in her young life, Cece slaps someone. Eloise covers her cheek in surprise.
Stop saying you're not ready as if that means anything. I know I'm repeating myself. I know I'm probably annoying you. But if that's the only way to get through to you, so be it. Cece. So you're sorry? You just want to leave things this way? How can you even think like that? But it's the only... Shut up! There's never just an only way. Am I angry? Of course I am. I hate this. But this is not the way. This isn't closure. Nobody wins.
Her throat hurts. She can't remember ever shouting this much before. It takes her nearly a minute to catch her breath, and during that time, the only sound in the room is her strained breathing.
I know you won't forgive yourself easy, Eloise.
Cece's voice is slower and more controlled now. A glimmer of light is dancing in her eyes.
I won't sugarcoat anything. I'm not gonna lie. After everything you've done, I'm unsure about the future. I don't know what to think. But what I do know is that you still mean a lot to me. Giving up here isn't doing anybody any favors. The Eloise I know is smarter than that, stronger than that. The girl I know doesn't shy away from a fight. She faces any problem head on.
Cece grabs Eloise's shoulders. This time, Eloise doesn't resist.
I'll talk to the store manager tomorrow morning. I'll ask for help and find a way to deal with this. But it'll be dangerous if I'm on my own. That thing almost tore me to pieces a couple of times while it was chasing after me. You should know how dangerous it is. So, I may get hurt, I may go crazy, or I may die. But I want to survive. I won't give up, and I want to live a good life and find some closure for you as well as for me.
After speaking her mind, she lets go of a stunned Eloise and turns around, preparing to leave.
Please help me.
Cece says these last words without turning around.
Meep.
The once rebellious Eloise looks at the open door and slowly sinks into a corner. This night is bound to be a sleepless one. Friday. My God. My God.
Sir, didn't you say you were supposed to?
Yeah.
You're supposed to go to sleep early?
It's about that time.
Yeah.
I think this is a good time to call it. I was waiting for an
Yep.
auto save. But you know what? I
Ah.
can manually save.
Fuck the autosave.
We'll put it in the middle.
Yeah.
Yeah. My God. You know, the last time I tried to play this, I absolutely destroyed my throat because I was trying to do voices for all of the characters.
No, don't do voices for all of the characters. Just
That,
do them for a
oh
few.
my God. It sucks.
Does.
Yeah. That was the night that my sister too. She was like, "You need to shut up." And I
could never.
and then I stopped doing it. I stopped streaming late.
Well, one, I couldn't imagine ever saying that to you, because don't shut up. Ooh. Now you don't have to strain your voice.
It's true.
bad.
It's true. There's nobody online. What the heck?
I might have a buddy if you don't have anybody.
You have somebody?
Let me check real quick.
Yeah, just DM me.
I do? Wait, what is what Minecraft is Kuma playing? Trying to attack. Oh, okay. So he's not even playing in the. He's not even playing in the SMP server. Okay, we can raid. Where the fuck are you? There you are. Yep. His name is Kuma.
Okay.
He's playing Minecraft at the moment.
Sounds good.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, we're pretty close, and by pretty close I mean I think we have about an hour and a half left of this chapter. Oh no.
Oh no.
Yeah, my shit froze. That's fine.
Oh no.
We're chilling.
Ding chilling.
Bing chilling. Yeah, no, we're back. We're back. We're back.
Oh. Nice. Oh, you
Oh.
fucking disappeared.
That's cool.
Wow.
We're kicking it. Neil, thanks for stretching your vocal cords with me tonight.
Oh yeah. And I'm ready as hell to do it next Friday if you're up for it.
Yeah, next Friday is cool. The Friday after that is also cool. I'm trying to think. My birthday Friday, I'm not going to be home, so I won't be able to do it that Friday.
Birthday Friday is 3 Fridays in? Or
I think-
2 Fridays in?
I think it's 3 Fridays from now.
Fridays from now? Yeah, that's fine.
Oh, I gotta stretch. My God. I gotta go shower too before I go to bed.
Yes, go do all your cares, please.
My lamps and my computer and my everything is making my room an absolute hot box.
Ugh, it's a nightmare.
Yeah, no, tell me about it.